Hello and welcome. I hope you've had a wonderful week. Here by the cozy fireplace, we're so grateful you've joined us for tonight's bedtime story. Relax, unwind, and let your mind drift into dreamy dreams. Story 1. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and gentle nature, and she spent her days wandering through the meadows, befriending every creature she met. Her village was a place where stories were woven into the fabric of everyday life, tales of enchantment and hidden secrets that filled her imagination. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped lazily below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lila discovered something unusual. While exploring the attic of her grandmother's ancient cottage, she stumbled upon an old wooden chest, its surface carved with intricate patterns of vines and stars. The chest creaked open to reveal a delicate music box, its brass surface gleaming softly in the fading light. As Lila wound the tiny key, a gentle melody began to play, a tune she had never heard, yet felt deep in her heart. As the music filled the air, the room shimmered with a warm golden glow. Surprised, Lila watched as the figures inside the music box began to move, dancing gracefully to the rhythm. But that was not all. The music seemed to whisper secrets of the world beyond, secrets of magic and wonder. Intrigued, Lila set out to discover the origins of the mysterious music box. Her journey led her through the whispering woods, where the trees spoke in rustling leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Along the way, she met an array of charming companions. First, there was Oliver, a wise old owl with feathers like polished silver and eyes that sparkled with ancient knowledge. He perched on a low branch, nodding sagely as he offered cryptic but thoughtful advice. "Trust the melody, dear one, for it will guide you where you need to be," he hooted softly. Next, Lila encountered Pippin, a sprightly squirrel with a fluffy tail and a knack for mischief. Pippin bounded beside her, chattering cheerfully, and pointing out hidden paths that only a squirrel's keen eyes could see. "The world is full of surprises, if you know where to look," Pippin exclaimed, his voice bright and bubbling with joy. Together, they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where dappled sunlight danced across their path, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of life. Finally, they reached the ancient glen, a place whispered about in bedtime stories, said to be the home of the fabled Harmony Stone, a mystical gem of immense power that could unlock the true potential of any magical item. The stone lay nestled in a bed of moss, glowing softly in the twilight. But to reach it, Lila faced a challenge. A riddle, posed by the guardian of the glen, an ethereal stag with antlers like branches woven with light. Its voice was a soothing melody, echoing through the clearing. "What is it that is always coming but never arrives?" it asked. Lila pondered the riddle, her heart calm and her mind clear. She closed her eyes, letting the melody of the music box guide her thoughts. Suddenly, it came to her, a realization as gentle as a breeze. "Tomorrow," she whispered, opening her eyes to meet the stag's serene gaze. With her answer, the Harmony Stone began to glow brighter, resonating with the music box's tune. Lila approached, holding the music box close. The air around her shimmered, and she felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection with the music that had guided her journey. The music box transformed, its melody weaving a tale of harmony and unity, a gentle reminder of the magic that lies in understanding and friendship. Lila realized that the true power of the music box was not in the magic it held, but in the connections it helped create, the friends she had made, the wisdom she had gained, and the beauty of the world she had come to know. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed. The music box, now a cherished treasure, became a symbol of the adventures she had shared. Whenever she felt lost, she would play its melody, recalling the journey that had taught her the importance of listening to the world and to her own heart. And so, every evening, as the village settled into the calm embrace of night, the gentle notes of the music box would drift through the air, a lullaby of discovery and wonder, reminding all who heard it of the magic that exists in every corner of the world. And thus, in the cozy warmth of her grandmother's cottage, with the fire crackling softly in the hearth, Lila drifted into dreams filled with melodies and moonlit adventures, her heart always open to the next journey, wherever it might lead. Story 2. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the ground was soft with mossy velvet, there lived a gentle young man named Bram. Bram was known throughout the village, nestled at the forest's edge, for his kind heart and the way he could coax the most stubborn of plants to bloom. Yet, despite the harmony he shared with nature, Bram felt a restlessness that stirred like a storm within him. Each morning, as the sun filtered through the leaves, painting the world with golden light, Bram would tend to his garden, where every flower seemed to sing a different melody of colors. But as the seasons shifted, Bram noticed something unsettling. The plants around him began to change in unexpected ways. The roses sprouted thorns of shimmering silver, and the daisies danced with petals that glowed in the moonlight. Puzzled and a little frightened, Bram sought advice from his dear friend, an elderly woman named Immerse, who was as wise as the forest was old. Immerse lived in a cozy cottage woven from branches and vines, with a roof thatched in leaves that changed color with the seasons. "Ah, Bram," Immerse greeted him one afternoon, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook near her home. "The forest mirrors the heart. When you feel a change within, the world around you reflects it. But why does it feel so unsettling?" Bram asked, his brow furrowed in concern. "I wish for things to remain the same, yet everything seems to be transforming." Immerse chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling like stars just beginning to appear at dusk. "Change is the heart's way of growing, dear boy. We often fear it because it leads us into the unknown, but it is in the unknown that we find our true selves." With these words swirling in his mind like autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze, Bram returned to his garden. He watched as the plants continued their magical transformations, each one seeming to whisper a lesson he was yet to understand. And so, Bram decided to embrace the changes, trusting in the wisdom of his friend and the magic of the forest. Days turned into weeks, and Bram began to notice subtle shifts within himself. His hands, once clumsy with uncertainty, moved with newfound grace. His heart, once heavy with fear, lightened with every breath he took amidst the blossoms. The silver thorns of the roses no longer frightened him. Instead, they shimmered with a beauty that reflected his growing courage. One evening, while the sky was painted with the soft hues of twilight, Bram wandered deeper into the forest, guided by an instinct he could not name. There, in a glade bathed in moonlight, stood a willow tree unlike any other. Its branches wove together to form a canopy that seemed to hold the very stars within its embrace. As Bram approached, a gentle voice called out from the shadows. It was a fox, its fur as white as the snow-touched peaks and eyes as deep as the ocean. The fox, who introduced herself as Lila, had watched Bram from afar, admiring his kindness and gentle spirit. "Do not fear the changes, Bram," Lila said, her voice a melody that soothed his soul. "They are the threads that weave the fabric of who you are meant to become. Embrace them, and you will discover the magic within yourself." With Lyra's guidance, Bram found the courage to explore the depths of his heart, where dreams and fears lay entwined like the roots of the great trees. He realized that the changes he feared were not just in the world around him, but within him as well. And with each step, he grew more attuned to the magic that flowed through the forest and through his own being. Bram's journey was not without its challenges. There were moments when uncertainty clouded his path like a thick fog. But with Maris's wisdom and Lyra's companionship, he learned to navigate the unknown, trusting in the lessons whispered by the wind and sung by the stars. As the seasons turned once more, the village began to notice the transformations in Bram. He carried with him a quiet strength, a gentle confidence that inspired those around him. His garden, once a simple plot of land, blossomed into a sanctuary where villagers would gather to find peace and wonder. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, Bram discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. He learned that change, while daunting, was the key to unlocking the mysteries of the heart. With each day, he embraced the magic within, knowing that true wisdom came not from resisting change, but from welcoming it with open arms. In the quiet of the evening, as the forest hummed with the lullabies of night creatures, Bram sat beneath the willow tree with Lila by his side. Together, they watched as the stars danced above, each one a reminder of the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. And in that moment, Bram understood that the journey of self-discovery was a magical adventure, filled with wonder and the gentle promise of a new dawn. As the moon cast its silver glow over the world, Bram found peace in the knowledge that he was exactly where he was meant to be, and that the magic of change would always guide him home. And so the tale of Bram, the young man who embraced change and found magic within himself, became a cherished story shared by the villagers, a reminder that the heart is the greatest source of magic, and that true transformation begins from within. Story 3. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Oliver. He had a knack for finding the hidden beauty in the simplest of things. His soft brown eyes sparkled with curiosity, and his imagination could turn the most mundane days into grand adventures. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Oliver wandered through the village market. His attention was drawn to a peculiar stall draped in deep blue velvet, its surface shimmering under the soft light of the setting sun. An old man with a kind smile sat behind the stall, his twinkling eyes following Oliver as he approached. "Good day, young traveler," the man greeted, his voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. Oliver, ever polite, returned the greeting and glanced over the items laid out before him. Among them was an unassuming brass key, worn and tarnished, but with an air of mystery that seemed to beckon him closer. Intrigued, Oliver picked up the key. It felt warm in his hand, almost alive, as if it held secrets just waiting to be uncovered. "What does this key open?" he asked, his voice a blend of wonder and eagerness. The old man chuckled softly. "Ah, that is the key to discovery. It opens the door to what truly matters, but not in the way you might think. It leads to a journey of the heart and mind." With those enigmatic words and a gentle nudge of encouragement from the old trader, Oliver decided to take the key home. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, feeling its comforting weight as he strolled back through the cobblestone streets, the melody of the market fading behind him. That night, as the stars twinkled like a million tiny lanterns in the sky, Oliver sat by his window, the key glinting softly in the moonlight. He turned it over in his palm, pondering the old man's words. What kind of journey could a simple key inspire? The next morning, Oliver awoke with a sense of excitement and purpose. He decided to seek out the hidden wonders of his village, hoping the key might somehow guide him. His first stop was the ancient forest that bordered the village, a place filled with the earthy scent of pine and the sweet whispers of the wind through the branches. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Oliver noticed something peculiar. The key, resting in his pocket, seemed to hum with a gentle vibration, guiding him along a winding path he had never noticed before. The path led to a clearing where a small, tranquil pond lay, its surface mirroring the sky above. There Oliver met his first helper, a wise old turtle named Sylvie. Her shell was decorated with intricate patterns, and her voice was soft like the ripples on the pond. "Greetings, young one," Sylvie said, her eyes warm with kindness. "What brings you to this hidden corner of the world?" Oliver showed her the key and shared the old man's words. Sylvie nodded slowly, understanding lighting up her features. "The key does not open a door of wood or stone, but rather a door within yourself. It will lead you to friends and challenges that will help you grow." Encouraged by Sylvie's wisdom, Oliver continued his exploration, now accompanied by the thoughtful turtle. They wandered through sun-dappled meadows and over babbling brooks, meeting more helpers along the way. There was Finn, the lively squirrel whose laughter was as bright as his bushy tail, and Lila, the gentle owl who carried the wisdom of the forest in her watchful gaze. Together they taught Oliver about the harmony of nature, the strength found in kindness, and the importance of listening to the world around him. Each lesson was like a key, unlocking new understanding and appreciation within Oliver's heart. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of an ancient oak, Oliver faced his greatest challenge. A storm had torn through the forest, leaving a tangle of branches and debris blocking the path home. Finn chattered nervously, and even Sylvie seemed uncertain. But Oliver remembered the lessons he had learned. He closed his eyes and listened, not just with his ears, but with his heart. He could hear the faintest rustle of the wind through the leaves, the subtle calls of the forest creatures, and the steady rhythm of the nearby stream. With newfound clarity, Oliver suggested they work together, each using their unique strengths. Sylvie guided them with her memory of the forest paths. Lila flew overhead to spot the clearest way through, and Finn's nimble paws cleared the smaller branches. Oliver, inspired by their teamwork, used his creativity to weave a path through the larger obstacles. Bit by bit, they cleared the way, their friendship and cooperation turning the daunting task into a journey of growth and understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, they finally emerged into the familiar fields of their village. Oliver looked at the key once more, understanding its true magic. It had not opened a physical door, but had instead led him on a journey of the heart, teaching him the value of friendship, wisdom, and the simple wonders of the world around him. As he returned home, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace. He placed the key on his windowsill, where it caught the last rays of the setting sun, a reminder of the journey he had taken and the friends he had made along the way. And so, with the gentle rustle of the leaves and the soft whispers of the wind as his lullaby, Oliver drifted into a restful sleep, knowing that the true magic of the key lay not in an object, but in the discoveries it inspired within him. In the days that followed, Oliver continued to explore and learn, his heart open to the wonders of the world. And though the key remained on his windowsill, its warmth and wisdom stayed with him always, guiding him through life's adventures with kindness and curiosity. And so in the gentle embrace of night, with dreams woven from the threads of his journey, Oliver slept soundly, knowing he was exactly where he was meant to be. Story 4. In the heart of a sprawling emerald forest, where the golden sunlight trickled down through a canopy of leaves, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was mottled with greens and browns, perfectly camouflaging him in the underbrush. He moved with a deliberate grace, his footsteps soft on the forest floor, and his eyes held a depth of kindness that seemed to understand the world's secrets. Thistle's home was a cozy burrow nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree, and it was here that he spent his days, content in the solitude of nature's symphony. The chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves, and the distant melody of a babbling brook. One crisp morning, as Thistle was nibbling on tender shoots of clover, he heard an unfamiliar sound, a gentle humming that floated through the air like the whisper of a breeze. Curiosity piqued, Thistle followed the melody, his keen ears guiding him to a sun-dappled clearing where a creature unlike any he had seen before was perched upon a rock. This creature was a bird of vibrant hues, with feathers as blue as the clearest sky and a tail that shimmered like the aurora borealis. She was a bluebird named Aria, and her voice was as melodious as the song she sang. Aria had come from a distant land, carried by the winds on her delicate wings, in search of a place to call home. Thistle, shy yet intrigued, cleared his throat softly so as not to startle the newcomer. "Good morning," he greeted in his gentle, rumbling voice. Aria ceased her song, her eyes bright with surprise, and she nodded courteously to the tortoise. "Good morning to you," she replied, her voice as light as a feather. "I am Aria. I've traveled far, and I seem to have lost my way." Thistle's heart swelled with empathy. "You are welcome to stay here in our forest," he offered. "It may not be your intended destination, but it is a place full of peace and beauty." Aria fluffed her feathers, considering his offer, but she hesitated. Her world was one of flight and endless skies, while Thistle's was rooted in the earth. Could they truly find common ground? Days turned into weeks, and Aria decided to linger in the forest, her heart guided by an instinct she couldn't quite name. She and Thistle spent their days exploring the sunlit glades and whispering woods, each sharing stories of their homes. Thistle speaking of the forest's secrets, and Aria painting vivid pictures of her journeys across the sky. Despite their growing friendship, misunderstandings occasionally arose. Aria, quick to action and flight, often found Thistle's slow deliberation frustrating. "Why do you ponder so long, dear Thistle?" she would chirp impatiently, her wings fluttering with barely contained energy. Thistle would smile, patient as the earth itself. "In the stillness we find clarity, dear Arya," he would reply. "Sometimes slowing down allows us to see what is truly important." One afternoon, a fierce storm rolled in from the horizon, the sky bruised with dark clouds that grumbled ominously. Thunder cracked like a whip, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. Arya, unfamiliar with such fierce weather, panicked. Her wings were not suited for flying in the tempest. Thistle, sensing her fear, beckoned her close. "Come, Arya, shelter with me," he urged, leading her to his snug burrow beneath the oak. Together, they huddled close, the storm raging outside, but leaving them untouched in their sanctuary. In that quiet, shared space, Arya realized the depth of the bond they had formed. She had been so focused on her perceived differences from Thistle that she had overlooked the strength in his steady companionship. "Thank you, Thistle," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rain. "I am grateful for your patience and wisdom." "And I for your courage and song," Thistle replied with a gentle smile. "You have taught me to look beyond what I know." When the storm finally passed, the forest was left glistening with fresh rain, sunlight breaking through the clouds in shafts of golden light. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of damp earth and blooming life. From that day forward, Arya and Thistle's friendship blossomed, rooted in mutual respect and understanding. They complemented each other perfectly. Arya's vibrant spirit inspiring Thistle to embrace spontaneity, and Thistle's thoughtful nature teaching Arya the value of reflection. Together they faced the challenges of the forest, from gathering food to navigating the changes of seasons. When Arya missed the open skies, Thistle would accompany her to the highest hill, where she could spread her wings and feel the wind beneath her feathers. And when Thistle needed to retreat into himself, Arya would sit quietly beside him, her presence a comforting melody. Through it all, they discovered that true friendship transcends differences, building bridges between worlds once thought distant. In their companionship, they found a harmony that was as enduring as the forest itself, a gentle reminder that the heart knows no boundaries. And so, as the seasons turned and the sun set each evening, Thistle and Arya would settle down beneath the old oak tree, the stars twinkling above, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light in the vast, beautiful world they shared. Story 5. In the heart of a whispering forest, where ancient trees swayed like dancers in the gentle night breeze, there lay a small, enchanted village called Willowbrook. The village was nestled in a hollow where the air was always filled with the sweet scent of pine and blooming wildflowers. Each night, fireflies would twinkle like tiny stars, casting a soft, golden glow over cobblestone paths and quaint, thatched cottages. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Marin. Marin had a heart as open as the sky and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She loved the forest dearly, spending her days exploring its winding trails and listening to the stories the wind rustled through the leaves. But there was one part of the forest that intrigued her more than any other: the Glimmering Grove. The Glimmering Grove was a mysterious part of the forest, where the trees were said to be older than time itself, and the streams sang in melodious whispers. It was a place filled with the gentle magic of the earth, but it was also a place few dared to venture, for it was home to the elusive and wise whisper foxes, creatures of myth and legend. One cool, serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin decided she would visit the Glimmering Grove. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of honey bread and a flask of peppermint tea, her heart fluttering with excitement and a touch of trepidation. As she stepped into the grove, the world seemed to hold its breath. The air was cooler here, carrying the crisp scent of moss and the faintest hint of cinnamon from the bark of ancient trees. Marin walked carefully, her feet crunching softly on fallen leaves, her eyes wide with wonder at the shimmering light that danced around her. It wasn't long before she heard a soft, melodic voice singing a tune that seemed to come from the heart of the forest itself. Following the sound, she found herself in a small clearing, where a stream flowed with water, so clear it looked like liquid crystal under the moonlight. And there, sitting by the stream, was a creature like none she had ever seen. A whisper fox, its fur a silvery white with flecks of soft gold, was watching her with eyes that sparkled like sapphires. Its tail, bushy and grand, swayed gently, as if conducting an unseen orchestra. Marin felt a warmth in her chest, a sense of peace that came from the creature's presence. "Hello," Marin greeted softly, her voice barely louder than the whispering leaves. "I hope I haven't disturbed you." The whisper fox tilted its head slightly, a look of curiosity on its face. "Not at all," it replied, its voice a gentle, musical lilt that seemed to harmonize with the night. "Few come here with such an open heart. What brings you to the Glimmering Grove, young one?" "I wanted to see the magic for myself," Marin admitted, her cheeks warming. "I've always heard stories, but I wanted to understand it, to feel it." The whisper fox nodded slowly, as if considering her words. "Magic is not just something to see or touch. It is something to feel within your heart," it said. "Many who come seek it for power or curiosity, but the true magic lies in the harmony of the forest, the friendship between its creatures, and the wisdom shared freely." They sat together in companionable silence, the night wrapping around them like a warm, protective cloak. Marin shared her honey bread, and they sipped tea, the steam curling up into the night air like wisps of dreams. As the night deepened, the whisper fox shared stories of the forest, of how each tree had a song, how the stars guided lost travelers, and how the moon watched over the sleeping world with a gentle, tender gaze. Marin listened intently, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding and appreciation for the world around her. "I wish everyone could hear these stories," Marin said wistfully. "Perhaps they would learn to love and protect the forest as you do." The whisper fox smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "That is your gift, Marin, to share these stories, to bring understanding and peace. Remember, even a small voice can echo across great distances." As dawn began to paint the horizon with shades of pink and gold, Marin knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to the whisper fox, her heart full and her spirit light. The path back seemed shorter, the world around her more vibrant and alive. When she reached Willowbrook, the village was just awakening, the sun's first light casting long, golden beams across the sleepy rooftops. Marin felt a sense of belonging, a connection not just to her village, but to the wider world of the forest. From that day on, Marin became a storyteller, weaving tales of magic, wonder, and friendship. Her stories carried the wisdom of the whisper fox, teaching others to see the beauty in the small moments, to listen to the whispers of the world, and to cherish the bonds they shared with nature and each other. And so, Willowbrook thrived, nestled in the heart of the whispering forest, where the magic of the Glimmering Grove continued to touch the lives of all who opened their hearts to its gentle embrace. As years passed, Marin's stories became legends, and the village grew wise and kind, its people living in harmony with the magical world around them. And every night, as the village drifted into peaceful sleep, the whisper fox watched over them, a guardian of dreams and a keeper of ancient tales, ensuring that the magic of the forest would never be forgotten. Story 6. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets of old, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the fabric of the earth itself. This was a place where time seemed to linger, and the air was infused with a sense of magic that danced between the trees like flickering fireflies. The forest was a sanctuary, a realm of peace and wonder, where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony. As dawn broke over the horizon, a gentle mist clung to the forest floor, wrapping the world in a silvery embrace. The soft light of the morning sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the breeze. The leaves rustled lightly, whispering ancient stories of seasons past, while the scent of pine and damp earth rose to greet the new day. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted forest was a wise old owl named Orin. His feathers were the color of moonlit snow, and his eyes gleamed with the wisdom of countless generations. Orin had seen the forest through many cycles of growth and rest, and his heart beat in time with its rhythm. From his perch high in the branches of an ancient oak, he watched over the forest and its creatures with a benevolent gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed with hues of amber and gold, Orin noticed a change in the forest's usual harmony. The brook, which sang a gentle lullaby as it meandered through the woods, was now a mere whisper of its former self. The water's surface, usually alive with the dance of dragonflies, lay still and quiet. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something unknown. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and glided silently through the trees. The forest creatures looked up as he passed, their eyes filled with trust and curiosity. Orin's flight took him to the heart of the forest, to a secluded glen where the ancient cedar trees stood like sentinels. In the center of this glen was a pool of water, perfectly round and clear as a crystal mirror. Gathered around the pool were the elders of the forest. Bramble, the wise badger, whose burrows traced a labyrinth beneath the earth. Wren, the songbird, whose melodies carried the spirit of the forest skyward. And Mossy, the slow-moving tortoise, whose shell bore the marks of ages gone by. They had come together, as they had in years past, to seek the wisdom of the forest spirits and restore balance to their world. As Orin landed gracefully among them, Bramble spoke, his voice a low rumble that resonated with the ground. "The brook's song has faded," he said, "and with it the forest's heartbeat slows. We must find the cause and restore the flow before winter's chill takes hold." Wren fluttered her delicate wings, her bright eyes reflecting the concern of her companions. "Perhaps the spirits of the seasons might guide us," she suggested. "Their magic ties the weather to the forest, and they may know why the brook runs dry." Orin nodded, his eyes shimmering with understanding. "Then let us call upon the spirits and seek their counsel," he proposed. Together they performed the ancient ritual, a dance of harmony and balance, their movements in sync with the earth's pulse. As they circled the pool, a soft light began to shimmer upon its surface, growing brighter until it enveloped the glen in a warm, golden glow. The air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, even as autumn's chill lingered on the breeze. From the light emerged the spirits of the seasons. Spring, with her gown of fresh blossoms and laughter like a bubbling brook. Summer, whose presence radiated warmth and vitality. Autumn, draped in hues of russet and gold, her touch bringing the harvest. And winter, cloaked in a mantle of frost, her eyes as clear as the night sky. Spring stepped forward, her voice a melody that sang of renewal and growth. "The forest's balance is delicate, and even the smallest change can tip the scales," she said. "The brook's source has been blocked by the fallen branches of a great storm. It is this that we must clear to restore the flow." Summer, her voice rich like honey, added, "Together we must work to free the water's path. Each of us has a role to play, just as every creature has its place in the circle of life." Autumn nodded, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "We must act with care and respect, for the forest has given us much. It is our duty to protect and nurture it in return." Winter's voice was a gentle whisper, carrying the wisdom of ages. "There is a lesson here for all, that harmony is not achieved through force, but through understanding and cooperation." With the guidance of the spirits, Orin and his companions set to work. Bramble used his strength to move the heavy branches, creating a path for the water to flow once more. Wren flew to gather the other creatures of the forest, each lending their aid in whatever way they could. Mossy, with his slow and steady pace, ensured that the task was completed with care and precision. As the last branch was cleared, the brook's song returned, a joyous melody that filled the forest with life. The water sparkled in the sunlight, reflecting the colors of the changing leaves. The creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate, their hearts light with the knowledge that balance had been restored. The spirits of the seasons watched with quiet satisfaction, knowing that their guidance had helped to preserve the harmony of the forest. As they prepared to return to their realms, Winter spoke one last time. "Remember, dear friends, that the wisdom of the forest is in its unity. Each of you is a part of this great tapestry, and together you create a world of beauty and peace." With those words, the spirits faded into the light, leaving the forest in a golden glow that lingered long after they had gone. As evening fell, the forest settled into a serene quiet, the gentle murmur of the brook, a lullaby that carried the promise of dreams. Orin returned to his perch in the ancient oak, his heart full of gratitude and hope. He knew that the forest would remain a sanctuary, a place where magic and reality intertwined, as long as its inhabitants remembered the lessons of the seasons. And so the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring balance of nature. Story 7. In a forest older than time itself, where the whispering trees stood tall and proud, there lived a symphony of creatures who thrived in the balance of nature's grand design. The forest was a world unto itself, a place where the rustling leaves sang songs of ancient wisdom, and the brook's gentle murmur told tales of yore. Here, the air was perpetually tinged with the sweet scent of pine and the rich earthiness of moss, and a gentle mist often floated like a gossamer veil over the emerald canopy. The heart of the forest was home to a wise old tortoise named Porthos, whose shell was etched with lines like a map of the world. Porthos had seen countless seasons pass, each leaving its mark upon him like rings within a mighty oak. His eyes, dark and knowing, held the secrets of the forest, passed down through generations from the time when the world was young. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves fluttered like delicate whispers from the trees, Porthos awoke to a disturbance in the harmonious rhythm of the forest. The songbirds, usually chirping their dawn chorus, were silent, and the soft rustle of the leaves seemed to carry a note of unease. As Porthos made his slow and steady way to the forest council, a gathering of creatures held at the base of an ancient oak, he noticed a gathering of the forest's inhabitants. There were the nimble-footed deer, their eyes wide with concern, and the wise old owl, perched solemnly on a low branch, feathers ruffled in contemplation. The air hummed with the quiet chatter of squirrels and the gentle coo of doves, all wondering what had unsettled their peaceful home. "Friends," began Porthos, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to calm the very breeze, "what troubles this morning that even the winds hold their breath?" The owl, who had seen many a moonlit night, spoke first. "The balance has been disturbed," she hooted softly, her eyes like twin moons reflecting the concerns of the forest. "The autumn winds, which should carry the seeds of new life, are stilled, and the waters that should flow freely are sluggish and heavy." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly. It was true. The forest had felt different, as if a shadow had passed over its heart. A young fox, his coat a vibrant blaze against the muted colors of autumn, stepped forward. "I've noticed the trees whispering of a frost that comes too early," he said. "Their roots feel the chill, and the leaves tremble with fear." Porthos nodded slowly, feeling the truth in the fox's words. "This is a matter that must be resolved with care and wisdom," he said. "We must find the source of this imbalance and restore harmony before the forest loses its voice." The creatures of the forest agreed, and it was decided that a journey must be undertaken to the heart of the disturbance. Porthos, with his steady wisdom, would lead, accompanied by the fox for his sharp senses and the owl for her knowledge of the skies. As they set forth, the forest watched and waited, the trees bending slightly in a gesture of farewell. The path led them deeper into the woods, where the sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The scent of damp earth and the crispness of fallen leaves underfoot accompanied their journey, a reminder of the ever-turning wheel of the seasons. As the day waned and the shadows grew longer, the travelers reached a glen where the air was thick with an unnatural chill. Here, the leaves were frostbitten, their once vibrant colors dulled to a ghostly gray. In the center of the glen lay a crystal orb, pulsating with a cold, pale light. It was this orb, they realized, that had cast the unwelcome frost over the forest. The fox, with his keen eyes, noticed an inscription on the orb's surface. "It speaks of an ancient spell, one that controls the seasons," he whispered, brushing the frost from the letters with his paw. The owl, perched nearby, peered closely. "This spell was meant to be used in times of great need, to hasten the winter when the world grew too warm," she observed. "But it has been awoken too soon, and its power has gone unchecked." Porthos, understanding the gravity of their task, spoke with deliberate calm. "We must find a way to return the orb to its slumber, to restore the natural flow of the seasons." Together, they pondered the problem, each drawing upon their strengths. The owl suggested that a song might soothe the restless magic, a melody that echoed the natural cycle of life and death, warmth and cold. The fox proposed using the warmth of their collective spirit to thaw the frost, a gesture of unity and friendship. And so, as the first stars began to twinkle in the dusky sky, they gathered around the orb. The owl began to hum, her voice a low and melodic tune that spoke of the turning of the earth and the gentle passage of time. The fox, his eyes closed in concentration, imagined the warmth of a summer sun, the joy of bounding through fields of wildflowers. Porthos, with a deep and resonant voice, recited the stories of the forest, tales of balance and harmony that had been passed down through the ages. His words wove through the owl's song and the fox's warmth, creating a tapestry of sound and spirit that enveloped the orb. Slowly, the cold light began to dim, replaced by a gentle glow that pulsed in time with the heartbeats of the forest's guardians. The frost receded, and the leaves regained their vibrant autumn hues, shimmering like jewels in the moonlight. With a final grateful sigh, the orb settled into stillness, its magic once more at rest. The chill in the air lifted, replaced by the familiar, comforting embrace of the forest. Their task complete, Porthos, the fox, and the owl began their journey back, the path now illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the trees. As they walked, the forest sang its song of gratitude, the leaves rustling in harmonious applause. When they returned to the ancient oak, the forest's inhabitants greeted them with joyous hearts. The balance had been restored, and the harmony that held their world together was renewed. Porthos, with a gentle smile, addressed his friends. "We have learned today that even the oldest wisdom can be tested, and that it is through unity and understanding that we find our strength." The forest, in all its vibrant life, nodded in agreement, and as the night deepened, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits at peace. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the balance was preserved, and the whispering trees, touched by the timeless wisdom of the earth, continued to sing their song, a lullaby for a world forever in harmony. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunbeams danced whimsically through the dense canopy, there lay a small, secretive glade. This glade was known to the creatures of the forest as the Grove of Whispers. Here, the air was perpetually filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of a nearby brook, its waters clear and cool, winding lazily through banks embroidered with moss and tiny wildflowers. The forest was a tapestry of life, woven with the vibrant hues of emerald leaves, the deep browns of the earth, and the dappled gold of sunlight filtering through the trees. In this enchanted place, every creature played a role, from the industrious ants that tunneled beneath the soil to the majestic deer that roamed the shaded paths. They all lived in harmony, guided by a deep-rooted understanding that balance was the key to their survival. At the center of the Grove of Whispers stood a grand oak tree, its branches wide and welcoming, its roots deep and wise. This oak was ancient, its bark etched with the stories of the forest's past. It was said that the tree held the memories of the forest, and that those who listened closely could hear the wisdom of ages carried on the breeze. The creatures of the forest revered the old oak, gathering beneath its sprawling limbs when they sought counsel or comfort. It was here that a wise old owl named Marlowe resided. Marlowe had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that gleamed like polished amber. She was known for her gentle demeanor and her vast knowledge of the forest's secrets. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves and the promise of winter, a young squirrel named Finn approached the oak. His fur was a soft gray, and his eyes were bright with curiosity and determination. Finn had been troubled by changes he had noticed in the forest. The streams seemed less lively, and the winds carried whispers of unease. Marlowe, perched on one of the oak's lower branches, greeted Finn with a warm, hooting welcome. "What brings you to the Grove of Whispers today, young Finn?" she inquired, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Finn twitched his whiskers nervously before speaking. "Wise Marlowe, I have noticed that the forest is not as it should be. The streams are not as full, and the wind carries a strange chill. I fear that something is amiss." Marlowe nodded slowly, her feathers ruffling slightly in the cool breeze. "You are perceptive, dear Finn. The balance of our forest is indeed shifting. It is the cycle of the seasons, but there is more at play. We must understand what causes this shift." With a gentle flap of her wings, Marlowe gestured towards the forest. "There are ancient forces that guide the seasons, weaving magic with the changing weather. To understand, you must seek the counsel of the guardians of each season, those who hold the wisdom of sun, rain, and frost." Finn listened intently, his heart filled with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. But how will I find these guardians? He asked. The first guardian you must seek is Solara, the spirit of the sun, Marlowe explained. She resides where the sunlight is most abundant, in the meadows beyond the forest. She will guide you to the others. With a grateful nod, Finn set off on his journey, his small paws pattering softly against the earth. As he ventured through the forest, he marveled at the beauty around him, the vibrant reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the earthy scent of the soil, and the cheerful chatter of birds overhead. In time, he emerged from the dense woods into a sun-drenched meadow. The grass was tall and golden, swaying gently in the breeze. In the center of the meadow, surrounded by a halo of sunlight, stood Solara. She was a radiant figure with a crown of golden rays, her presence warm and inviting. "Welcome, little squirrel," Solara greeted him with a voice as bright as day. "Marlowe has sent you, I see. What troubles you?" Finn explained the changes he had observed in the forest, and Solara listened with deep understanding. "The sun's warmth is but one part of the cycle," she explained. "To restore balance, you must also speak with Pluvia, the spirit of rain, who dwells by the great waterfall, and Boreas, the spirit of frost, who lingers at the mountain's peak." Thanking Solara for her guidance, Finn continued on his quest. The path to the waterfall was lush and verdant, filled with the musical trill of crickets and the distant rumble of cascading water. As he approached, the air grew cooler, and a gentle mist clung to his fur. There, beside the waterfall, he found Pluvia, a graceful figure cloaked in a shimmering veil of raindrops. Her presence was soothing, like the gentle patter of rain on leaves. "You seek understanding, young one?" Pluvia inquired, her voice a gentle drizzle of sound. "The rains have been sparse, for our dance with the sun is delicate. To mend the balance, you must learn from Boreas, who governs the chill of winter." With a nod of determination, Finn pressed onward, climbing the steep path towards the mountain's peak. The air grew crisp and thin, and the ground beneath his paws was dusted with the first hint of snow. The world was silent and serene, wrapped in a blanket of white. At the summit, he found Boreas, a majestic figure wrapped in a cloak of frost and snow. His presence was regal, his eyes as clear and sharp as icicles. "You have come far, little one," Boreas acknowledged, his voice a whisper carried by the wind. "The frost is necessary to usher in new beginnings, but remember, it is the balance that sustains us all." With the wisdom of the three guardians, Finn began his journey back to the Grove of Whispers. He carried with him a new understanding of the delicate balance that governed the forest. As he returned, the forest seemed to welcome him, the leaves whispering a melody of gratitude, the brook bubbling with renewed vigor. Marlowe awaited him at the ancient oak, her eyes filled with pride. "You have done well, Finn," she said softly. "You have learned the importance of harmony and the wisdom of the seasons." Finn nodded, his heart light and content. "Thank you, Marlowe. I understand now that every part of the forest must work together to maintain balance." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the creatures of the forest gathered beneath the grand oak. Together, they celebrated the beauty of their home, the unity that held them together, and the promise of new seasons to come. And as the stars twinkled above, casting a gentle glow over the Grove of Whispers, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of nature's eternal harmony. Story 9. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering forests and babbling brooks, there was a quaint little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof. In this cottage lived a gentle soul named Clara, known for her kind heart and love of nature. The cottage's garden was a symphony of colors, with flowers that danced in the breeze and herbs that scented the air with their earthy fragrance. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves carpeted the ground, Clara set out to gather herbs for her evening tea. Her wicker basket swung gently at her side as she wandered along the familiar path. The sun filtered through the trees, casting dapples of light that danced upon the forest floor. As she reached down to pluck some thyme, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, Clara cleared away the fallen leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved silver key. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal glow, and a gentle warmth pulsed from within it, as if it held a heartbeat of its own. Intrigued by this unexpected find, Clara slipped the key into her pocket and continued her walk, her mind alight with wonder. That evening, as a gentle rain pattered against the window panes and a fire crackled in the hearth, Clara examined the key more closely. She noticed faint engravings along its shaft, tiny symbols that hinted at something ancient and mysterious. She felt a tug at her heart, a feeling that this key was meant for her and her alone. Determined to uncover the key's secrets, Clara decided to visit the village's wise elder, a gentle old man named Eamon, who lived in a cozy nook at the edge of the forest. Eamon was known for his vast knowledge of the village's history and the many tales that surrounded it. Wrapped in a warm cloak, Clara set out the next morning, her heart filled with anticipation. The path to Eamon's home wound through the forest, where the air was cool and crisp, and the sound of the river's gentle flow accompanied her steps. As she approached, she could see smoke curling from the chimney, a sign of the welcome warmth that awaited her. Eamon greeted Clara with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many years. "What brings you to my door on this fine day, dear Clara?" he asked, inviting her to sit by the fire. Clara showed him the key, explaining how she had found it and the strange feelings it invoked. Eamon examined the key with keen interest, his fingers tracing the engravings. "Ah, this is no ordinary key," he mused softly. "It is said that such keys are part of a forgotten magic, a bridge between the seen and unseen." Eamon leaned back in his chair, his gaze thoughtful. Long ago, Willowbrook was home to the guardians of harmony, gentle beings who tended the balance between nature's elements. Each guardian was entrusted with a key, like this one, which could unlock the hidden potential within all things. Clara listened intently, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "But what does it open?" she asked, her voice a gentle whisper. Eamon chuckled softly. "That, my dear, is for you to discover. The key's purpose will reveal itself in time, guided by your heart's wisdom." With Eamon's words echoing in her mind, Clara thanked him and made her way back home, the key now feeling like a dear companion in her pocket. She understood that her journey of discovery had only just begun, guided by the whispers of the forest and the gentle stirrings of her heart. As days turned into weeks, Clara spent her time attuning herself to the rhythms of nature. She wandered through the woods, listened to the songs of the birds, and watched the dance of the leaves. Each day she felt more connected to the world around her, as if the key had awakened something deep within. One moonlit night, as Clara sat by the river's edge, the key began to glow with a soft, silvery light. Entranced, she held it up, and the key seemed to point toward a hidden path, one that she had never noticed before. Taking a deep breath, Clara followed its lead, her steps guided by the gentle light. The path wound deeper into the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the sound of rustling leaves. Clara felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its embrace. At the path's end, she found a small, secluded glen bathed in moonlight, where a stone altar stood, ancient and weathered. With her heart full of quiet certainty, Clara approached the altar. She placed the key upon it, and to her amazement, it began to shimmer and hum, resonating with a gentle power. The air around her seemed to shift, and from the shadows emerged three ethereal figures, their forms delicate and light as the morning mist. "We are the guardians of harmony," they whispered, their voices blending like a gentle breeze. "You have awakened us, dear Clara, with your kindness and wisdom." Clara gazed at them, her heart swelling with awe. "What is it that I must do?" she asked, her voice steady yet soft. The guardians smiled, their presence warm and comforting. "There is an imbalance in the world, a forgetting of the harmony that binds us all. It is your task to remind others of this truth, to share the magic of connection and understanding." Clara nodded, understanding that her journey was one of gentle influence, not grand gestures. She felt the weight of the key in her hand, now cool and still. "I will do my best," she promised, her voice filled with quiet determination. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of rose and gold, the guardians faded back into the shadows, leaving Clara alone in the glen. She felt a sense of calm and purpose settle over her, knowing that she had been given a gift beyond measure. With the key now a part of her, Clara returned to Willowbrook, where she began to share her newfound wisdom with those around her. She taught the villagers to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the beauty in the smallest of things, and to cherish the connections that bound them to each other and the world. Over time, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people living in harmony with nature and each other. Clara's gentle influence spread far and wide, like ripples on a pond, teaching others the magic of kindness and understanding. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Clara's story became a beloved tale, whispered around hearths on cold winter nights and shared under the stars on warm summer evenings. Her journey had shown that true magic lay not in grandiose displays, but in the quiet strength of a kind heart and the wisdom to see the beauty in all things. In the end, the key was not just a key to open doors, but a key to open hearts, and in doing so it unlocked a world of wonder and harmony for all who listened to its gentle song. And in the village of Willowbrook, the gentle spirit of Clara lived on, a beacon of light and love for generations to come. Story 10. Once upon a time, nestled within the serene embrace of the whispering woods, there was a quaint little village named Moonbrook. The village was known for its cobblestone paths and cozy cottages, whose roofs sloped like gentle hills. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of lavender and the distant murmur of the babbling brook that traced its way through the heart of the village. In this charming village lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as warm as a summer's day and eyes that twinkled like stars in the night sky. She loved the woods, its secrets, and the gentle creatures that called it home. Her favorite pastime was wandering through the forest, listening to the stories whispered by the rustling leaves and the songs sung by the breeze. One afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Lila set out on one of her usual walks. The path was lined with wildflowers, their petals soft and vibrant, swaying gently with each caress of the evening wind. Lila hummed a sweet tune as she walked, her footsteps light on the mossy ground. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon an old oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. It was a tree she had never noticed before, despite her many explorations. Curiously, she approached it, feeling an inexplicable pull towards its ancient presence. As she laid her hand on the rough bark, she heard a soft, melodic voice. "Hello, dear one," the voice murmured, as soft as a lullaby. Startled but not frightened, Lila looked around, her eyes scanning the forest for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is I, the spirit of this old oak," the voice replied, a gentle chuckle woven into its words. "I have watched over this forest for many centuries." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. She had always believed the woods were magical, but she never imagined she would speak to a tree. "What brings you to speak to me?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "I have seen your kindness, child. You tread softly and treat the forest with respect. I wish to share a secret with you, one that may guide you on your path." Intrigued, Lila leaned in closer, her heart fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. "A secret? What kind of secret?" The oak tree's spirit paused, the air around them growing still and expectant. "Beyond the grove where the moonlight falls, there lies an enchanted glade. It is a place where time dances to the rhythm of the stars, and those who enter with pure hearts may discover their own inner magic." Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "How do I find this glade?" she asked, her voice a breathless whisper. "Follow the path that glows under the moon's gentle gaze," the spirit instructed. "It will lead you to the glade. But remember, child, the greatest magic lies not in the glade itself, but within you." With those words, the voice faded, leaving Lila in a serene silence. She thanked the oak tree and promised to cherish the wisdom it shared. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, Lila made her way home, her heart alight with anticipation for the journey ahead. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, Lila quietly slipped out of her home. The village was hushed, wrapped in the warm embrace of sleep. She followed the path that wound its way through the woods, her steps guided by the moonlight that danced upon the leaves. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her forward. Soon, the path opened up to a clearing bathed in ethereal light, the enchanted glade. In the center of the glade, a shimmering pool reflected the starlit sky. Lila approached it cautiously, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes full of wonder. As she knelt by the water's edge, she noticed a small creature stirring, a tiny, luminescent fox with fur like spun moonlight. The fox looked up at her with wise, gentle eyes. "Greetings, young traveler," it said in a voice as soft as the evening breeze. "I am Celeste, guardian of the glade. What brings you here on this moonlit night?" Lila smiled, feeling an instant connection with the fox. "I was guided here by the spirit of the old oak." It spoke of magic and discovery. Celeste nodded, her eyes twinkling. "Indeed, this glade holds many wonders, but the true magic lies in your heart. What is it you seek, dear one?" Lila pondered the question, her heart swelling with a quiet determination. "I wish to understand my place in the world, to find my own light and share it with others." The fox nodded approvingly. "That is a noble wish. To find your light, you must look within and embrace who you are. The journey may not always be easy, but remember, you are never alone." With those words, Celeste touched her nose to Lila's hand, and a warm, comforting glow enveloped her. Lila felt a surge of peace and a newfound strength blossoming within her. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she had the wisdom and courage to face them. As the first light of dawn began to color the sky, Lila and Celeste shared a moment of quiet companionship. The forest was waking, birdsong filling the air with a gentle symphony. Lila knew it was time to return to her village, her heart forever changed by the night's adventure. "Thank you, Celeste," she said softly, her voice filled with gratitude. "I will carry your words with me always." The fox nodded, her eyes warm and knowing. "May your light shine brightly, dear Lila." With a final farewell, Lila turned to leave the glade, the path home illuminated by the first rays of the rising sun. As she walked back to Moonbrook, she felt a deep sense of belonging, her heart aglow with the promise of new beginnings. From that day on, Lila embraced her light, sharing her kindness and wisdom with all who crossed her path. The village thrived under her gentle guidance, and Moonbrook became a place where dreams were nurtured and friendships blossomed like the wildflowers that lined its paths. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods, Lila discovered her magic and her place in the world, her heart forever entwined with the gentle spirit of the forest. As the stars twinkled above, the village of Moonbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, the whisper of the woods singing a lullaby of comfort and hope. And Lila's story, like the light of the moon, continued to shine, a beacon of warmth and love for all who dreamed beneath the starlit sky. As the night deepened, the gentle sounds of the forest lulled Moonbrook into a peaceful sleep. The leaves rustled softly, sharing secrets with the night breeze, while the brook murmured its timeless song. Lila, nestled in her bed, felt the warmth of the fire's glow, its flickering light dancing across the walls of her room. Her heart was light and content, filled with the magic of the night's adventure and the newfound understanding of her own strength. The wisdom shared by the old oak and the guardian fox lingered in her thoughts like a comforting embrace, reminding her of the beauty and wonder of the world around her. In the days that followed, Lila continued to explore the depths of the whispering woods, her steps guided by the lessons she had learned. She discovered hidden groves and sparkling streams, each corner of the forest offering new mysteries to unravel. She made friends with the woodland creatures, who delighted in her gentle presence and shared their own tales of wonder. The villagers of Moonbrook noticed the change in Lila, her vibrant spirit shining brighter than ever before. They sought her guidance, drawn to her wisdom and kindness. Lila welcomed them with open arms, sharing her light and helping them find their own paths through the challenges of life. As the seasons turned, Moonbrook flourished, its people united by the bonds of friendship and the shared magic of the forest. The village became a place of joy and harmony, where laughter echoed through the streets and dreams took root in the fertile ground of hope. Lila's heart swelled with happiness, her spirit intertwined with the natural world and the love of her community. She knew that the greatest treasures in life were not found in riches or possessions, but in the connections forged through kindness and understanding. As the years passed, Lila's story became a cherished legend in Moonbrook, a tale passed down through generations. The villagers spoke of the young girl who had discovered the magic within herself and shared it with the world, her light a beacon of inspiration for all who followed in her footsteps. And so, in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Lila's legacy endured, a testament to the power of love, friendship, and the beauty of the natural world. Her spirit danced among the leaves and the stars, a guiding light for all who wandered beneath the moonlit sky. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the village, the people of Moonbrook drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the enduring magic of the woods. And Lila's story, like a gentle lullaby, continued to weave its way through the hearts of all who listened, a comforting reminder of the wonder that lay within and the light that shone brightly in each and every soul. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a village nestled within the gentle embrace of a lush, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village was a place where the seasons danced gracefully with time, and the people lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. The air always carried the sweet scent of wildflowers, and birds sang melodious tunes that intertwined with the rustling leaves. Lila was known throughout the village for her kind heart and gentle spirit. Her eyes, the color of the sky at dawn, reflected her curiosity about the world around her. However, Lila had always struggled with change, finding comfort in the familiar routines of her daily life. She found the prospect of the unknown unsettling, like the first chill of autumn that signals the end of summer's warmth. One early morning, as the first rays of sunlight painted the forest in shades of gold, Lila decided to visit the ancient oak that stood at the edge of the village. This tree was said to be enchanted, a sentinel of time that had witnessed the lives and stories of generations. Legends whispered that those who sought its wisdom would find themselves on a journey of transformation. As Lila approached the oak, she noticed something unusual. A shimmering mist encircled the tree, and within its ethereal glow, tiny lights danced like stars brought to earth. Mesmerized, Lila stepped closer, her heart fluttering like a bird's wings. She reached out to touch the bark, rough and warm beneath her fingers, and suddenly the world shifted around her. The forest seemed to breathe, and the air was filled with a soft, melodious hum. From the heart of the oak emerged a small, glowing creature, a spirit of the forest. It was a wisp of light with delicate wings that sparkled like dew in the morning sun. Its voice was as gentle as the breeze. "Fear not, dear Lila," it said, "for I am here to guide you." Lila felt a sense of calm wash over her as the spirit continued. Change is a dance of life, ever present and inevitable. It is through change that we grow and discover the depths of our own hearts. The spirit's words resonated within Lila, like the first notes of a familiar song. The spirit extended a tiny, luminescent hand, inviting Lila to follow. Together, they wandered deeper into the forest, the path illuminated by the spirit's soft glow. As they walked, the forest transformed before Lila's eyes. Trees swayed gracefully, their leaves whispering secrets, and flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their fragrances weaving a tapestry of comfort and promise. Along their journey, they encountered other forest spirits, each embodying the essence of change. A stream spirit, whose waters flowed endlessly, taught Lila about the beauty of letting go and moving forward. "Just as the water carves new paths, so too can you," it whispered. A gentle breeze spirit danced around her, its laughter like tinkling bells. It spoke of the joy in embracing the winds of change, how they could carry her to places she never imagined. "Trust in the currents of life," it said, "for they will guide you to where you are meant to be." Through these encounters, Lila began to understand that change was not something to fear, but a gift to embrace. She learned that within every ending lay the seed of a new beginning, and that transformation was a journey of discovering the strength and beauty within herself. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila and the spirit returned to the ancient oak. The forest, now familiar and comforting, seemed to hum with approval. The spirit, glowing with a gentle radiance, spoke once more. "Remember, dear Lila, the magic of transformation is within you. It is your courage and heart that will light your path." With a heart full of newfound wisdom and a spirit ready to embrace the unknown, Lila thanked the spirit and returned to the village. The world around her had not changed, but she had. The familiar routines now held the promise of discovery, each day a canvas waiting to be painted with new experiences. From that day forward, Lyra carried the lessons of the forest within her heart. She learned to welcome change as a friend, finding beauty in the unfolding of life's many paths. And as she walked through the village, her eyes shone with the light of someone who had discovered the magic within themselves. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest, where the seasons continued their dance, Lyra found her own rhythm, forever transformed by the journey of personal growth and the enchanting magic of change. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there stood an ancient oak tree known to the woodland creatures as the elder oak. It was said that this wise old tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons and held within its sturdy frame the secrets of the forest. As the autumn leaves began to paint the forest in hues of gold and crimson, the elder oak's branches swayed gently in the crisp breeze, humming a tune only the forest could understand. Nestled at the roots of this grand tree lived a small, curious squirrel named Pip. Pip had fur as soft as the autumn fog and eyes that twinkled with the mischief of 1,000 stars. Pip loved nothing more than exploring the forest, scampering up and down the trees, and discovering the little wonders that each day unfurled. One crisp morning, as the sun peeked through the canopy, casting dappled light upon the forest floor, Pip found something rather unusual. Amidst the fallen leaves lay a small, round stone that shimmered with an iridescent glow. It was unlike any stone Pip had ever seen, and as he touched it, a gentle warmth spread through his tiny paws, like the comfort of a cozy blanket on a chilly night. Intrigued, Pip decided to take the stone to the elder oak, who always seemed to know the answer to everything. As he bounded over roots and under low-hanging branches, he marveled at how the forest seemed even more alive than usual. The songs of the birds were sweeter, and the rustle of the leaves spoke in a language Pip almost understood. Reaching the base of the elder oak, Pip sat the stone gently upon a soft bed of moss. "Great elder oak," he chirped, his voice filled with wonder, "I found this peculiar stone today. It feels magical." The elder oak's branches creaked and swayed as if stretching after a long nap. "Ah, Pip," the tree's voice rumbled softly, echoing through the forest like the gentle roll of distant thunder. "You have discovered the Heartstone. It is a rare and wondrous thing indeed. It holds the power of the forest's magic, a magic that thrives on kindness and friendship." Pip's eyes widened with excitement. "What should I do with it?" he asked eagerly, his bushy tail twitching in anticipation. "To unlock its magic," the elder oak advised, "you must first share its warmth with another. Seek out a friend, old or new, and let the magic of the Heartstone guide you both." With a nod of understanding, Pip tucked the Heartstone carefully into his satchel and set off into the forest, his heart light with the promise of adventure. As he journeyed deeper into the woods, the path before him twisted and turned, leading him to places he had never explored. After what seemed like hours, Pip arrived at a sunlit glade where a small, timid deer named Luna was grazing. Luna was known to be shy, often keeping to herself at the forest's edge, where the shadows were long and the air was filled with the scent of pine. Gathering his courage, Pip approached Luna, the Heartstone warm against his side. "Hello, Luna," he called gently, not wanting to startle her. "I found something special, and I think it wants to be shared with you." Luna lifted her delicate head, her dew eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. "What is it, Pip?" she asked softly, stepping closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. Pip revealed the Heartstone, its surface catching the light and casting a gentle glow between them. "This is the Heartstone," he explained. "The elder oak said it holds the magic of the forest, and it can only be unlocked through friendship." Luna gazed at the stone, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's beautiful," she whispered, reaching out with her nose to nudge the stone. As she did, a warmth much like a sunbeam on a cold morning spread through her, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. Together, Pip and Luna sat in the glade, the Heartstone nestled between them. As they shared stories of their adventures and dreams, the forest around them seemed to come alive in a dance of colors and sounds. The trees swayed in rhythm with their laughter, and the brook nearby sang a sweet lullaby. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Pip and Luna felt a change in the air. The Heartstone shimmered brightly, and from it emerged a soft, gentle light that enveloped them both. In that moment, they understood the true magic of the Heartstone. It was not just in the stone itself, but in the connection it fostered between friends. The magic of the Heartstone spread through the forest, touching every creature and plant, reminding them all of the strength found in unity and friendship. The forest once again was at peace, its magic renewed and thriving. As the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Pip and Luna made their way back to the elder oak, where they nestled together at its roots. The gentle rustle of the leaves above sang them to sleep, and they drifted off with hearts full of warmth and gratitude. From that day forward, Pip and Luna became inseparable friends, exploring the wonders of the forest together and sharing their newfound magic with all who crossed their path. And so the Heartstone's legacy continued, a testament to the power of friendship and the gentle magic that lies within every heart. And in the quiet of the night, as the forest settled into slumber, the elder oak watched over them, its branches whispering secrets of the woods to the wind, ensuring that peace and friendship would always endure. Story 13. In the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the whispering leaves spun tales of old, a small cottage stood nestled among the towering trees. The cottage was made of warm, honey-colored wood, and its roof was thatched with golden straw, glistening like sunbeams caught in a gentle breeze. A thin tendril of smoke curled lazily from the chimney, carrying with it the comforting scent of cedar and sage. Inside this cozy dwelling lived a kind-hearted girl named Leora. She was gentle and wise beyond her years, with eyes the color of a twilight sky and hair like the rich, dark earth. Every morning, Leora would step outside to greet the forest, her soft footsteps barely disturbing the dew-kissed moss that blanketed the ground. Her days were spent tending to the garden, where she grew the most vibrant wildflowers and the sweetest of herbs. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and russet, Leora noticed something unusual. A small, shimmering figure lay nestled beneath the sprawling boughs of an ancient oak. As she approached, the figure revealed itself to be a tiny, winged creature, no bigger than her hand. Its wings sparkled like the surface of a moonlit lake, and its eyes, though weary, gleamed with a gentle kindness. "Oh, what a wondrous sight!" Leora whispered, crouching down to get a closer look. "Are you hurt, little one?" The creature unfurled its wings slightly, a soft, musical voice whispering, "I am a Spriggan, guardian of this forest. I have flown too far and grown weary. Might you offer me some shelter and rest?" Leora's heart swelled with compassion. "Of course, dear Spriggan. My home is yours for as long as you need." Carefully she gathered the tiny being in her hands and carried it inside, placing it gently upon a bed of soft moss near the hearth. As the days passed, Leora and the Spriggan, whom she named Sylvan, became fast friends. Sylvan shared tales of the forest's hidden wonders and taught Leora to listen to the language of the trees and the songs of the winds. In return, Leora nurtured Sylvan back to health with herbal infusions and the warmth of companionship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Sylvan spoke with a note of urgency. "Dear Leora, the forest whispers of a great disturbance. The heart of the woods, the enchanted glade, is in peril. Its magic is fading, and if it is not restored, the forest will wither." Leora felt a shiver run through her. "What can we do to help, Sylvan?" "The glade's magic is tied to a crystal hidden deep within. It has been clouded by shadows, and only the pure light of friendship can cleanse it," Sylvan explained. "Will you journey with me to restore it?" Without hesitation, Leora nodded. "We mustn't delay. Let us go at once." Guided by Sylvan's soft glow, Leora ventured into the depths of the forest, where the trees grew tall and close, their branches whispering secrets of ancient times. The path was lit by the silver glow of the moon, casting gentle shadows that danced across the forest floor. As they traveled, they encountered creatures of the forest, deer with antlers like branches, foxes with coats of fiery red, and owls with eyes like polished amber. Each offered guidance and encouragement, their voices a harmonious melody that filled the air with hope. Finally, they reached the enchanted glade, a sacred circle ringed by towering oaks, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal light. At the center stood the crystal, once radiant, now dimmed and veiled in shadow. Leora approached the crystal, feeling its sadness echo in her heart. How can friendship's light restore this, Sylvan? Sylvan hovered beside her, soft its wings a gentle hum. Place your hand upon it, and think of all the kindness and love you've shared. Let it guide your heart. With a deep breath, Leora placed her hand upon the crystal's cool surface, closing her eyes. She thought of her time with Sylvan, the laughter they shared, the warmth of their friendship, and the love that grew between them. A soft light began to emanate from her heart, weaving through the shadows, illuminating the crystal with a warm, golden glow. As the light spread, the shadows dissolved, and the crystal began to pulse with renewed energy. The glade responded in kind, its magic blossoming like spring flowers, vibrant and full of life. The forest sighed in relief, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves in gratitude. Sylvan's eyes shone with joy. You have done it, Leora. The glade is restored, and with it, the heart of the forest. Leora smiled, her spirit light with the joy of their success. We did it together, Sylvan. Our friendship is the true magic. With the forest's magic restored, Leora and Sylvan returned to the cottage, the night wrapping them in its gentle embrace. As they settled beside the warm glow of the hearth, Sylvan nestled into the mossy bed with a contented sigh. Thank you, dear friend, Sylvan murmured, its voice a soft lullaby. I shall stay with you a while longer, if you'll have me. Leora nodded, her heart full of warmth and peace. I would like nothing more. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle rustle of the forest, Leora and Sylvan drifted into a restful sleep, knowing that the bonds of friendship could light even the darkest of shadows, and that their journey together was just beginning. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the cottage, the forest around them hummed with life, a testament to the gentle magic of friendship and the wonders waiting to be discovered in the heart of nature. Story 14. Under the twilight canopy of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the stars, lived a young hedgehog named Bramble. His quills were a soft, earthy brown, tipped with the faintest hint of gold, catching the dappled moonlight as he scuttled through the underbrush. Bramble was known for his gentle heart and curious nature, always eager to explore the mysteries that flitted like shadows between the trees. One crisp autumn evening, as the forest prepared to tuck itself into the embrace of winter, Bramble set out on one of his twilight rambles. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves, a rich tapestry of reds and golds carpeting the forest floor. As he waddled along, the leaves rustled beneath him like a whisper, and he could hear the distant call of an owl echoing through the canopy. Tonight, however, there was something different in the air, a hint of something magical, something wondrous. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for a secret to be revealed. Bramble's little heart quickened with excitement as he followed a narrow, winding path, barely visible beneath the fallen leaves. The path led him to a hidden glade, bathed in soft moonlight, where stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. Nestled within the roots of this venerable tree was a small, shimmering pool, its waters reflecting the silvery light above. Bramble approached the pool, mesmerized by its glow. As he peered into the water, he noticed something extraordinary, a flickering light, dancing just beneath the surface. It was a tiny, luminescent creature, no larger than a pebble, with delicate wings like those of a dragonfly. Bramble had never seen anything like it. "Hello there," Bramble whispered softly, not wanting to startle the creature. "What brings you to this forest?" The creature paused in its dance, turning its tiny, radiant eyes towards Bramble. "I am Lila," it replied in a voice as gentle as the breeze. "I am a glow sprite, and I have lost my way home." Bramble's heart went out to Lila. "Oh dear, that sounds terrible. How did it happen?" Lyra's wings fluttered softly, casting a gentle glow over the pool. "I was playing with the moonbeams and floated too far from my stream. Now I cannot find the path back." Bramble considered the predicament with a thoughtful nod. "Perhaps I can help you find your way home. I know these woods quite well." Lyra's eyes brightened with hope. "Would you? That would be ever so kind." And so the unlikely pair set off through the forest, guided by the soft glow of Lyra's wings. The night was alive with the gentle sounds of the forest, a chorus of crickets serenading the moon, the soft hoot of an owl, and the rustling of leaves as a breeze swept through the trees. As they journeyed, Bramble and Lyra spoke of many things. Bramble shared tales of his adventures in the wonders of the forest, while Lyra spoke of the glow sprite's secret world, hidden within the folds of nature's magic. The more they talked, the more they realized how much they had in common, despite their differences. Their path led them to the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned out and a small, sparkling stream meandered through the moonlit landscape. Lyra's wings shimmered with excitement. "This is it! This is my home!" Bramble watched as Lyra fluttered above the stream, her light dancing on the water's surface. "Thank you, Bramble," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I would have been lost without you." Bramble smiled, his heart warm with the glow of friendship. "I'm glad I could help. Remember, you have a friend in this forest now." With a final, joyful flicker, Lyra dipped down to touch the water, and in a burst of light, she disappeared beneath the surface, her glow weaving with the moonlit currents. Bramble stood by the stream for a moment, feeling the gentle pull of the night's magic. As he turned to make his way back through the forest, he felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. He had discovered not just a new friend, but also the power of kindness and the magic that lay hidden in simple acts of friendship. The forest seemed to hum with approval as Bramble made his way home, the leaves whispering a lullaby as he nestled into his cozy burrow. The stars twinkled above, and the gentle glow of the moon bathed the forest in a serene light, as if wrapping the world in a soft, comforting blanket. And so, under the loving gaze of the moon, Bramble drifted into a peaceful slumber, his dreams filled with adventures yet to come, and the gentle glow of friendship that would always light his way. Story 15. In the gentle embrace of a whispering forest, where the air was as soft as a lullaby and the light dappled through the leaves like scattered gold coins, there lay a small, hidden village named Willowbrook. The village was nestled snugly between rolling hills and a glistening, winding river that sang softly as it flowed. The villagers were kind and warm-hearted, known far and wide for their close-knit community and the simple joy they found in each other's company. In this village lived a young girl named Mira, whose heart was full of wonder for the world around her. Mira had a special fondness for the forest, where she spent her days exploring the mysteries of the trees and streams, always accompanied by her faithful companion, a small, curious fox named Riven. Riven, with his bright eyes and bushy tail, was as much a part of Mira's adventures as the mossy paths and the whispering winds that guided them. One soft autumn day, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a flurry of reds and golds, Mira and Riven set out on one of their explorations. The air was crisp and carried the faint scent of pine and earth, invigorating their spirits as they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. Mira loved this time of year, when the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the coming winter, and every leaf seemed to tell a story of its own. As they wandered, Mira noticed something unusual, a path she had never seen before, lined with delicate mushrooms that glowed faintly in the shadowed light. The path beckoned to her, whispering promises of secrets untold. With a glance at Riven, who nodded his bushy head in agreement, Mira stepped onto the path, feeling a thrill of excitement tingling through her fingers. The path wound deeper into the forest, leading them to a clearing bathed in the soft, silvery light of the afternoon sun. In the center of the clearing stood an old, gnarled tree, unlike any Mira had seen before. Its trunk was wide and twisted, with branches that reached out like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a door, small and round, with a brass handle that glinted invitingly. Curiosity piqued, Mira approached the door, her heart beating in sync with the gentle rustle of the leaves overhead. She reached out and turned the handle, feeling the cool metal against her palm. The door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a warm, inviting glow from within. Inside, the space was much larger than Mira had expected. It was a cozy room filled with the scent of cinnamon and honey, and the walls were lined with shelves upon shelves of books. A crackling fireplace cast a golden light across the room, and in front of it sat an old badger in a rocking chair, polishing a pair of spectacles. "Ah, visitors!" the badger exclaimed, his voice deep and soothing, like the gentle rumble of distant thunder. Do come in, do come in. It's been quite a while since anyone has found their way here. Mira and Riven stepped inside, feeling the warmth of the room seep into their bones. Hello, Mira said, her voice filled with awe. I'm Mira, and this is Riven. We were exploring the forest and found your path. The badger chuckled, his eyes twinkling behind his spectacles. Welcome, Mira and Riven. I am Bramwell, caretaker of this corner of the forest. You've stumbled upon the Library of Whispers, a place where the stories of the world find their home. Mira's eyes widened with delight. A library? Oh, how wonderful. I love stories. Then you've come to the right place, Bramwell said with a nod. For every book here holds a tale of wonder and adventure, waiting to be discovered. As they settled in, Bramwell began to share stories from the library, tales of distant lands and magical creatures, of brave heroes and wise sages. Mira listened, enraptured, while Riven curled up at her feet, his eyes slowly closing as Bramwell's voice carried them away to far-off places. As the afternoon wore on, Mira noticed a particular book that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. "What's this one?" she asked, pointing to the glowing tome. "Ah, that is a special book," Bramwell said, his voice dropping to a reverent whisper. "It contains the story of the heart of the forest, a tale of magic and mystery that speaks of the very essence of this woodland." Intrigued, Mira gently opened the book, its pages rustling like leaves in the breeze. The story unfolded before her eyes, telling of a time long ago when the forest was young and full of magic. It spoke of a hidden heart, a source of life and wonder that pulsed beneath the earth, keeping the forest vibrant and alive. As she read, Mira felt a connection to the story, as if it were speaking directly to her heart. She realized that her love for the forest was more than just a fondness for its beauty. It was a bond, a deep understanding of the life that thrived within it. Bramwell watched her with a knowing smile. "You have a gift, young Mira," he said softly. "A gift for hearing the whispers of the forest. Not everyone can sense them, but you and Riven, you are special." Mira felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "What should I do with this gift?" she asked, her voice a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. "Listen," Bramwell replied simply. "Listen to the forest, and it will guide you. Protect it, and it will protect you. Share its stories, and you will become part of its legacy." With these words, Mira felt a new resolve take root within her. She and Riven would become guardians of the forest, sharing its tales and ensuring its magic continued to thrive for generations to come. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Mira and Riven bid farewell to Bramwell and the Library of Whispers. They promised to return soon, eager to learn more stories and share the magic they had discovered. Walking back along the path, Mira felt the forest around her as a living, breathing entity, a friend she had known all her life but was only now truly beginning to understand. The leaves rustled in approval, and the river sang a gentle lullaby, guiding them home. And so, as night fell over Willowbrook, Mira and Riven nestled into their cozy beds, their hearts full of the day's adventures and their dreams filled with the stories yet to be told. The forest whispered its secrets to them as they drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing they were not alone in their journey. In the quiet of the night, the village of Willowbrook slept soundly, cradled by the gentle embrace of the whispering forest. And in the heart of the woodland, where magic flowed like a river beneath the roots of ancient trees, Mira's story continued to unfold, a new chapter in the endless tale of wonder and friendship. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves spoke in hushed tones and the trees swayed with secrets, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was known for its serene beauty, enveloped by a gentle mist that rose from the silver lake nearby. The villagers were kind-hearted, always ready with a smile, and the air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and freshly baked bread. The centerpiece of Willowbrook was the ancient clock tower, standing tall amidst the cottages with its copper roof gleaming in the sun. It had stood there for centuries, its timekeeping a reliable constant in the villagers' lives. Each hour, the melodic chime of the tower's bell echoed through the woods, a comforting reminder of home for those wandering the forest trails. One morning, as the sun sent its first golden rays dancing across the silver lake, an unusual hush settled over Willowbrook. The villagers awoke to find the clock tower silent. Not a single chime had been heard since midnight. It was as if time itself had taken a pause, holding its breath. Concerned murmurs filled the village square. The baker, Mrs. Thistle, who was known for her cinnamon buns that melted in your mouth, remarked, "It's as if the heart of Willowbrook has stopped beating." Her words struck a chord, and the villagers nodded in agreement, their eyes turning towards the tower with a mix of curiosity and unease. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Finn, a young man with eyes the color of the summer sky and an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his knack for observing the smallest details and piecing together puzzles that others overlooked. He had a particular fondness for the stories whispered by the woods, and often spent his afternoons exploring its mysteries. Determined to solve the enigma of the silent clock, Finn decided to visit the tower. As he approached, the morning dew clung to his boots, and the crisp air carried the scent of pine and earth. The tower's wooden door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound upwards like a coiled snake. Each step echoed softly in the quiet morning. As Finn ascended, he noticed something peculiar. Tiny footprints, barely visible, marked the dusty steps. They seemed too small for a human, yet too defined to belong to an animal. Intrigued, Finn followed the trail, his heart beating with the anticipation of discovery. Reaching the clock chamber, he found the great gears and pendulums still as a painting. Light filtered through the stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the stone floor. And there, perched on the massive central cog, was a little figure, no taller than a teacup. It was a clock sprite, a creature of legend said to guard the flow of time. Its wings shimmered like morning dew, and its eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom. Startled by Finn's presence, the sprite fluttered its wings and hovered before him. "Good morning, dear Finn," the sprite chirped in a voice as light as a breeze. "I was wondering when someone would come to visit." Finn, though surprised, greeted the sprite warmly. "Good morning. I must admit I didn't expect to meet a clock sprite today. What brings you here?" The sprite twirled in the air, a playful smile on its lips. "Oh, I've been here for eons watching over this tower, but last night I found something amiss. A tiny gear hidden in the depths of the clockwork has gone missing. Without it, the clock cannot chime." Finn pondered for a moment, his mind racing through possibilities. "And what could have taken it?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. The sprite's eyes twinkled with mystery. "It's not a question of what, but of who. There are creatures in the woods, drawn to shiny things, who might have taken it without realizing its importance." Finn nodded, understanding the nature of the forest's inhabitants. "Then we must find this gear and return it to its place. Can you guide me to where we might start looking?" The sprite fluttered closer, its wings whispering secrets. "Follow the trail of the fireflies tonight. They know the forest's secrets and will lead you to the ones who hold the gear." With a plan in mind, Finn thanked the sprite and promised to return with the missing piece. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Finn ventured into the woods, guided by the gentle glow of the fireflies. The forest was a symphony of night sounds, the rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. The fireflies danced like tiny stars, weaving between the trees and lighting Finn's path. Their soft glow cast a magical aura, transforming the woods into a realm of wonder. After a gentle trek, Finn arrived at a glade where the fireflies gathered in a luminous cloud. In the center of the glade stood a small, gnarled tree, its branches heavy with moss. Beneath it, a family of nutkin, small squirrel-like creatures with eyes as bright as the moon, played with something shiny. Finn approached slowly, his voice gentle. "Hello, little ones. I see you found something precious." The nutkin paused, their ears twitching at his voice. The eldest among them, a wise nutkin with a tuft of silver fur, stepped forward. "We found this in the forest. It sparkles so beautifully. Is it yours?" Finn knelt, offering a warm smile. "It belongs to the clock tower, where it helps keep the time for all of Willowbrook. Would you mind if I took it back?" The nutkin exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the understanding of Finn's words. The eldest nodded, handing over the tiny gear with a gentle paw. "We didn't know it was so important. Thank you for telling us." With the gear safely in hand, Finn thanked the Nutkin and made his way back to the village, the fireflies lighting his path like old friends. The night air was cool and soothing, carrying the promise of resolution. Upon returning to the clock tower, Finn climbed the spiral stairs once more. The clock sprite awaited him, its wings shimmering with anticipation. With careful hands, Finn placed the gear back into its slot, and with a soft click, the clockwork came to life. The gears turned smoothly, the pendulum swung in rhythm, and the tower began to hum with renewed energy. As the first chime rang out, echoing through the village, a sense of peace settled over Willowbrook. The villagers, hearing the familiar melody, smiled and returned to their evening routines, comforted by the return of time's gentle embrace. The clock sprite fluttered around Finn, its joy evident. "Thank you, dear Finn. You've restored more than just the clock. You've brought the heart of Willowbrook back to life." Finn smiled, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. It was the friendship of the forest that guided me. We all play our part, whether big or small. And so, with the mystery resolved and harmony restored, Finn descended the tower, the moonlight casting a silvery glow upon the village. As he made his way home, the stars twinkled overhead, and the whispering woods sang their ancient lullabies, cradling Willowbrook in a blanket of tranquility. In the days that followed, the villagers often spoke of the silent night and the young man who listened to the whispers of the woods. And each time the clock chimed, they were reminded of the gentle magic that dwelled in their midst, a magic that thrived on kindness, curiosity, and the bonds of friendship. And so, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Willowbrook drifted into dreams, held in the embrace of a story that would be told for generations, a story of time, mystery, and the heart that beats within every moment. Story 17. In a quaint village nestled between lush green hills and the edge of an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of corn silk, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila was known for her gentle spirit and the way her laughter seemed to dance on the breeze, carrying with it a sense of wonder and warmth. The village was a place where stories of magic whispered through the leaves of ancient trees and fluttered on the wings of birds. Each morning, the sun would rise with a golden glow, casting a honeyed light on cobblestone paths and the vibrant wildflowers that framed the houses. Yet, despite the beauty surrounding her, Lila felt a yearning that tugged at her heart, a desire to uncover the mysteries that lay beyond the village's borders. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air carried the scent of wood smoke and cinnamon, Lila decided to venture into the forest. The villagers often spoke of its wonders, with tales of shimmering streams that sang sweet melodies and trees that whispered secrets of old. Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation as she stepped beneath the canopy of emerald leaves. As Lila wandered deeper into the woods, she marveled at the way sunlight filtered through the branches, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Birds chirped softly, their songs weaving a gentle harmony that seemed to guide her path. She walked until she reached a small clearing where a silvery brook babbled over smooth stones, its water sparkling like liquid starlight. There, beside the brook, Lila met a peculiar creature she had only ever seen in her dreams. It was a fox, but unlike any other, with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes that glistened like polished amber. The fox regarded Lila with a gentle curiosity, its head tilted slightly to one side. "Hello," Lila greeted softly, her voice barely a whisper above the brook's melody. The fox, to her astonishment, nodded in response and approached her with cautious steps. In the language of the heart, which needs no words, Lila understood that this fox was different, a guardian of the forest's secrets. As the days turned into weeks, Lila returned to the clearing, and an unexpected friendship blossomed between the girl and the fox. Together they explored the forest, uncovering its hidden wonders. A grove where the trees bore blossoms that glowed in the moonlight, a meadow where fireflies danced like tiny lanterns, and a cave where crystals sang when touched by the light. Through their adventures, Lila learned many things. The fox taught her to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, and to see with the eyes of wonder. She discovered that the forest was alive with magic, a magic that thrived on kindness and respect for all living things. One day, as winter began to whisper its approach with chilly breaths and frost-kissed mornings, Lila found herself standing before an ancient oak. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Hanging from one of the low branches was a small silver bell, its surface etched with intricate patterns that shimmered in the dappled light. Curious, Lila reached out and gently rang the bell. Its clear, sweet chime echoed through the forest, mingling with the rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. At that moment, a soft, warm glow enveloped the clearing, and from the heart of the oak emerged a figure, ethereal and gentle. It was the spirit of the forest, an ageless being with eyes like deep pools of wisdom and a cloak woven from leaves and starlight. The spirit smiled kindly at Lila and the fox, acknowledging their presence with a nod. "You have shown great respect and kindness to the forest," the spirit spoke, its voice like the soft rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "And for this I will grant you a gift." With a graceful sweep of its hand, the spirit conjured a small, wooden flute, its surface adorned with delicate carvings of vines and flowers. The spirit placed the flute in Lila's hands, and as she held it, a feeling of warmth and peace filled her heart. "This flute," the spirit continued, "carries the music of the forest. Play it with a pure heart, and it will bring harmony wherever you go." Lila thanked the spirit, her heart brimming with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. She knew that the flute was not just a gift, but a reminder of the bond she shared with the forest and its inhabitants, a bond of friendship, respect, and wonder. As the seasons continued to turn, Lila played the flute often, its melodies weaving through the village, bringing joy and unity to all who heard. The villagers, once wary of the forest, began to understand its beauty and magic, thanks to the gentle tunes that echoed through their days. And so, Lila's adventures continued, her heart forever intertwined with the gentle magic of the forest and the unexpected friendships that had blossomed within its depths. As the years passed, the stories of Lila and the fox became legends, carried on the wings of the wind and whispered through the leaves, reminding all who listened of the wonders that lay just beyond the edge of the familiar. And in the peaceful nights, as the village lay under a blanket of stars, the soothing melodies of Lila's flute would drift through the air, guiding the dreams of those who listened, wrapping them in a gentle embrace of magic and wonder. Story 18. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, a gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming lavender through winding cobblestone streets. This village, with its thatched roof cottages and lush gardens, held a secret known only to those who dared to look beyond the ordinary. In one of these cottages, a young boy named Oliver lived with his grandmother. She was a woman of many stories, her eyes twinkling like the stars as she spoke of wonders and mysteries hidden in plain sight. Oliver loved these tales, especially those about the magical trinkets that seemed to hide in every corner of their world. One warm summer's evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Oliver's grandmother handed him an old tarnished compass. Its needle spun erratically, never pointing north, but she told him it was special. "This compass," she whispered, "does not point to direction but to discovery." Intrigued, Oliver began to carry the compass wherever he went. One day, as he wandered through the meadow just beyond the village, the needle quivered, then slowly settled, pointing towards the dense forest that lay ahead. Curiosity piqued, Oliver followed its lead, venturing into the emerald depths where sunlight dappled the forest floor. As he walked deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the soft rustle of leaves. Suddenly, Oliver found himself at the edge of a small, sparkling pond. Sitting by the water's edge was a creature unlike any he had ever seen, a small, furry being with large, expressive eyes and a coat that shimmered like moonlight. "Hello there," Oliver greeted, his voice gentle. The creature tilted its head, eyes wide with curiosity, and then spoke in a voice as soft as a whispering wind. "I am Fennel, guardian of the forest's secrets. Why have you come?" Oliver showed the compass, explaining his grandmother's words and the mysterious guidance it had given him. Fennel nodded, understanding. "This compass leads to what your heart seeks, not what your eyes see," he said. But to unlock its true magic, you must first unlock the magic within yourself. Intrigued and determined, Oliver sat by the pond, listening as Fennel spoke of the forest and its ancient wisdom. Days turned into weeks, and Oliver learned to listen, to the wind, to the water, to the whispers of the leaves. He discovered that the compass's true power lay not in finding, but in feeling, in understanding the world and his place within it. Fennel became a cherished friend, guiding Oliver with gentle humor and kindness. The little creature taught Oliver about balance, the importance of patience, and the strength found in gentleness. Each day, Oliver grew more attuned to the magic around him, learning to see with his heart rather than his eyes. One day, as Oliver sat by the pond, Fennel spoke of a challenge. A great storm was approaching, threatening to flood the village and its beloved gardens. The villagers were unaware, and time was short. Oliver's heart raced, but Fennel placed a comforting paw on his hand. "Remember what you have learned," he said softly. With a deep breath, Oliver closed his eyes, focusing on the lessons of the forest. He felt the pulse of the earth beneath him, the rhythm of the water, the breath of the wind. He listened, not to the sounds, but to the silence between them, and there he found his answer. Returning to the village, Oliver gathered the townsfolk, sharing the knowledge he had gained. Together they worked swiftly yet calmly, diverting the storm's path by digging channels to guide the water safely away from their homes. The storm came, as fierce as predicted, but the village stood unharmed, safe within the embrace of the earth. As the storm clouds parted, revealing a sky awash in the soft glow of dawn, the villagers celebrated their safety with gratitude and joy. Oliver, standing amidst friends and family, felt a warmth in his heart, a sense of belonging that filled him with quiet pride. The compass, which had once seemed so mysterious, lay in his pocket, its needle now still. Oliver knew its journey was complete, not because he had reached a destination, but because he had found something far more valuable: wisdom, friendship, and the magic of understanding. As the village settled back into its peaceful rhythm, Oliver often returned to the forest, visiting Fennel by the pond. They would sit together, sharing stories, laughter, and the simple joys of companionship. And each time, Oliver carried with him the knowledge that true magic is not in the objects we find, but in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the heart of that gentle village where lavender bloomed and stars twinkled in the night sky, Oliver's story was told and retold, a tale of discovery and wonder, of a boy who found magic not in the compass he carried, but in the journey it led him on. Thus, as the world turned and seasons shifted, the village remained a place of quiet enchantment, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the greatest magic of all was the power of a kind heart and an open mind. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between the rolling hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mara. The village was bathed in the golden glow of the early evening, and the cobblestone paths shimmered under the soft light of the setting sun. Chimneys puffed gentle wisps of smoke, carrying the scent of warm bread and spiced cider through the crisp autumn air. Mara had always been enchanted by the forest that bordered her village. It was a place of deep-rooted trees, whose branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends, and a carpet of moss so thick and soft that it felt like walking on clouds. The villagers often spoke of the mysteries that lay within the forest, and though some spoke of caution, Mara felt a pull towards its secrets, a whisper in the rustling leaves that promised wonder. One evening, as the sky painted itself in hues of lavender and rose, Mara decided to venture into the forest. She wrapped herself in a cloak the color of twilight and set off, her heart fluttering with anticipation. The path into the forest was lined with silver birch trees, their bark gleaming like moonlight. As Mara stepped deeper into the woods, the world seemed to hold its breath, enveloping her in a soothing silence, punctuated only by the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet. It wasn't long before Mara came upon a small clearing, where a brook babbled cheerfully over smooth stones, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal. Sitting by the brook was an unexpected sight, a small fox with fur as red as embers, its eyes bright and curious. Mara felt a surge of warmth spread through her chest, for she knew in her heart that this fox was meant to be her companion in the adventure that lay ahead. "Hello there," Mara spoke softly, her voice carrying the warmth of a gentle breeze. The fox tilted its head, as if pondering the sound, then trotted over to her with a friendly wag of its bushy tail. Mara knelt down, extending her hand. The fox sniffed it delicately before nuzzling against her palm, sealing their newfound friendship. Together, they wandered deeper into the forest, guided by the soft glow of fireflies that danced like tiny stars in the dusky air. The forest seemed alive, whispering secrets in the rustling of leaves and the murmurs of the wind. As they walked, Mara and the fox discovered hidden groves where wildflowers bloomed in vibrant clusters, their colors singing in the twilight. It was in one such grove that they encountered a peculiar sight, a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering with a soft, luminescent glow. Nestled in its roots was an old, weathered book, its cover inscribed with symbols that seemed to shift and shimmer like the surface of a still pond. Mara's heart beat with the rhythm of discovery as she gently picked up the book. As she opened it, the pages fluttered like the wings of a bird, revealing illustrations of creatures and landscapes Mara had only dreamed of. Each page seemed to pulse with a gentle magic, and as Mara and the fox pored over the book, they realized it was a chronicle of the forest's mysteries, a map of its wonders yet to be uncovered. Night had fallen, and the silver moon hung like a guardian in the sky, casting its serene light over the forest. Mara and the fox found themselves at the edge of a glade where a circle of ancient stones stood, their surfaces etched with the same symbols as the book. It was a place of quiet power, a sanctuary where the air hummed with the magic of the earth itself. Mara felt a sense of peace and belonging as she sat in the circle, the fox curling up beside her. She realized that the forest had been waiting for her, guiding her to this moment of discovery. With a heart full of wonder, Mara closed her eyes, letting the soothing sounds of the forest lull her into a dreamlike state. In her dreams, Mara saw visions of the forest's past, of creatures and spirits who had once roamed its paths. She saw how the forest and the village were intertwined, their fates connected by the ancient magic that flowed through the land. And she understood that it was her role to protect this harmony, to learn from the forest and share its wisdom with those who would listen. When she awoke, the first light of dawn was painting the sky with soft shades of pink and gold. The fox was still beside her, its eyes reflecting the promise of new adventures. Mara felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey she had embarked upon and the friends she had found along the way. With the book cradled in her arms and the fox by her side, Mara made her way back to the village, the forest, whispering its farewell in the gentle rustle of leaves. She knew that this was just the beginning of her journey, that the forest still held many secrets and wonders waiting to be discovered. As she stepped back onto the cobblestone path of her village, the sun rose fully, bathing the world in a warm, golden light. Mara smiled, her heart filled with the magic of the forest and the promise of new friendships and adventures. She knew that she would return to the forest time and again, guided by the wisdom of the ancient book and the companionship of her dear fox. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit alight with wonder, Mara continued her journey, ever grateful for the mysteries of the forest and the endless possibilities that lay beyond the horizon. As she settled into her cozy bed that night, the sound of the forest filled her dreams, a lullaby of leaves and wind that promised peace and adventure for all the nights to come. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the air shimmered with enchantment, lay the quaint village of Brindlebrook. It was a place where cobblestone paths intertwined like threads of an ancient tapestry, and the chimneys of snug cottages puffed tendrils of smoke that danced toward the sky. The villagers were as warm and inviting as the glow from their hearths, always eager to share tales and treats. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and plum, a peculiar thing began to happen. The soft, silvery bells that adorned the village clock tower began to ring at odd times, chiming out of sync with the hours. This was unusual for Brindlebrook, where the clock had always kept perfect time. The villagers were puzzled. They gathered in small clusters, murmuring questions and scratching their heads. Among them was young Finn, a curious boy with a knack for noticing the little things others often overlooked. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he listened to the bell's discordant melody. Something is amiss, he thought, and I must find out what. Finn decided to seek wisdom from the most knowledgeable creature he knew, an ancient owl named Eldwin, who dwelled in the grand oak at the forest's edge. Eldwin was known for his vast knowledge and gentle demeanor, his feathers a tapestry of browns and whites that seemed to capture the very essence of the forest. As Finn approached, the owl's wide amber eyes flickered open, and a soft hoot welcomed him. "Ah, young Finn," Eldwin greeted, his voice as smooth as silk. "What brings you to my tree on this fine evening?" Finn recounted the tale of the mischievous bells, and Eldwin listened intently, nodding with understanding. "It seems," Eldwin began, "that the bells may be under the influence of the whistling wind, a playful gust known to pass through these parts during the harvest moon. It enjoys a bit of mischief, you see, and sometimes plays tricks on sound." "But how can we set things right?" Finn asked, eager to restore harmony to the village. Eldwin fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "There is an ancient rhyme known to calm the whistling wind," he said. "I will teach it to you, but first you must find where the wind rests at night. Listen closely, for it often settles near music." With a new mission in mind, Finn thanked Eldwin and returned to the village, where he listened for any unusual sounds. As he strolled through the winding streets, he noticed a soft, melodic tune drifting from the flower garden of Miss Iris, the village gardener, known for her vibrant blooms and love for music. Approaching the garden, Finn found Miss Iris gently strumming her harp, her fingers weaving a melody that seemed to float through the air like petals on the breeze. "Good evening, Miss Iris," Finn greeted. "Might the whistling wind find solace in your music?" Miss Iris looked up with a warm smile. "Ah, the whistling wind does seem fond of my tunes," she said, "but it hasn't been too bothersome. Just a little playful with the wind chimes now and then." Finn explained his quest, and Miss Iris nodded sagely. "Then let us try the rhyme, young Finn," she proposed, "and see if it will soothe the wind's playful spirit." With a gentle nod, Finn recited the rhyme Eldwin had taught him, his voice mingling with the harp's melody. "O whistling wind, so wild and free, dance with the leaves, sway with the trees. In harmony we wish to be, join our song and set us free." As the last words slipped from his lips, a gentle breeze swept through the garden, carrying with it a soft, tinkling laughter, as if the wind itself were chuckling. The bells in the village chimed once, twice, and then settled into a peaceful rhythm. The villagers who had gathered to witness Finn's endeavor burst into applause, their faces alight with gratitude and wonder. "Thank you, Finn," they cheered, and Miss Iris gave him a proud pat on the back. The mystery of the chiming bells had been solved, not through force or anger, but through understanding and a touch of magic. The whistling wind, now contented, drifted away to explore other lands, leaving Brindlebrook to its tranquil peace. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky above, Finn returned home, his heart full of warmth and contentment. The hearth fire crackled a soft lullaby, and as he snuggled into bed, he knew that the village would sleep soundly under the watchful gaze of the gentle moon. And so, with the village clock once again in harmony with time, the people of Brindlebrook rested easy, wrapped in the comforting embrace of their enchanted world. Story 21. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and wise, their leaves gently rustling secrets of old to the wind, there was a clearing that sparkled with morning dew like a sea of diamonds. This was a place where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony, a symphony composed by the rustle of leaves, the murmur of a babbling brook, and the occasional call of a hidden creature. Here, nestled beneath the sprawling canopy of an ancient oak, lived a family of foxes. Their den was a cozy burrow lined with soft moss and fragrant pine needles, a haven that shielded them from the chill of the forest nights. The matriarch of the family, a wise old vixen named Lysandra, had fur that gleamed like autumn's finest cloak, and eyes that held the wisdom of the forest itself. Each morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the forest floor, Lysandra would gather her brood, 4 sprightly kits, each with fur as bright as copper, and led them through the woods. She taught them the ways of the forest, whispering to them the secrets of survival and the delicate balance that held their world together. "Listen," she would say, her voice as soft as the breeze through the leaves, "and the forest will speak to you." The Whispering Woods was a realm woven with magic, where each season brought its own wonders. As spring unfurled its verdant cloak, the forest awoke with a chorus of birdsong, the air thick with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. The kits marveled at the delicate petals of the bluebells and the industrious buzz of bees dancing from blossom to blossom. One particular morning, as the world shimmered with the promise of a new day, Lysandra led her kits to the edge of the meadow. There, they witnessed a breathtaking spectacle, a rainbow mist that hung suspended in the air, refracting the sunlight into a myriad of colors. The mist was a gift from the mist sprites, gentle creatures who ensured the forest remained vibrant and lush, their work an unseen thread in the tapestry of life. The youngest kit, a curious and adventurous little fox named Finn, was particularly mesmerized by the mist. He danced through it, feeling the cool droplets settle on his fur like tiny jewels. "Why is the mist so colorful, Mother?" he asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Lysandra smiled, her gaze tender. "The sprites weave rainbows into the mist to remind us of the beauty that lies in nature's harmony. It is their way of celebrating the unity of the elements, the earth, the water, the sun, and the air." As summer took its turn, the forest basked in golden sunlight, the warmth bringing life to every nook and cranny. The brook sang a lively tune as it skipped over smooth stones, and the trees wore crowns of emerald leaves. It was during one of these sunlit days that the kits encountered a wise old turtle named Gideon, who had seen many seasons pass in the Whispering Woods. Gideon's shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, worn smooth by time, and his eyes twinkled with ancient knowledge. He regaled the young foxes with tales of the forest's history, of the times when the seasons were out of balance, and how the creatures of the woods had come together to restore harmony. "The forest is a living, breathing entity," Gideon explained, his voice a deep rumble. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part in maintaining its balance. We must all do our share to keep this harmony." The kits listened intently, their hearts swelling with a newfound respect for their home. They understood the importance of their role in the grand scheme of things, and how their actions could ripple through the forest like a pebble cast into a pond. As summer gave way to the crisp embrace of autumn, the forest transformed into a canvas of fiery reds, oranges, and yellows. The air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, a fragrant reminder of the cycle of life. The kits, now a little older and wiser, helped gather fallen nuts and berries, storing them for the coming winter. It was during this time that an unusual phenomenon began to unfold, a gentle snowfall that arrived earlier than expected, dusting the forest with a layer of delicate snowflakes. The creatures of the woods were puzzled, unsure of what this could mean for the delicate balance they cherished. Lysandra, with her deep understanding of the forest, gathered the creatures together at the great oak, a majestic tree that stood at the heart of the woods. It was a place of gathering, where the forest council met to discuss matters of importance. As the animals assembled, the wind carried with it the faint notes of a melody, a song sung by the wind spirits who danced among the treetops. Their song was a message, a gentle warning of the chaos that could ensue if the balance was not restored. Lysandra stood before her fellow creatures, her voice calm and reassuring. "We must work together, as we have always done, to bring back the balance. Each of us has a role to play, and together we are strong." Inspired by her words, the creatures of the forest set about their tasks. The beavers worked tirelessly to repair the dam that regulated the flow of the brook, while the birds scattered seeds from the last of the autumn berries to ensure new growth in spring. Even the mist sprites descended to the forest floor, their delicate fingers weaving warmth into the air to melt the unexpected snow. The kits, now understanding the wisdom passed down through generations, helped where they could, their hearts filled with pride as they played their part in the harmony of the forest. Slowly, the forest began to return to its natural rhythm. The snow melted, revealing the rich earth beneath, and the trees, though bare, stood tall and strong, ready to weather the winter. As the first chill of winter settled over the whispering woods, the creatures gathered once more at the great oak. They celebrated their success with a feast of stored nuts and berries, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that they had preserved the balance of their world. In the glow of the moonlight, Lysandra spoke to her kits. "Remember, my dear ones, the forest is our home, and it will always guide us if we listen. Wisdom is not just in knowing, but in understanding and respecting the world around us." As the kits snuggled close to their mother, the forest enveloped them in its peaceful embrace. The whispering woods, with its ancient trees and magical creatures, continued to thrive, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom of those who called it home. And as the gentle sway of the trees sang them to sleep, the kits dreamt of the wonder and beauty of their enchanted world, cradled in the soothing lullaby of the forest. Story 22. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young boy named Oliver. The village, known for its lush meadows and whispering woodlands, was a place where nature and wonder seemed to dance in harmony. Each morning, a soft mist would blanket the fields, and the scent of dew-kissed flowers would mingle with the earthy aroma of the awakening forest. Oliver was a curious soul, his eyes always wide with wonder at the world around him. He loved to wander through the fields, listening to the song of the larks and watching the dance of the butterflies. But most of all, Oliver was enchanted by the forest that bordered the village, a place filled with secrets and ancient tales. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Oliver decided to venture deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The air was cool, carrying the faint smell of pine and the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As he walked, Oliver noticed something peculiar. A trail of delicate, shimmering dust glistened on the path before him. With a heart full of curiosity, he followed the trail, which wound through the trees like a silvery ribbon. The trail led him to a small clearing, where he found a curious sight. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its bark glistening like silver under the dappled sunlight. The tree's branches were adorned with leaves that shimmered in shades of emerald and gold, and nestled among them were tiny creatures with wings that sparkled like the morning dew. Oliver watched in awe as the creatures flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They seemed to be engaged in some sort of dance, their movements graceful and joyous. Entranced by the scene, Oliver approached the tree, careful not to disturb the delicate harmony. To his surprise, one of the creatures flew down to meet him. She was no larger than a sparrow, with wings that glistened in the sunlight and eyes that twinkled with kindness. "Hello, young traveler," she greeted in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, guardian of this glade. What brings you to our enchanted grove?" Oliver, taken aback by her gentle presence, replied, "I was drawn by the shimmering trail. I've never seen anything so beautiful before." Lyra smiled, her wings fluttering gently. "The forest is full of wonders for those who have eyes to see and hearts that are open. But tell me, what do you seek, young one?" Oliver thought for a moment, his gaze drifting to the dancing creatures. "I suppose I seek adventure and understanding. I want to learn about the world beyond my village." Lyra nodded, her expression thoughtful. "The world is vast and full of mysteries, but remember, true understanding comes from within. Only by knowing oneself can one truly grasp the wonders of the world." As Lyra spoke, the other creatures gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the young visitor. They introduced themselves as the Luminae, guardians of the forest's magic. Each Lumina had a unique gift, from guiding lost travelers to nurturing the forest's flora and fauna. Over the days that followed, Oliver visited the Luminae often. He learned the names of the ancient trees and the secrets of the forest paths. He listened to the stories of the Luminae, tales of friendship and courage, of trials and triumphs. And with each visit, Oliver felt a quiet transformation within him, a deepening understanding of his place in the tapestry of life. As the seasons changed, so too did Oliver. He grew wiser, his heart more attuned to the subtle rhythms of nature. He learned the art of patience from the steady growth of the trees, the value of community from the interconnectedness of the forest's creatures, and the importance of kindness from the Luminae's gentle ways. One day, as winter's chill began to creep into the forest, Lyra approached Oliver with a warm smile. "You have grown much, dear friend," she said, her voice like a comforting melody. "The forest has shared its wisdom with you, and you in turn have shared your light with us." Oliver felt a warmth in his chest, a glow of gratitude for the journeys he had taken and the friendships he had forged. "Thank you, Lyra, and all the Luminae, for your guidance and kindness. I will carry your lessons with me always." With a farewell that was more sweet than sorrowful, Oliver returned to his village, his heart full of the forest's magic and the Luminae's wisdom. As he lay in his bed that night, the gentle rustle of the wind through the trees lulled him to sleep, a reminder that he was never far from the enchanted world he had come to love. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Oliver dreamt of shimmering trails and dancing Luminae, his spirit forever touched by the gentle magic of the forest. Story 23. In a tranquil village nestled between the emerald folds of gentle hills and the whispering pines of a vast forest, there lived a young girl named Maris. Her heart was kind and her spirit gentle, but she often found herself tangled in the web of self-doubt and reluctance to embrace change. The village, with its cobblestone paths that wound like ribbons through fields of wildflowers, was a place where time seemed to linger and the seasons changed with a slow, deliberate grace. Maris adored the simple rhythms of her life. The golden mornings spent tending to the garden with her grandmother, the afternoons lost in the pages of old, leather-bound books, and the evenings spent watching the stars dance in the ink-black sky. Yet, as the seasons whispered past, Maris sensed a stirring within her, a quiet, persistent call to venture beyond the familiar boundaries of her village. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the air was sweet with the scent of falling leaves and wood smoke, Maris wandered into the forest that bordered her village. The trees, ancient and wise, seemed to lean in as if eager to share their secrets. She walked until she reached a clearing bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. In the center of the clearing stood an old oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like beseeching arms. As Maris approached, she noticed something unusual. A door carved into the trunk of the oak, its surface etched with intricate patterns that shimmered like silver in the fading light. Her heart fluttered with a mix of fear and excitement. Change was afoot, and though she feared its uncertain path, she felt drawn to the door and the mystery it promised. With a deep breath, Maris reached out and traced her fingers over the carvings. The wood felt warm and alive beneath her touch, and as if responding to her curiosity, the door swung open silently. Beyond it lay a world unlike any she had ever imagined, a realm of astonishing beauty and quiet magic. Stepping through the threshold, Maris found herself in a place where the air hummed with enchantment. The forest floor was carpeted with luminescent moss that glowed softly underfoot, and the trees bore blossoms that sang gentle lullabies in the breeze. It was a place where the very essence of the forest seemed to pulse with life and possibility. As she ventured deeper, Maris encountered a curious creature, a small azure-hued dragon with scales that shimmered like sapphires in the dappled sunlight. Its eyes, wise and kind, conveyed a sense of knowing far beyond its years. The dragon introduced itself as Alaron, a guardian of the forest and a friend to all who sought change. "Why do you fear change, dear Maris?" Alaron asked, his voice a soft rumble that resonated with the sound of distant thunder. Maris hesitated, her thoughts a whirl of uncertainty. "I suppose I fear losing the comfort of the known," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if I venture forward and find myself lost?" Alaron nodded, understanding glinting in his ancient eyes. "Change is the seed from which all growth springs," he said gently. "It is the winds that carry us to new heights, the tides that shape the shores of our lives." With Alaron as her guide, Maris embarked on a journey through the magical realm, a journey of discovery and transformation. Along the way, they met other creatures of the forest, a wise old owl who spoke in riddles that revealed truths, a family of playful foxes who taught Maris the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the strength found in vulnerability. Each encounter was a lesson, a thread that wove itself into the tapestry of Maris's understanding. She learned that just as the forest changed with the seasons, so too must she embrace the ebb and flow of life. The fear of change began to fade, replaced by a budding curiosity and a newfound courage to explore the unknown. One day, as Maris and Alaron rested by a crystal-clear stream, she noticed her reflection in the water. Her eyes, once clouded with doubt, now sparkled with the light of newfound wisdom. She realized that the journey she had embarked upon was not just through the magical forest, but through the depths of her own heart. With a sense of peace and purpose, Maris knew it was time to return to her village. As she and Alaron made their way back to the oak tree, the dragon spoke once more. "Remember, dear Maris, the magic you seek is within you. It is your courage, your kindness, and your willingness to embrace the new." As she stepped back through the door carved into the old oak, Maris felt the gentle embrace of the familiar evening air. The village was unchanged, yet everything felt different. She was different. Her heart was lighter, her spirit brighter, and she knew that she was ready to face whatever changes the future might bring. In the days that followed, Maris shared her stories with her grandmother and the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and hearts open to the magic of her journey. Her tales of the forest and its wondrous inhabitants inspired others to seek their own paths of growth and transformation. And so, in that quiet village surrounded by rolling hills and whispering pines, Maris discovered the beauty of change and the power of personal transformation. Her journey had taught her that while change could be daunting, it was also a source of endless wonder and possibility, a gentle reminder that the world was full of magic, both within and around us. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Maris sat by the hearth, her heart warm with the glow of newfound understanding. She knew that no matter where her journey took her, she would always carry the magic of the forest and the wisdom of her friends within her, guiding her through life's ever-changing tapestry. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to one another, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, there was a path seldom trodden by human feet. It was a place of serenity, where the sun cast dappled patterns on the ground, and the brook babbled in a language only understood by those who listened closely. Here in this hidden haven lived a gentle doe named Lila. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes, deep and wise, reflected the quiet strength of the forest itself. Lila was known among her fellow creatures for her kindness and her knack for finding joy in the simplest of things, like the rustle of leaves or the dance of a butterfly. One crisp morning, as the first blush of dawn painted the sky, Lila ventured to the edge of the forest where the land met the vast, rolling fields. It was there she encountered an unexpected sight, a small, disheveled creature huddled beneath a large oak tree. The creature was unlike any she had seen before, with scales that shimmered like raindrops on a pond and eyes that gleamed like polished amber. This was Thistle, a young dragon from the mountains beyond the forest. Thistle had become separated from his family during a ferocious storm. The winds had carried him far from the familiar peaks and valleys of his homeland, depositing him in this strange, verdant world. He was frightened, feeling out of place among the towering trees and unfamiliar sounds. At first, Lila was cautious. She had heard tales of dragons, creatures of fire and fury, but the sight of Thistle, shivering and alone, stirred a deep compassion within her. Gathering her courage, she approached slowly, her voice soft and soothing. "Hello there," she said, her tone as gentle as the morning breeze. "Are you lost?" Thistle looked up, surprise mingling with relief at the sight of Lyra's kind eyes. "Yes," he replied, his voice small and trembling. "I don't know where I am. Everything here is so different." Lyra nodded, her heart aching for the young dragon. "The forest can seem daunting when you're not used to it, but it's also full of wonders. Let me show you around. Perhaps we can find a way to help you return to your family." Grateful for the offer of friendship, Thistle agreed. And so began an unlikely companionship between the forest doe and the mountain dragon. Their days were filled with exploration and discovery. Lyra introduced Thistle to the secrets of the forest, the hidden groves where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, the quiet glades where sunlight filtered through the leaves in golden beams, and the gentle brook that sang its eternal song. Despite their differences, Lyra and Thistle found joy in each other's company. Lyra marveled at Thistle's ability to breathe tiny puffs of flames, which he used to light their path in the dim evenings. Thistle, in turn, admired Lyra's grace and her deep connection to the world around her. She taught him to listen to the forest, to understand its rhythms, and respect its inhabitants. However, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they wandered near the forest's edge, they encountered a group of rabbits who fled in terror at the sight of Thistle. The sight of their fear struck Thistle deeply, reminding him of the stories he'd heard of how dragons were feared and misunderstood. Lyra noticed his distress and paused in their walk. "They do not know you as I do," she said gently. "Sometimes fear comes from not understanding, but kindness and patience can help change that." Thistle nodded, though the weight of misunderstanding lay heavy on his heart. Determined to show the forest creatures that he meant no harm, Thistle began to help in small ways. Lighting a path for those who wandered in the dark, warming the ground on chilly nights so that the smaller creatures could find comfort. As the days turned into weeks, the forest began to accept Thistle, recognizing the warmth of his heart rather than the fire of his breath. It was during one of their adventures that a true test of their friendship arose. A fierce storm descended upon the forest, with winds that roared like a wild beast and rain that fell in relentless sheets. Lyra and Thistle sought shelter in a nearby cave, their hearts pounding with the fury of the storm outside. As the tempest raged, the entrance of the cave became blocked by fallen branches and debris, trapping them inside. In the dim light, Thistle turned to Lyra, his eyes filled with worry. "What if we can't get out?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. Lyra, calm and composed, nuzzled against his side. "We have each other," she reminded him. "Together, we can find a way." With her reassurance, Thistle felt a spark of hope ignite within him. He focused his mind and summoned a gentle flame, using it to carefully burn away the debris blocking their escape. It was a delicate task, requiring patience and precision, but Thistle was determined. As the last of the branches turned to ash, Lyra and Thistle emerged from the cave, greeted by the soft light of dawn. The storm had passed, leaving the forest glistening and refreshed. They stood side by side, their bond forged stronger by the trials they had faced together. In the days that followed, their friendship became a beacon of unity in the forest. Through their example, the creatures learned to see beyond their differences, understanding that true friendship was about acceptance and support. Eventually, Thistle's family found him, drawn by the stories of a kind-hearted dragon and a wise doe. Though he was overjoyed to be reunited with his kin, Thistle chose to remain in the forest, where he had found a home and a friend who had taught him the true meaning of belonging. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the brook sang its eternal song, Lyra and Thistle continued their adventures, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of unlikely companions finding their way together. Story 25. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering woods, the air always seemed to hum with a gentle magic. The village was known for its lush meadows, where wildflowers danced in the breeze, and its cobblestone paths that wound through rows of charming cottages, each with its own story to tell. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as boundless as the sky. Her days were filled with adventures among the trees and streams, where she would often imagine herself as a brave explorer uncovering hidden treasures. Her faithful companion in these adventures was a plump tabby cat named Whiskers, who followed her everywhere with his lazy grace. One misty morning, while the world was still wrapped in a soft gray cloak, Clara decided to explore the attic of her cottage. This was a place she had visited many times before, yet it always seemed to promise new discoveries. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, filled with trunks of old clothes, dusty books, and curious knickknacks that sparkled in the shafts of sunlight filtering through the small, circular window. As she rummaged through a particularly large trunk, Clara's fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. She pulled it out to find a small, ornate mirror. its frame intricately carved with vines and tiny woodland creatures. The glass was clouded with age, but as Clara wiped it clean with her sleeve, she noticed something peculiar. The reflection within the mirror did not show her face, but instead revealed a vast landscape, a beautiful, enchanted forest bathed in golden light. Intrigued and a little enchanted, Clara gazed deeper into the mirror. To her amazement, she saw a path winding through the trees, beckoning her to follow. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whisper of adventure that she could not resist. With Whiskers purring at her feet, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover the secrets of the magical mirror. As Clara stepped away from the attic and into the warm glow of the forest she had seen in the mirror, she felt a tingling sensation, as if she were stepping into a dream. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the leaves above shimmered like emeralds in the sunlight. Whiskers trotted beside her, his eyes wide with wonder. The path led them to a clearing where they encountered their first helper, a wise old owl named Oliver. Oliver perched on a low branch, his feathers a tapestry of browns and golds. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted them. "Welcome, young traveler and noble feline. I am Oliver, and I will guide you on your quest." Clara, feeling both reassured and excited, asked, "What is this place, Oliver?" "This is the Forest of Reflection," Oliver replied, his eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "Here, one can discover truths hidden within themselves, but only if they are willing to look beyond what is visible." Clara nodded, understanding that this journey was as much about self-discovery as it was about exploring the magical realm. As they traveled deeper into the forest, Clara and Whiskers met other kindly creatures. There was Marigold, the cheerful rabbit with fur as bright as the morning sun, who gifted them with a map made of delicate leaves. And there was Jasper, the gentle deer with antlers like branches of silver, who shared tales of the forest's magic and the importance of seeing the world with both the eyes and the heart. Their path was not without challenges. They soon came upon a wide river, its waters moving swiftly and noisily over smooth stones. Clara hesitated, unsure of how to cross. It was then that Whiskers, with his keen eyes, noticed a series of stepping stones just beneath the surface, barely visible to the untrained eye. "Remember, Clara," Oliver hooted from a nearby branch, "not everything is as it seems. The answers often lie in the subtle details." With newfound confidence, Clara carefully stepped onto the stones, feeling their cool, reassuring firmness beneath her feet. Whiskers followed with nimble grace, and soon they were safely on the other side. The forest gradually transformed as they journeyed on, the daylight turning to a warm twilight. The sky became a canvas of soft purples and pinks, and the air was filled with the sweet melody of crickets. It was in this serene setting that Clara faced her greatest challenge yet. Before her stood an ancient gnarled tree, its bark etched with symbols and its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base was a door, slightly ajar, with a gentle glow emanating from within. Clara knew that whatever lay beyond this door would reveal the deepest secret of the mirror. But as she reached for the handle, doubt crept into her heart. What if she wasn't ready for what she might discover? What if she didn't like what she saw? Sensing her hesitation, Oliver flew down to her shoulder, his presence comforting and steady. "Clara," he whispered, "true courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it. Trust in yourself and the kindness in your heart." Encouraged by Oliver's words and the quiet strength of her companions, Clara took a deep breath and opened the door. Inside, she found not a grand treasure or a hidden land, but a simple, serene reflection of herself standing amidst her friends, with the forest stretching endlessly behind them. In that moment, Clara understood the secret of the mirror. It had shown her the beauty within herself, her courage, her kindness, and her ability to see the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. The journey had been one of self-discovery, teaching her that the most magical places were often found within. As the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Clara and her companions made their way back home, their hearts light with the knowledge they had gained. The mirror now rested on a shelf in Clara's room, its surface reflecting the cozy room and the soft glow of the fireplace. Each night, before she drifted off to sleep, Clara would look into the mirror, seeing not only her own reflection, but the reflections of the friends and adventures that had become a part of her. And in her dreams, she would wander once more through the forest of reflection, guided by the gentle wisdom of those she had met. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, where the air always seemed to hum with gentle magic, Clara lay in her bed, the soft purring of whiskers beside her, knowing that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to discover the magic within ourselves. Story 26. In a little corner of the world, where the trees whispered secrets to the moon and the stars painted the night sky with silver dust, lay the enchanting village of Willowbrook. Willowbrook was a place where cobblestone paths meandered through fields of wildflowers, and the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft hum of bees. In this village, nestled between the gentle hills and the babbling brook that sang the village's name, stood a cottage with ivy-covered walls and a red thatched roof. This was home to young Finn, a bright and curious boy with eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that tumbled like autumn leaves. Finn loved the wonders of the world around him, and his days were spent exploring the woods and valleys with his faithful companion, a wise old owl named Sage. Sage was not an ordinary owl. He had feathers as soft as the finest velvet, and his eyes glowed with the wisdom of centuries. Sage had once belonged to Finn's grandmother, a renowned herbalist and storyteller who had taught Finn to listen to the language of the earth and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn stretched across the horizon, Finn awoke to find a peculiar sight. The village square, usually bustling with early morning activity, was eerily quiet. In the center, where the old stone fountain stood, there was now a peculiar shimmering haze, as if the air itself was weaving a tapestry of light. Curious and intrigued, Finn wandered over to the fountain. Sage perched on his shoulder. The air around the fountain shimmered and buzzed with a strange, gentle energy that tickled Finn's skin. As he reached out, the haze parted slightly, revealing a glimpse of something hidden, an ancient map etched into the stone below. Sage hooted softly, his eyes fixed on the map. "This, my dear Finn, is no ordinary map," he said in his deep, melodious voice. "It is a map of Willowbrook's magical ley lines, paths of energy that weave through our world unseen to most." "But why is it appearing now?" Finn wondered aloud, tracing the lines with his finger. They glowed softly under his touch, pulsing like the heartbeat of the earth. "Perhaps," Sage mused, "there is something amiss with the ley lines, something that requires our attention." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to seek the counsel of the village's elder, a kindly woman named Elda, renowned for her wisdom and knowledge of the magical world. Elda lived in a charming cottage at the edge of the village, where the forest began to thicken, and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the ground. As Finn and Sage made their way to Elda's home, the forest seemed alive with anticipation. The leaves rustled in a friendly greeting, and a soft breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. When they arrived, Elda welcomed them with a warm smile and a pot of chamomile tea that filled the air with its calming aroma. After Finn explained the strange occurrence at the fountain, Elda nodded thoughtfully. "The ley lines are indeed powerful," she said, her voice as soothing as the tea she poured. "They are the lifeblood of our world, connecting all things. If they are disturbed, it could disrupt the harmony of Willowbrook." "But how can we find out what's wrong?" Finn asked, eager to help. Elda reached for her walking stick, adorned with carvings of leaves and vines. "We must follow the map," she replied. "It will lead us to the heart of the disturbance." With Elda's guidance, Finn and Sage set off on their journey, the map etched into Finn's memory. They followed the shimmering paths through the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of gold. As they walked, the air grew cooler and the forest more silent, until they reached a clearing bathed in an ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of ancient standing stones, their surfaces covered in moss and lichen. The stones hummed with a gentle energy, and at their feet lay a small, sleeping dragon. Its scales shimmered with 1,000 colors, and its breath was like the softest sigh of a summer breeze. Finn approached cautiously, his heart full of wonder. "What a beautiful creature," he whispered, not wanting to disturb its slumber. Sage fluttered down to perch on one of the stones. "This dragon," he said, is a guardian of the ley lines. It seems it has fallen into a deep sleep, causing the lines to falter. Elda, who had followed quietly, stepped forward. "We must awaken it," she said gently, "but not by force. We must use the music of the earth, the harmonies that flow through all living things." Finn, with Sage's guidance, began to hum a melody, soft and pure, inspired by the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the babbling brook, the songs of the birds. Elda joined in, her voice weaving a tapestry of song that wrapped around the dragon like a warm embrace. Slowly, the dragon stirred, its eyes fluttering open to reveal pools of liquid amber. It raised its head, listening to the music, and then, with a soft rumble of gratitude, it rose into the air, trailing streams of light from its wings. As the dragon soared above the clearing, the ley lines shimmered and glowed, their energy restored. The disturbance was healed, and a sense of peace settled over Willowbrook once more. Finn, Sage, and Elda watched as the dragon circled overhead, its presence a promise of harmony and balance. With a final, graceful sweep of its wings, it disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of shimmering stardust. Back in the village, the air was filled with a sense of joy and relief. The fountain in the square now bubbled with renewed vigor, and the villagers gathered to celebrate the return of balance to their magical home. As the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn sat by the crackling fireplace in his cottage, Sage nestled beside him. He felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that the world was right once more and that he had been a part of it. "Thank you, Sage," Finn said softly, reaching out to stroke the owl's soft feathers, "for your wisdom and friendship." Sage hooted gently, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "And thank you, Finn, for your courage and kindness. Together, we have woven a story of harmony and light." And so, as the fire crackled and the wind whispered through the trees, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the magic of Willowbrook and the gentle mysteries of the world. Story 27. In a village nestled within the gentle embrace of rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Lyra. The village was a place where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the nights were serenaded by the soft croon of crickets. Lyra was as much a part of the village as the cobblestone streets and the old stone well that stood at its heart. Yet, despite the warmth and familiarity of her home, Lyra felt a restlessness within her, a fluttering like a bird trapped beneath her ribs. Lyra was known for her nimble fingers and the delicate tapestries she wove, each thread telling stories of moonlit dances and sun-kissed meadows. But lately, her hands hesitated over the loom, and her mind wandered beyond the confines of the village. She found herself yearning for something she could not name, and this yearning left her feeling unsettled and adrift. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of indigo and rose, Lyra sat by the edge of the village pond. The water mirrored the heavens above, a canvas of shimmering stars. As her thoughts danced upon the surface of her mind, an unexpected sound broke the stillness, a soft rustling from the reeds. Curiosity piqued. Lyra turned to find a small, silver fox watching her, with eyes like liquid amber. The fox was no ordinary creature. Its fur shimmered with an ethereal glow, and there was a knowing wisdom in its gaze. Lyra, entranced, felt her heart calm in the presence of this magical being. The fox stepped closer, its movements fluid and graceful, and with a gentle nod it beckoned her to follow. Guided by the fox's luminous presence, Lyra found herself weaving through a forest she had never noticed before. The trees here were ancient, their branches draped with moss like the robes of wise wizards. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As Lyra walked, she felt a sense of peace enveloping her, as if the forest itself was whispering secrets of old. The fox led her to a clearing bathed in silver light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its roots entwined with the earth like the fingers of a loving guardian. Hanging from one of its branches was a mirror, its surface as smooth as a still pond. Lyra approached, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes that were both familiar and foreign. In that moment, Lyra understood that the mirror was a gift, a glimpse into her own soul. She saw not only the girl she had always known, but also the woman she was becoming. The reflection held her gaze, showing her the courage that lay dormant in her heart and the strength she had yet to discover. With the fox by her side, Lyra felt a surge of determination. She realized that the change she feared was not something to shy away from, but to embrace. It was the doorway to her true self, a path she must walk to find her place in the world. Returning to the village with a newfound sense of purpose, Lyra was greeted by her friends and family. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, noticed the change in her granddaughter's eyes and smiled knowingly. She spoke softly, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Change is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our lives, my dear. Embrace it, and it will reveal wonders beyond your imagination." With the support of those she loved, Lyra began to explore new ways of weaving her tapestries, infusing them with the magic she had witnessed in the forest. Her art became a reflection of her journey, each piece telling a story of transformation and growth. The villagers, captivated by the beauty and depth of her work, found themselves inspired to embrace their own changes, their own journeys. The silver fox, a silent guardian, would often visit Lyra, its presence a reminder of the path she had chosen. Together they would walk through the forest, a place that had become a sanctuary for both of them, a realm where magic danced in the air and dreams took flight. In time, Lyra's tapestries became renowned beyond the village, each one a testament to the beauty of personal discovery. Her story spread far and wide, a tale of courage and transformation that touched the hearts of many. And so, Lyra's journey continued, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle presence of the silver fox. She learned that change was something to be feared, but a wondrous adventure to be cherished. With each step she took, she grew stronger, wiser, and more in tune with the magic that lay within her. As the years passed, the village thrived, its people inspired by Lyra's courage and the magic she wove into her tapestries. And though the seasons changed and the world around them evolved, the spirit of the village remained steadfast, a place of warmth, friendship, and endless possibility. Under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the shimmering stars, Lyra found peace in the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Her heart, once restless, now beat in harmony with the rhythm of the world. And her soul, like her tapestries, was a beautiful mosaic of change and growth. And so the tale of Lyra and the magical forest became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to embrace change, to discover our true selves, and to weave our own stories with love and courage. Story 28. In a land where the canopy of the forest was so dense that only the gentlest dapples of sunlight reached the forest floor, there lay a place known as the Whispering Glade. This enchanted forest, with its towering trees and velvet moss, was a sanctuary for all manner of creatures, great and small, who lived in harmony under its boughs. The air was always filled with the rich, earthy scent of damp pine needles and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. At dawn, the forest awoke with a symphony of birdsong, the notes weaving through the leaves like a gentle breeze. As day turned to dusk, the forest transformed into a symphony of rustling leaves and the soft hoot of owls, creating a lullaby for those who called it home. In this glade, tucked away from the eyes of humans, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of deep greens and browns, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. He had seen countless cycles of the seasons, each one bringing its own magic and mystery. Thistle was revered by all the creatures of the forest for his knowledge and gentle spirit. One sunny morning, as the golden light filtered through the leaves, a young fox named Fern approached Thistle with a heart full of questions. Fern's coat was as fiery as the autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Thistle," she began, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet morning, "how do the forest and all its creatures remain in such perfect harmony?" Thistle regarded Fern with a kind smile, his voice as warm and deep as the forest itself. "Ah, Fern," he said, "the secret lies in understanding the balance of nature. Each creature has its role, and each season brings its own gift. It is a dance of give and take, of listening and understanding." He told Fern of the spring awakening, when the forest burst into life with a chorus of blooming flowers and the return of migratory birds. The rains would gently patter on the leaves, a soothing rhythm that nourished the earth and all who lived upon it. "Spring," Thistle said, "is a time of renewal and hope." As the seasons turned, summer came with its bright, warm days and the gentle hum of bees that danced from flower to flower. Summer is a time of growth and abundance, Thistle explained. It is when the forest basks in the sun's embrace. Autumn followed, painting the forest in hues of gold and crimson. The air turned crisp and carried the rich scent of fallen leaves, a reminder of the cycle of life. Autumn teaches us the beauty of change and letting go, Thistle murmured. Finally, winter arrived, covering the glade in a soft white blanket of snow. The forest fell into a peaceful slumber, the only sound the gentle whisper of the wind through the bare branches. Winter, Thistle said with reverence, is a time of rest and reflection. As Thistle shared these lessons, Fern felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. She understood that each creature, each season, played a vital part in the tapestry of the forest. It was a balance maintained by respect and understanding, a harmonious dance that had been carried out for generations. The days turned into weeks, and Fern, inspired by her talk with Thistle, began to share her newfound wisdom with the other young creatures of the forest. Together, they learned not only to cherish the wonders of their home, but also to care for it, ensuring that the magic would endure for those who would come after them. And so, the seasons continued to weave their magic through the whispering glade, each one a gentle reminder of the beauty and balance of nature. Under Thistle's wise guidance and Fern's youthful enthusiasm, the creatures of the forest thrived, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the world around them. As the gentle lullaby of the forest sang its timeless song, the creatures drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow, knowing they were part of something ancient and beautiful. In the heart of the whispering glade, harmony reigned, a testament to the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle heart and her way with plants, tending to the vibrant gardens that adorned the community. Yet deep inside, she harbored a quiet fear of change, clinging to the familiar as tightly as a vine clings to a trellis. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and the distant hum of a babbling brook. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, Leora would sit by her favorite oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like an old, comforting friend. One crisp autumn evening, as the air was filled with the musky scent of fallen leaves and the distant calls of homeward-bound birds, Leora noticed something peculiar. A soft, iridescent glow emanated from a cluster of mushrooms at the base of the oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, her fingers brushing against the velvety caps. To her astonishment, the mushrooms began to hum a gentle tune, a melody that seemed to echo the whispers of the forest itself. Startled, Leora stepped back, her heart aflutter like the wings of a startled butterfly. Yet, curiosity soon overcame her apprehension. As the melody swirled around her, she felt a strange, comforting warmth spreading through her chest. It was as if the forest was speaking directly to her, urging her to embrace the unknown. The next day, Leora confided in her dear friend, Marin, a wise woman with bright, twinkling eyes and a laugh that could chase away the darkest clouds. Marin listened intently, nodding as Leora recounted the magical encounter. "Change is like the turning of the seasons," Marin said, her voice as soft as a breeze. "It's a part of life, and though it may seem daunting, it often brings new growth and beauty." Inspired by Marin's words, Leora decided to explore the forest further. She wandered deeper into the woods, the sun-dappled path guiding her to a hidden glade. There she discovered a small pond, its surface shimmering like liquid silver in the afternoon light. On the banks of the pond sat a peculiar creature, a small fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that glowed like embers. The fox approached her with a gentle curiosity, its presence both mystical and reassuring. It nudged a small golden leaf towards her, and as Leora picked it up, she felt a rush of understanding flow through her. The leaf, she realized, was a token of transformation, a symbol of the changes she feared but now began to embrace. Over the following weeks, Leora returned to the glade often. Each visit brought new discoveries. The delicate dance of fireflies at dusk, the sweet scent of honeysuckle carried on the wind, and the gentle rustle of the fox's presence. always near yet never intrusive. With each encounter, Leora's fear of change began to dissolve, replaced by a growing sense of wonder and acceptance. Back in the village, Leora shared her experiences with her neighbors, her eyes alight with newfound wisdom. She encouraged them to listen to the whispers of the forest, to seek out the magic in their own lives. The villagers, inspired by her journey, began to see the world around them in a different light, noticing the subtle shifts and changes that made life so enchanting. As winter descended upon the land, blanketing the village in a soft layer of snow, Leora felt a deep, abiding peace within her heart. She had learned that change was not something to be feared, but a natural part of life's tapestry, bringing with it opportunities for growth and transformation. One evening, as she sat by the oak tree, now bare and still against the twilight sky, Leora noticed the familiar glow of the mushrooms once more. The melody they sang was now a cherished lullaby, a reminder of the beauty of personal discovery and the gentle magic that lay within. And so, with the warmth of the village and the forest's whispers surrounding her like a comforting embrace, Leora closed her eyes, content and ready for whatever changes the future might bring. The village, too, thrived in its newfound appreciation for the magical dance of change, living in harmony with the rhythms of nature and finding beauty in every transformation. And so the seasons turned, and the village continued to flourish, a testament to the gentle strength of embracing change and the magic that resides in every heart willing to grow. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves rustled like soft-spoken secrets, there lay a quaint little village named Alder Hollow. The village was nestled snugly within a tapestry of towering trees, their branches weaving a sheltering canopy overhead. Alder Hollow was a place where magic flowed as freely as the brook that giggled its way through the forest, and where the warm glow of lanterns flickered like fireflies at dusk. Every morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and rose, the villagers awoke to the sweet symphony of birdsong. But one morning, a peculiar thing occurred that set the villagers whispering like the woods themselves. The morning chorus was conspicuously absent, replaced by an eerie silence that settled over the village like a thick fog. Concerned, the villagers gathered in the village square, a cozy circle lined with cobblestone paths and vibrant flower beds. At the center stood a grand oak tree, its branches spreading wide like a wise old sage offering a comforting embrace. Beneath its shade, the villagers discussed the strange silence. Among them was young Finn, a bright-eyed lad with a curiosity as boundless as the forest itself. His freckled face was alight with determination as he listened to the worried murmurs. "We must find out what has happened to the birds," he declared, his voice steady and resolute. His friends, gentle-hearted Nora and thoughtful Jasper, nodded in agreement. Nora, with her auburn curls and soft smile, had a knack for understanding the whispers of the wind, while Jasper, with his spectacles perched on his nose, was known for his sharp mind and keen observation. The trio decided to seek the advice of the oldest and wisest creature in the whispering woods, the great owl named Sage Whisper. Sage Whisper resided in the ancient beech tree at the edge of the village, a tree so old its bark was etched with the stories of time. As they ventured into the forest, the air was filled with the scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The path wound its way past babbling brooks and clusters of wildflowers, their colors a cheerful splash against the green. When they arrived at Sage Whisper's tree, the great owl blinked down at them with eyes like pools of amber. "Ah, young ones," Sage Whisper hooted softly, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to this old tree today?" "The birds have stopped singing," Sage Whisper, Finn explained, his brow furrowed with concern. "We need your wisdom to understand why." Sage Whisper ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "The forest speaks in many ways," he said. "To understand its silence, one must first listen with more than just ears." With a gentle flap of his wings, he motioned them closer. "I have noticed a peculiar shimmer in the air near the crystal glade. Perhaps you might start your search there." Thanking Sage Whisper, the trio set off towards the crystal glade, a hidden corner of the forest known for its ethereal beauty. The path to the glade was lined with mossy stones, and the air grew cooler as they approached. The glade itself was a spectacle of nature's artistry, where delicate crystals jutted from the ground like frozen beams of light. As they explored the glade, Nora noticed something unusual. "Look here," she called, pointing to a cluster of crystals. "These crystals are vibrating, ever so slightly." Jasper knelt down, adjusting his spectacles. "It seems as though they're resonating with something," he observed. "But what?" As they pondered, a soft tinkling sound like distant chimes reached their ears. It was a melody so gentle it seemed to float on the breeze. Following the sound, they discovered a small shimmering creature nestled among the crystals. It was a lumina pixie, with wings like gossamer and a glow that pulsed softly in rhythm with the crystals. The pixie looked up at them with eyes as bright as stars. "I am Lyra," she introduced herself in a voice as light as a sigh. "I am sorry if my song disturbed the balance." Finn, his curiosity piqued, asked, "Why are you singing here, Lyra?" "My family was scattered by a storm, and I sought refuge here," Lyra explained, her voice tinged with sadness. "The crystals amplify my song, but I did not mean for it to silence the birds." Understanding dawned on the trio. The pixie's song, though beautiful, was inadvertently causing the birds to retreat. They knew they had to help Lyra find her family, so the forest could return to harmony. With Sage Whisper's wisdom and the villagers' help, they crafted a plan. Nora, with her affinity for the wind, would carry Lyra's song far and wide, signaling her family. Jasper, with his knowledge of the stars, would chart the pixie's migration patterns to guide them safely home. And Finn, with his boundless curiosity, would explore every nook and cranny to find any lost pixies. Days passed, filled with the soft rustle of wings and the gentle hum of magic. The villagers worked together, their hearts warmed by the spirit of unity. At last, one morning, the forest awoke to a symphony unlike any other. The birds sang with renewed joy, and the pixies, reunited with their kin, added their melodies to the chorus. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra and her family bid farewell to Alder Hollow, leaving behind a forest at peace and a village filled with newfound friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Finn, Nora, and Jasper sat beneath the grand oak, their hearts full of contentment. They had solved the mystery with kindness and wisdom, and in doing so had woven a new story into the tapestry of the Whispering Woods. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Alder Hollow settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the forest, where magic and friendship danced hand in hand under the watchful gaze of the moon. Story 31. In a faraway land where the sky blushed with hues of lavender at twilight, there lay a mystical forest known as Whispering Pines. It was a place where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the winds, and the ground was carpeted with soft, emerald moss that tickled the feet of those who wandered its paths. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet aroma of wildflowers, and at night the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet blanket. In this magical realm, two creatures lived who, at first glance, were as different as night and day. The first was a shy little squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves and eyes sparkled with curiosity. Pippin loved nothing more than to scurry through the branches, collecting acorns and listening to the gentle whispers of the forest. He was a creature of habit, finding comfort in the predictable rhythm of his days. The second was an elegant firefly named Luminara, who danced through the night with a glow that rivaled the moon. Luminara hailed from the Meadows of Light, a place where the air shimmered with the luminescence of her kin. Unlike Pippin, Luminara thrived on change and the thrill of exploring the unknown. Her wings carried her on adventures, painting trails of light in the darkened sky. Their worlds collided one evening under a canopy of stars, when Luminara, following a particularly bright comet, found herself tangled in the branches of Pippin's favorite oak tree. Alarmed by the sudden rustling above him, Pippin darted up the trunk to investigate, only to find the radiant firefly struggling to free herself. "Who goes there?" Pippin squeaked, his voice quivering with a mix of fear and concern. Startled, Luminara paused in her efforts and blinked her luminous eyes at the flustered squirrel. "Oh, I'm so sorry!" "I didn't mean to intrude," she replied, her voice as soft as a summer breeze. "I was just following the comet and didn't see where I was going." Pippin, though initially wary of the glowing stranger, felt a pang of sympathy. "Let me help you," he offered, gingerly untangling the delicate wings from the twigs. As Luminara fluttered free, a small smile of gratitude lit up her face. "Thank you, kind squirrel," Luminara said, her glow brightening. "I'm Luminara from the Meadows of Light." "Pippin," the squirrel replied, his cheeks warming at the compliment. "I live here in Whispering Pines." Though the two were from different worlds, something in that shared moment of kindness planted the seed of an unlikely friendship. At first, their differences seemed daunting. Pippin was accustomed to the quiet whispers of the forest, while Luminara brought with her the vibrant energy of her world. They often misunderstood each other. Pippin misinterpreted Luminara's excitement for impatience, and Luminara mistook Pippin's caution for disinterest. One evening, as they sat together on a branch, Luminara suggested they venture beyond the forest to see the world from a hilltop. Pippin hesitated, the thought of leaving his familiar surroundings filling him with anxiety. "What if something happens?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "But what if we see something amazing?" Luminara countered, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. It was in these moments of misunderstanding that their friendship began to truly blossom. Pippin learned to embrace a bit of Luminara's adventurous spirit, finding joy in the new experiences she introduced. In turn, Luminara discovered the beauty in Pippin's cautious nature, learning to appreciate the subtle wonders of the forest she had once overlooked. Their bond grew stronger when they faced a challenge that threatened their beloved home. A fierce storm swept through Whispering Pines, winds howling like a pack of wolves, bending the ancient trees and sending torrents of rain cascading down in sheets. Pippin, worried for the safety of his forest friends, scurried through the branches, warning everyone to seek shelter. Luminara, with her radiant glow, guided creatures through the darkness to the safety of a hollowed-out tree trunk. Together, they worked tirelessly, their movements synchronized in an unspoken dance of unity. As the storm raged on, Pippin and Luminara found themselves huddled together under the protective canopy of leaves. The air was cool, the scent of rain mingling with the earth, and despite the chaos outside, there was a warmth between them that neither had ever experienced before. "Thank you for staying," Pippin murmured, glancing at Luminara. "I couldn't have done this without you." Luminara smiled, her glow soft and comforting. "We did this together, Pippin. We're a team." In the aftermath of the storm, as the sun broke through the clouds, casting golden rays upon the glistening forest, Pippin and Luminara looked around at their home, now more beautiful than ever. The shared challenge had not only brought them closer, but it had also taught them the true meaning of friendship, being there for one another, embracing differences, and finding strength in unity. From that day on, Pippin and Luminara were inseparable. They continued to explore the wonders of Whispering Pines and beyond, each adventure deepening their bond. Pippin's heart swelled with courage, while Luminara's spirit was grounded by the gentle wisdom of the forest. Together, they discovered that the brightest lights often come from the most unexpected places, and that true friendship, like the stars above, could light the darkest of nights. And so, as the lavender sky faded to the deep blue of night, Pippin and Luminara sat side by side, watching the stars dance in the sky, knowing that as long as they had each other, they were never truly alone. The forest around them echoed with the gentle whispers of the wind, a lullaby that lulled them into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a land where the sky met the sea in a seamless embrace, there lay a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering shores. The village was known for its vibrant tapestry of inhabitants, each as unique as the colors of a sunset. Among these villagers were two beings who couldn't be more different: a gentle fox named Finn, with fur like autumn leaves, and a curious seagull called Gulliver, whose wings shimmered with the blues and grays of distant storms. Finn lived in a cozy burrow at the edge of the forest, surrounded by a garden that sang with the scent of wildflowers and herbs. He was known for his wisdom and kindness, often helping villagers with their troubles or sharing stories by the fireside. Gulliver, on the other hand, was a wanderer of the skies, gliding above the ocean waves and swooping down to the village to chatter about the wonders he had seen on his travels. Despite their differences, both Finn and Gulliver shared a love for the peaceful beauty of their world. Yet they had never spoken more than a few words to each other. You see, Finn was a creature of the earth, grounded and thoughtful, while Gulliver was of the air, free-spirited and adventurous. Their paths seldom crossed, until one fateful day when the village was caught in the throes of an unexpected storm. The storm arrived with little warning, sweeping across the village with a ferocity that sent villagers scurrying for shelter. Finn watched from the safety of his burrow as the wind howled through the trees, his heart heavy with worry for his neighbors. Just as he was about to close his door against the storm, a frantic flapping caught his attention. There, struggling against the gale, was Gulliver, his wings battered by the wind. Without a second thought, Finn dashed into the storm, his fur soaked and his paws slipping on the muddy ground. With careful precision, he guided Gulliver into the safety of his burrow. The seagull, shivering and exhausted, looked up at Finn with grateful eyes. "Thank you," Gulliver croaked, his voice barely audible over the storm's roar. Finn nodded, offering a gentle smile. "Rest here until the storm passes," he said, his voice warm and reassuring. As the storm raged outside, the two unlikely companions found themselves sharing stories, their words mingling with the crackling of the fire that Finn had kindled. Gulliver spoke of the vast ocean, of sunsets that painted the sky with hues of gold and violet, and of distant lands where the air was sweet with mystery. Finn shared tales of the forest, of the secret lives of trees and the harmony of nature's song. As the hours passed, the storm began to wane, leaving behind a sky clear with stars. In the quiet that followed, Finn and Gulliver discovered a newfound understanding. Despite their different worlds, they realized they were bound by a shared appreciation of the beauty that surrounded them. Their friendship blossomed in the days that followed. Gulliver would visit Finn often, and together they would explore the fringes of their worlds, Gulliver showing Finn the marvels of the sky, while Finn introduced Gulliver to the hidden wonders of the forest floor. They learned to see through each other's eyes, their perspectives broadening with each shared adventure. However, their friendship faced its greatest test when a misunderstanding threatened to drive a wedge between them. It happened during a village gathering, where Gulliver, in his enthusiasm, accidentally knocked over a prized sculpture that Finn had crafted from forest treasures. The sculpture, a delicate arrangement of leaves and twigs, was an expression of Finn's heart, a gift for the village that now lay in ruins. Finn's heart sank, and words of frustration escaped him before he could stop them. Gulliver, hurt and embarrassed, flew away without a word, his heart heavy with guilt. For days, an uneasy silence lingered between them, a chasm that seemed too wide to bridge. Yet, as time passed, both Finn and Gulliver reflected on their friendship, realizing that their bond was too precious to let slip away. It was Finn who made the first move, crafting a new sculpture with Gulliver in mind, an intricate piece that captured the essence of both air and earth, of freedom and wisdom entwined. Gulliver, touched by Finn's gesture, returned to the forest with an olive branch in his beak, a symbol of peace and reconciliation. Together, they rebuilt the sculpture, their efforts a testament to the strength and resilience of their friendship. In the end, Finn and Gulliver learned that true friendship is not about avoiding misunderstandings, but about overcoming them with patience and understanding. Their bond grew stronger with each challenge they faced, a testament to the power of kindness and the beauty of acceptance. And so, as the village returned to its gentle rhythm, Finn and Gulliver continued to explore the world together, their hearts alight with the warmth of friendship, their spirits soaring like the wind that whispered through the trees and danced across the waves. Together, they discovered that the true meaning of friendship lay not in their differences, but in the joy of sharing the journey. Story 33. In a verdant forest that seemed to stretch endlessly beneath a sky of twinkling stars, a soft glow of moonlight filtered through the canopy of ancient trees. This was a place where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered tales of old to those who would listen. Here, the boundaries between the everyday world and the realm of magic blurred like morning mist. In this enchanted woodland, creatures of all kinds lived in harmony. their lives entwined with the rhythms of the natural world. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who carried the weight of many years upon her back like the shell that protected her. Her eyes, deep and knowing as the forest itself, sparkled with the reflections of countless sunrises and sunsets she had witnessed. Thistle's home was a cozy burrow nestled at the base of an ancient oak, its bark rugged with age and wisdom. Inside, the burrow was lined with soft moss and fragrant leaves, which cradled Thistle like a tender embrace when she rested. It was here, under the protective boughs that swayed gently in the breeze, that Thistle often shared stories with her friends, for she was the keeper of the forest's history. One crisp autumn evening, as the chill in the air hinted at the winter to come, a gathering was held at Thistle's burrow. The forest creatures, from the tiniest shrew to the most majestic deer, came to listen to her tales. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, and the crackling of twigs underfoot was like the gentle popping of a distant fire. As the creatures settled, Thistle began her story, her voice as soft and soothing as the wind through the branches. Long ago, she said, when the forest was young, there was a time when the balance was threatened, and it was up to the creatures of the forest to restore it. The tale she told was of a magical phenomenon that occurred every century, when the seasons began to shift uneasily, causing confusion and disharmony. The trees would shed their leaves too soon, or not at all. Rivers would flow in strange directions, and the animals would find themselves out of sync with the cycle of life. It was during one such time that the forest's guardian, a wise old owl named Wisewing, had gathered the creatures to find a solution. Wisewing, with feathers as soft and silent as the night itself, had observed the signs and knew that the balance must be restored, or the forest would suffer greatly. The way to restore balance, Wisewing had said, lies in understanding the harmony of our world. Each creature, each plant, and each gust of wind plays a part in this grand symphony. With this wisdom, the creatures set about their task. The squirrels, with their nimble paws, collected seeds and nuts, planting them in places where new growth was needed. The bees and butterflies, their wings a blur of color, spread pollen to encourage the flowers to bloom. The fish in the streams carried messages along the waterways, whispering the secrets of the currents to their fellow creatures. As Thistle recounted these events, the listeners could almost feel the warmth of the sun that had shone on those efforts. They could hear the gentle buzzing of the bees and the soft murmur of the stream, like a lullaby that wrapped around their hearts. In time, through the combined efforts of all the forest inhabitants, the balance was restored. The leaves turned their vibrant hues at the right time, the rivers flowed joyfully, and the stars twinkled with a renewed light, as if in celebration. With the tale concluded, Thistle looked around at the gathered creatures, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom she passed on. "And so it is," she said gently, "that we must always remember to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand our place within it, and to work together to ensure its harmony." The creatures nodded, their spirits lifted by the story. They understood now, more than ever, the importance of unity and respect for the natural world. As the night deepened and the moon cast a silver sheen across the forest floor, the creatures began to depart, each carrying the memory of Thistle's story in their hearts. The forest was quiet again, save for the soft sigh of the wind through the branches, a sound as comforting as a lullaby. In the days that followed, the forest thrived. The seasons turned with grace and predictability, guided by the hands of the unseen magic that Thistle had spoken of. The creatures, with newfound respect for their home, lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the wisdom of their ancestors. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the forest continued its timeless dance, a symphony of life that echoed with the gentle wisdom of Thistle the tortoise. And as the fireflies began their nightly waltz in the cool evening air, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the ancient knowledge that its guardians, both seen and unseen, would always ensure the balance of life. In this way, the enchanted forest remained a haven for all who called it home, a place where the magic of life could be felt in every rustle of leaves and every whisper of the wind. And in the heart of it all, Thistle's tales continued to be told, each one a reminder of the enduring power of wisdom and friendship. Story 34. In a quiet village nestled between rolling green hills and whispering woods, there lay a small cottage with a thatched roof, its stone chimney gently puffing out wisps of sweet-smelling smoke. This was the home of a young girl named Mirabelle, whose heart was as warm as the hearth that greeted her every evening. Mirabelle loved the world around her with an unending curiosity. Her days were spent wandering through the lush meadows, learning the secrets of the babbling brook that wove through the village like a silver ribbon, and listening intently to the rustling trees that seemed to share stories from centuries past. One late afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and lavender, Mirabelle found herself drawn to an old path she had never taken before. The path, cloaked in mystery and framed by ancient oaks, beckoned her with a gentle breeze that carried the scent of honeysuckle and promise. With a heart full of wonder and a little basket in hand, she ventured forth, eager to uncover what lay beyond the familiar. The path wound its way deeper into the woods, where the sunlight danced between leaves, creating dapples of light on the forest floor. As Mirabelle walked, she noticed the softest of sounds, a melody that seemed to rise from the very earth itself. It was the song of the forest, a soothing lullaby of chirping crickets, whispering winds, and the gentle coo of doves settling for the night. Guided by the enchanting music, Mirabelle soon arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an old, majestic oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky as if embracing the universe. Beneath its boughs sat a small figure, a creature of delicate beauty, with wings that shimmered like moonlight on water. Startled yet intrigued, Mirabelle approached cautiously. "Hello," she called softly, her voice almost blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The creature turned to her, eyes sparkling with warmth and kindness. "Greetings, child of the earth," the creature replied in a voice as soft as the night wind. "I am Lila, a guardian of this enchanted grove." Mirabelle felt a tingle of excitement and awe. "I didn't know there were guardians in these woods," she said, her eyes wide with wonder. Lyra chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of tiny bells. "We are here, always, though not always seen. We watch over the balance of nature and the magic that flows through this land." Mirabelle sat beside Lyra, feeling an unspoken bond forming between them. "What brings you here, Mirabelle?" Lyra asked, her eyes twinkling like stars. "I'm not sure," Mirabelle admitted. "I just felt drawn to this path today. It's like the forest was calling me." Lyra nodded knowingly. "The forest has a way of calling those with open hearts and curious minds. Perhaps it has chosen you for a special reason." As they spoke, the twilight deepened, and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky. Lyra shared stories of the ancient woods, tales of creatures both wondrous and wise. Mirabelle listened with rapt attention, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the magical world Lyra described. Suddenly, a soft rustling interrupted their conversation. From the shadows emerged a fox, its fur a rich tapestry of russet and gold. It approached cautiously, its eyes reflecting the starlight. "Do not fear," Lyra said, her voice reassuring. "This is Fen, a friend to the Guardians." Mirabelle extended her hand, and the fox sniffed it curiously before nuzzling against her. She laughed, a sound that seemed to echo joyfully through the grove. As the night wore on, Mirabelle, Lyra, and Fen sat together beneath the ancient oak, sharing stories and laughter, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the forest. Mirabelle learned of the delicate balance that held their world together, of the importance of kindness and understanding, and the magic born from friendship and respect for all living things. When the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the world, Mirabelle knew it was time to return home. She stood, reluctant to leave the newfound friends and the enchanting grove. Lyra sensed her hesitation and spoke gently. "Remember, Mirabelle, the magic of this place is within you now. Carry it in your heart, and you shall never be far from us." Mirabelle nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. She bid farewell to Lyra and Fen, promising to return and share more stories under the vast canopy of stars. As she retraced her steps along the moonlit path, Mirabelle felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. The night was silent, save for the symphony of the forest. a harmonious blend that soothed her spirit and guided her home. Upon reaching her cottage, Mirabelle found her mother waiting by the hearth, its glow casting a warm, inviting light. She recounted her adventure with excitement, her words painting vivid images of the magical grove and its gentle inhabitants. Her mother listened, her eyes soft with understanding. "The world is full of wonders, my dear," she said, tucking Mirabelle into bed, "and you have a gift for finding them." As Mirabelle drifted into a peaceful slumber, she dreamed of moonlit paths and shimmering wings, of foxes with golden fur, and the gentle voice of the guardian who had opened her heart to the magic that lay all around. In the days that followed, she often returned to the grove, her heart a little lighter and her spirit a little brighter, carrying with her the lessons of friendship and harmony, and the gentle magic that would forever guide her through life's journey. And so, as the stars watched over her from their celestial perches, Mirabelle's heart continued to explore, her adventures a testament to the beauty of unexpected friendships and the mysteries of the natural world. In her dreams, she was never alone, for the guardians of the grove were always with her, whispering secrets of the earth and sky, guiding her with love and wisdom through the gentle, wondrous tapestry of life. Story 35. In a lush, whispering forest where the ancient trees stood like wise old sentinels, there was a small, sun-dappled village named Willow's End. It was a place where the air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle babbling of the brook sang a lullaby to all who passed by. The villagers of Willow's End were known for their warmth and kindness, living in harmony with the magical essence that threaded through the forest like a golden ribbon. In this idyllic village, there lived a young woman named Anya. Anya had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the deep, mysterious green of the forest. She was known for her gentle spirit and her talent for weaving, crafting blankets and tapestries that told stories of the forest and its creatures. Despite her serene surroundings and her skill, Anya felt a restlessness within her heart, a longing she couldn't quite understand. Change was whispering to her, but Anya was afraid to listen. One autumn morning, when the world was wrapped in a cool mist and the leaves danced in the breeze, Anya set out for her favorite spot by the brook. She carried her basket of threads and sat beneath an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching like protective arms above her. As she began to weave, a rustling sound caught her attention. From the underbrush emerged a creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a fox, its fur shimmering with hues of silver and gold, as if the sunlight itself had woven its coat. The fox approached with cautious grace, its eyes reflecting a wisdom that seemed beyond the ages. Anya felt a strange sense of familiarity, as though she and the fox had shared countless conversations in dreams. The fox sat beside her, its presence both calming and invigorating. "You feel the call of change, yet you resist it," the fox spoke, its voice a gentle melody that harmonized with the forest sounds. Anya was startled, yet she felt no fear. The fox's words touched the part of her that she had kept hidden even from herself. "I do," Anya admitted softly, her fingers pausing in their dance over the loom, "but I fear what I might lose if I change." The fox tilted its head, understanding gleaming in its eyes. "Transformation is not about losing, but about discovering. Like the river that carves new paths through the earth, you too must find your own way." With these words, the fox trotted away, leaving Anya to ponder its wisdom. She continued to weave, and as the threads interlaced, she noticed something extraordinary. The images that formed were alive, shifting and changing with each glance. A tapestry of the forest unfolded, depicting not just the static beauty of nature, but its dynamic, ever-changing essence. Trees grew and shed their leaves, flowers blossomed and withered, and the brook flowed endlessly, carving new paths as the seasons turned. Days turned into weeks, and Anya found herself drawn deeper into her craft. She began to weave not just with her hands, but with her heart, pouring her fears and hopes into each thread. The villagers noticed the change in her work and in her demeanor. Her tapestries were more vibrant, more alive, and they seemed to whisper secrets to all who gazed upon them. Among the villagers were two dear friends, Mira and Rowan, who had always stood by Anya's side. Mira was a healer, her touch as soothing as a summer breeze, and her laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. Rowan, a gentle giant of a man, was a carpenter whose creations seemed to grow naturally from the earth. They had watched Anya's transformation with quiet support, understanding that her journey was a personal one, yet wanting to be there for her every step of the way. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Mira and Rowan joined Anya by the brook. The air was filled with the scent of evening primrose and the distant call of nightingales. "Anya," Mira began, her voice as gentle as the twilight, "we've seen the beauty you're creating and the light it's bringing into your life. Change is daunting, but remember, you are never alone." Rowan nodded, his eyes warm and steady like the earth met hers. "The forest is always changing, yet it remains the same at its heart. So it is with you." Anya smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. Their words wrapped around her like the softest of her woven shawls, comforting and encouraging. She realized that while her journey was her own, she was never truly alone. The forest, the village, and her friends were all part of her tapestry, each thread connected to the other. As the seasons continued their dance, Anya embraced the changes within and around her. She discovered new colors in her threads, new patterns in her life. Her tapestries began to tell stories of transformation and growth, of the beauty found in the unknown and the strength born from embracing it. One day, as spring painted the world in fresh greens and vibrant blossoms, Anya sat by the brook once more. The fox returned, its eyes still gleaming with ancient wisdom. Anya greeted it with a smile, her heart light and open. "Thank you," she said simply, understanding now the gift the fox had given her. The fox nodded, a gentle smile in its eyes, before disappearing into the forest once more. From that day forward, Anya continued to weave her magic, her tapestries a testament to the journey of change and self-discovery. She learned that transformation was not a destination, but a journey, one that was as beautiful and intricate as the forest itself. And so, beneath the whispering trees and the ever-changing sky, Anya found her place, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of Willow's End. In the gentle embrace of the forest, she discovered that change was not something to fear, but something to celebrate, as it led her to a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. And as the fireflies began their nightly dance, the village seemed to sigh contentedly, cradled in the warmth of Anya's newfound light. Story 36. In the quiet, enchanted village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and the shimmering moonlit lake, life unfurled at a gentle pace. The air was fragranced with the sweet scent of lavender, and the cobblestone paths glistened under the silvery light of the moon. Lanterns hung from ancient oaks, casting a warm glow that danced with the shadows of the night. It was a place where magic whispered softly, like the rustle of leaves in an evening breeze. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to small wonders. It wasn't unusual for the flowers to hum soft melodies as they bloomed, or for the stars to twinkle with an extra bit of sparkle when a child made a wish. Yet something peculiar had begun to stir in this tranquil haven, something that puzzled even the wisest among them. It started with the village's beloved bakery, Sweet Crumb Cottage, where each morning the aroma of freshly baked bread and pastries filled the air. However, for 3 mornings in a row, the loaves of bread and golden croissants had mysteriously disappeared, leaving the shelves bare. The baker, a kind-hearted woman named Agnes, was flummoxed, for she always locked the doors securely each night. Word of the vanishing bread spread quickly, and soon the villagers buzzed with curiosity. How could such a strange thing happen in their peaceful village? Some whispered of mischievous spirits, while others thought of playful fairies. The mystery deepened when, on the 4th morning, a trail of crumbs was found leading from the bakery to the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest known for its gentle magic and myriad secrets. Among those intrigued by the mysterious occurrences was a young boy named Finn. With eyes the color of the sky and a heart full of wonder, Finn was known for his curiosity and knack for solving puzzles. He lived with his grandmother, an elderly woman with a wealth of knowledge about the magical world that surrounded them. One evening after supper, as the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, Finn sat with his grandmother discussing the vanishing bread. "Do you think it's the work of fairies, Gran?" he asked, his voice laced with both excitement and concern. His grandmother, her eyes twinkling like stars, replied, "Fairies are fond of mischief, dear Finn, but they wouldn't take more than a crumb or two." No, this seems the work of someone or something different. Perhaps a creature from the woods is feeling quite hungry. With this in mind, Finn decided to investigate. The next morning, armed with a basket of freshly baked pastries from Agnes and a heart full of courage, he set off toward the Whispering Woods. The sun was just rising, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, and the dew-kissed grass shimmered underfoot. As Finn entered the woods, he felt the familiar tingle of magic in the air. The trees here were ancient, their branches stretching high into the sky, whispering secrets to one another. Birds sang sweetly, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, creating a patchwork of light and shadow on the forest floor. Finn followed the trail of crumbs, his eyes scanning the ground carefully, until he reached a small clearing. There, beneath the shelter of a giant oak, he found a curious sight, a small creature, no larger than a rabbit, with fur as soft as the finest velvet and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. It was a puffling, a gentle creature known for its love of baked goods. The puffling looked up at Finn with a mixture of guilt and hope. In its tiny paws, it clutched a croissant, nibbling at the edges. Finn knelt down, his heart melting at the sight of the adorable creature. "Hello there," he said softly. "I see you have a taste for our village's bread and pastries." The puffling nodded, its ears twitching. It seemed to understand that it had caused some trouble, and its eyes pleaded for forgiveness. "Why did you take the bread?" Finn asked gently, curious to understand the creature's plight. The puffling motioned with its paw to a burrow nearby, where Finn could see several smaller pufflings peeking out, their eyes wide and innocent. It was clear now. The creature had not acted out of mischief, but necessity. It was feeding its family. Understanding the situation, Finn smiled warmly. "You were just trying to take care of your little ones," he said softly. "I think we can find a solution that helps everyone." With a plan forming in his mind, Finn returned to the village and gathered the villagers, including Agnes. He explained the situation, and after some discussion, they agreed to help the pufflings. Each morning, the villagers would leave a basket of bread and pastries at the edge of the woods, enough to feed the pufflings without affecting their own supply. The plan worked beautifully. The pufflings were grateful and no longer needed to sneak into the bakery. In return, they began to help the villagers by tidying up the woods and leaving small magical tokens, such as enchanted flowers and sparkling stones, as a gesture of thanks. As days turned into weeks, the village thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the magical creatures deepened. Finn often visited the pufflings, sharing stories and laughter under the shade of the great oak. Through this gentle mystery, the villagers learned the importance of understanding and kindness, realizing that sometimes the solution to a problem lies in empathy and friendship, rather than suspicion and fear. And so, as the night fell over Willowbrook, with stars twinkling in the velvety sky, the village rested peacefully, knowing that harmony had been restored. The gentle rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets lulled everyone into a serene slumber, as the soothing magic of the village wrapped them in a blanket of dreams, warm and comforting as the glow of the hearth. And thus, dear listener, may the story of Willowbrook linger in your heart, a reminder that in the world of magic and mystery, kindness is the most powerful spell of all. Story 37. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the gentle hum of crickets sang in harmony with the rustling leaves, there lived a young girl named Clara. She was known for her curious eyes that sparkled with the reflection of the stars, and her heart, which mirrored the kindness of the sun. Willowbrook was nestled in a valley surrounded by lush green hills, where the air carried the sweet scent of lavender and the cobblestone paths were softened by moss. Clara often spent her afternoons exploring the nooks and crannies of her village, her imagination painting stories across the canvas of her mind. One particularly golden afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows over the fields, Clara stumbled upon an old, forgotten shop at the edge of Willowbrook. Its wooden sign, worn by the years, read "Whispering Wonders." The shop was filled with the scent of aged paper and polished wood. Shelves lined the walls, brimming with peculiar trinkets and artifacts from times long past. Clara's fingers brushed over a collection of glass bottles, each one containing a swirl of vibrant color, as though capturing the essence of rainbows. Her attention was drawn to a small, unassuming wooden box tucked away in a corner. The box was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and leaves, so delicate it seemed the vines might blossom at any moment. As she lifted the lid, a warm glow spilled out, enveloping her in a soft embrace. Inside, she discovered a seemingly ordinary pocket watch, its face etched with tiny stars and constellations. As Clara held the watch in her hands, the world around her shifted ever so slightly. The air felt charged with a gentle energy, and she realized this was no ordinary timepiece. The watch hummed softly, resonating with a magic that whispered secrets of the universe. Clara felt a pull, an invitation to embark on a journey. With the pocket watch as her guide, Clara set out from Willowbrook, her heart alight with wonder. She was not alone in her quest, for she soon encountered a collection of companions who would help her navigate this newfound world of magic. First was Oliver, a wise old owl whose feathers shimmered with silver. Oliver had a penchant for riddles and a knack for seeing through the veils of confusion. He perched comfortably on Clara's shoulder, offering sage advice in his gentle, melodic voice. Next was Luna, a playful fox with eyes like amber, always darting to and fro with an infectious joy. Luna was swift and clever, often finding paths hidden to the untrained eye and filling their journey with laughter and light. And lastly, there was Finn, a gentle giant of a man with a heart as vast as the sky. His deep, rumbling laugh was like the comforting roll of distant thunder, and his strength lay not in his size, but in his kindness and understanding. Their journey led them through enchanted forests where the trees whispered ancient songs, across streams that sparkled like liquid diamonds, and into valleys where the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle. As they traveled, Clara learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered that the world was alive with stories waiting to be heard. Yet their path was not without challenges. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in twilight, they reached a crossroads. The path forward was shrouded in mist, a barrier that seemed impenetrable and daunting. Clara felt a pang of uncertainty, the weight of the unknown pressing down on her. It was then that Oliver spoke, his voice carrying the wisdom of the ages. The mist is but an illusion, a veil that conceals the truth. To see beyond, one must look with more than just eyes. Clara closed her eyes, allowing her other senses to awaken. She could hear Luna's soft breaths, the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, and the distant hoot of an owl. She felt the warmth of Finn's presence beside her, solid and reassuring. And there, in the quiet sanctuary of her mind, she heard the steady ticking of the pocket watch, a rhythm that connected her to the world's heartbeat. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The mist was a reflection of her own fears, a challenge not of strength, but of perception and courage. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, trusting in herself and her companions. The mist parted like a curtain drawn back, revealing a path bathed in moonlight, leading to a meadow where fireflies danced in celebration. Clara's heart swelled with gratitude, not just for the path revealed, but for the journey itself, for the friends who walked beside her, and for the discovery that true magic lay in the openness to wonder and the courage to embrace it. As they continued on, Clara's perspective shifted. She saw the world anew, each moment a gift, each encounter an opportunity to learn and grow. The pocket watch, with its gentle ticking, became a symbol of time well spent, not in the passing of hours, but in the richness of experience and connection. When Clara finally returned to Willowbrook, she carried with her not just the magical pocket watch, but the wisdom of her journey. She was changed, not in ways visible to the eye, but in the depth of her understanding and the warmth of her spirit. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and Clara shared her tales, enriching the lives of those around her. She learned that while the world was filled with extraordinary wonders, the greatest magic often lay in the simplest of things: a shared smile, a kind word, a moment of stillness under a starlit sky. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Clara found her place, a guardian of stories, a seeker of wonders, and a friend to all who wandered into her life. The pocket watch rested in her pocket, a gentle reminder of the journey that had shaped her, and a promise of adventures yet to come. Story 38. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Annika. The village, with its cobblestone streets and cozy cottages, lay cradled between hills that seemed to glow with the warmth of a perpetual autumn. Here, the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of fallen leaves and the crispness of chimney smoke curling gently into the sky. Annika was known throughout the village for her curious spirit and her uniquely bright blue eyes that seemed to hold the mysteries of the world. She was often found wandering at the fringes of the forest, her imagination alight with tales of hidden creatures and secret realms. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the treetops, Annika felt a peculiar pull towards the forest. She wrapped a soft, woolen shawl around her shoulders and set off down the winding path that led to the heart of the woods. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Moonbeams filtered through the canopy, painting silver patterns on the forest floor. As Annika walked deeper into the woodland, she stumbled upon a small clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching skyward as if reaching for the stars. Underneath the oak, nestled in a bed of moss, was a curious sight. A tiny, intricately carved wooden door set into the base of the tree. Annika's eyes widened with wonder. She knelt down, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings, feeling warmth emanating from the wood itself. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a soft, golden light. Out stepped a creature no taller than a rabbit, with shimmering wings like those of a dragonfly and a face as kind as a summer breeze. The creature's voice was melodious, like the gentle tinkling of chimes in a gentle wind. "Hello, dear traveler," the creature greeted with a warm smile. "I am Talia, guardian of the Oakwood Grove. What brings you to our enchanted circle?" Annika, though startled, felt an immediate sense of trust and friendship with Talia. She explained her love for the forest and her longing to discover its secrets. Talia's eyes twinkled with delight. "You have a heart full of wonder, Annika. Tonight, you shall see the magic that binds our world together if you so wish." Eagerly, Annika nodded, her heart fluttering with excitement. Talia gestured for her to follow, and together they ventured deeper into the grove. As they walked, the forest seemed to transform around them. The trees whispered ancient songs, and the air sparkled with tiny, glowing motes of light. They arrived at a hidden glen, where a gentle brook babbled softly over smooth stones. Gathered around the water's edge were creatures Annika had only dreamed of. Tiny fairies with wings like stained glass, foxes with fur that shimmered in the moonlight, and even a wise old owl whose feathers seemed woven from the night sky itself. "Welcome to the gathering of the woods," Talia announced, her voice carrying like a gentle breeze. "Here, we celebrate the harmony of nature and the friendships that sustain us." Annika watched in awe as the creatures danced and sang, their voices blending in a melody that resonated with the very essence of the earth. She felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found a piece of herself she hadn't known was missing. Throughout the night, Annika learned from each of the creatures. The foxes taught her the importance of listening to one's instincts. The fairies showed her how to find joy in the simplest of moments, and the wise owl shared tales of wisdom passed down through generations. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Talia turned to Annika, her expression serene and full of gentle understanding. "The world is vast and filled with wonder," Talia said softly. "But remember, Annika, the true magic lies within moments of kindness and in the friendships we nurture." With a heart brimming with gratitude and newfound wisdom, Annika thanked her new friends and promised to return. She retraced her steps back through the forest, the world around her now appearing more vibrant and alive than ever before. As she stepped back into her village, the morning sun casting a warm glow over the cottages, Annika felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, guiding her as she grew and explored the world around her. And so each night, as she lay tucked beneath her quilt, Annika would close her eyes and let the memories of the enchanted forest wash over her, carrying her into dreams as gentle and warm as a hug from an old friend. In the quiet of her room, with the soft hoot of an owl in the distance and the rustle of the trees outside her window, Annika drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, knowing she was never truly alone, but part of a wondrous, interconnected world. Story 39. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush emerald forest, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its serene beauty, where the whispers of the wind could be heard rustling through the leaves, and the sweet scent of blooming jasmine hung in the air. It was a place where the sun painted gentle patterns on the ground through the canopy of trees, and the soft babble of a nearby brook sang a soothing lullaby to all who lived there. In this village, there lived a young girl named Marin. She had eyes the color of twilight skies and a heart full of curiosity and kindness. Marin spent her days exploring the woods, always eager to uncover its secrets. She was particularly fond of the ancient oak that stood proudly at the edge of the forest, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. It was said that this oak was magical, the guardian of the forest, and it was here that Marin often found herself, daydreaming and listening to the stories the wind would tell. One late afternoon, as the sky turned to shades of pink and orange, Marin decided to visit the old oak. As she approached, she noticed something unusual, a soft golden light flickering from behind the tree. Intrigued, she tiptoed closer and discovered a tiny, glowing creature with delicate, gossamer wings tangled in a web of thorns. "Oh, you poor thing," Marin whispered, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze. She carefully untangled the creature, her fingers nimble and tender. The little being was a fairy, its wings shimmering with iridescent colors that changed with every angle of light. "Thank you, kind Marin," the fairy said in a voice that tinkled like silver bells. "I am Aurora, and I owe you my freedom." Marin's eyes widened in wonder. "How do you know my name?" she asked, amazed. "Ah, the forest speaks of you often," Aurora replied with a twinkle in her eye. "You have a heart that is in tune with its song." From that day forward, a bond of friendship blossomed between Marin and Aurora. They spent many days exploring hidden glades, discovering the secrets of the forest. Aurora, with her fairy magic, showed Marin the world through new eyes, how the dewdrops on the leaves could turn into sparkling jewels with a touch of moonlight, how the songs of the birds carried messages of love and joy to those who listened. As the seasons turned, Marin learned much from her fairy friend. She learned to see the beauty in the smallest of things and to cherish the harmony of nature. But one chilly evening, as autumn leaves danced to the ground, Aurora came to Marin with a worried expression. "The forest is in trouble," Aurora said, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. "A shadow has fallen over the heart of the woods, and the magic that keeps it alive is fading." Marin felt a chill run down her spine. "What can we do?" she asked, determination gleaming in her eyes. "We must find the source of the shadow and restore the balance," Aurora replied. "But we cannot do this alone. We need help." And so, together, they embarked on a journey deeper into the forest than Marin had ever ventured. The path was lined with towering trees, their branches intertwining overhead to form a natural cathedral. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they traveled, Marin and Aurora encountered many forest creatures. A wise old owl with feathers like snow, a family of playful squirrels, and a gentle deer with eyes like liquid amber. Each offered their guidance and wisdom, for they too wished to see their home restored. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, a place where the earth throbbed with an ancient magic. But there, they found a great chasm, dark and foreboding, the source of the shadow that threatened to consume everything. Marin stood at the edge, fear knotting her stomach. "How do we stop it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Aurora hovered beside her, her glow illuminating the darkness. "We must fill it with light and love," she said. "Only then can we banish the shadow." Marin closed her eyes, recalling all the beauty and joy she had discovered in the forest. She thought of the laughter shared with Aurora, the wonder of the hidden glades, and the warmth of the sun filtering through the leaves. As she focused on these memories, a soft light began to emanate from her heart, spreading outward like ripples in a pond. Aurora joined her, their combined light growing ever brighter, pushing back the shadows inch by inch. The forest creatures, sensing the change, gathered around them, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus that echoed through the trees. Slowly, the chasm began to close, the darkness retreating until, at last, it was gone, leaving behind only the vibrant, living forest. With the balance restored, Marin and Aurora returned to Willowbrook, where the villagers greeted them with open arms and grateful hearts. The forest had been saved, its magic renewed, and it was all thanks to the courage and friendship of a kind-hearted girl and a little fairy. As the stars twinkled in the night sky and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Marin lay in her bed, a contented smile on her lips. She knew that the forest would always be there, a place of wonder and beauty, a reminder of the magic that could be found in the world and in herself. And so, with dreams of gentle magic and unexpected friendships filling her mind, Marin drifted off to sleep, her heart light and her spirit at peace. The forest, ever watchful, sang its lullaby, a melody of love and harmony that would echo through the ages, a testament to the power of kindness and the bonds of true friendship. And the ancient oak, guardian of the forest, stood tall and proud, its branches swaying gently in the night breeze, watching over the world with wisdom and grace. Story 40. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between a lush emerald forest and a serene sapphire sea, there lived a curious mouse named Oliver. Oliver was particularly fond of collecting tiny treasures, from acorns to shiny shells washed ashore. Each morning he would set out from his cozy nook, just beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, eager to explore the wonders of his world. One dewy morning, as the sun cast its golden hue over the village, Oliver scampered along the sandy shore, his whiskers twitching with excitement. Today, however, was unlike any other day, for today was the day he would meet someone who would change his life forever. As Oliver trotted along, his tiny paws leaving delicate imprints in the sand, he noticed something unusual, a shell unlike any he had seen before. It was large, opalescent, and shimmered with the hues of the morning sky. But before he could reach it, a shadow fell over him. Startled, Oliver looked up to see the towering figure of a seagull. Her feathers were a radiant white, with eyes as deep and mysterious as the sea. Her name was Maris, and she had come from the distant cliffs where the sea met the sky. Maris, having spotted the same shell, had swooped down to claim it. The two stood there, Oliver with his heart racing, and Maris with her wings slightly outstretched. "Hello there," Oliver squeaked, trying to muster his courage. "I was just admiring this beautiful shell." Maris tilted her head, her eyes softening. "I saw it too. It reminds me of the dawn over the cliffs." Despite their initial misunderstanding over the shell, Oliver and Maris found themselves intrigued by each other's worlds. Oliver spoke of the forest, with its whispering leaves and hidden paths, while Maris described the vastness of the sea, the way it glimmered under the moonlight, and the freedom of soaring above it. As the days turned into weeks, their friendship blossomed. Yet it wasn't without its challenges. Maris, being a creature of the sky, couldn't understand Oliver's contentment with the ground, while Oliver couldn't fathom the vastness that Maris called home. However, they both cherished their differences, finding joy in learning from one another. One afternoon, as a gentle breeze rustled the forest leaves, Oliver invited Maris to explore the woods. He led her to a hidden glade, where sunlight danced through the canopy, painting the ground in a mosaic of light and shadow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the sound of a babbling brook added a soothing melody to the scene. Maris, though hesitant at first, found herself enchanted by the forest's tranquility. As they wandered, they stumbled upon a narrow path that led them to an old stone bridge arching over a tranquil stream. It was here that they encountered their first shared challenge. The bridge had begun to crumble, stones slipping into the water below. To cross it would require cleverness and trust. Maris, with her keen eyes, spotted a series of stones that could serve as a path, while Oliver, light and nimble, tested each one, ensuring they were safe. Together they crossed the stream, their laughter echoing in the stillness of the forest. In that moment, they realized that their differences were not barriers, but strengths that, when combined, could overcome any obstacle. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Maris and Oliver sat side by side, their hearts full of gratitude for the friendship they had found. It was in their shared adventures and mutual support that they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that celebrated their unique worlds, yet created a new one where they belonged together. The days turned into months, and Oliver and Maris continued to explore, learn, and grow. They faced misunderstandings and challenges with grace and laughter, always finding their way back to each other. Their friendship, like the ancient oak and the endless sea, was boundless and enduring. And so, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Oliver and Maris knew they had found something precious, a friendship that shimmered like the opalescent shell that had first brought them together. Their story, a gentle reminder that true friendship transcends differences, would be whispered among the villagers for generations, inspiring all who heard it to embrace the beauty of unlikely companions. Story 41. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a quaint little shop called Whispering Wonders. It was a place filled with all manner of curiosities and trinkets, each with a history as rich as the earth itself. The shop's owner, Mr. Thistle, was a kindly old man with twinkling eyes that seemed to know the secrets of the universe. One sunny morning, as the golden rays of dawn bathed the village in warmth, a young girl named Lily wandered into Whispering Wonders. Lily was an inquisitive soul, her mind always alight with dreams and questions. That day she found herself drawn to a peculiar object tucked away in a dusty corner. It was a simple-looking compass, yet its needle spun in an endless, graceful dance, never settling on any direction. "Ah, you found the compass of curiosity," Mr. Thistle said with a gentle smile, noticing Lily's fascination. "It's said to guide those who seek answers to the places they most need to be." Intrigued, Lily asked, "What kind of answers does it help find?" "That depends on what questions your heart holds," Mr. Thistle replied. "Would you like to give it a try?" With Mr. Thistle's encouragement, Lily carefully picked up the compass. As she held it, a warm, soothing sensation spread through her fingertips, as if the compass recognized her touch. The needle, which had been spinning aimlessly, suddenly pointed toward the forest that bordered the village. Feeling a gentle tug of curiosity, Lily decided to follow where the compass led. She set off on a path through the forest, the sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting playful shadows on the ground. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of their own. As she walked deeper into the forest, Lily met a tiny, vibrant bird with feathers that shimmered like a rainbow. The bird, whose name was Pip, had a cheerful chirp that filled the air with music. "Hello, traveler," Pip greeted. "Where are you headed on this fine day?" "I'm not quite sure," Lily answered with a soft laugh. "This compass is guiding me, and I'm hoping to discover something wonderful." Pip fluffed his feathers in delight. "I do love a good adventure. May I join you? I'm quite good at spotting things from above." With a new friend by her side, Lily continued her journey. The forest gradually gave way to a clearing, where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. Here they encountered a wise old tortoise named Tumble. He was lounging by the water, basking in the sun's warmth. "Greetings," Tumble said, his voice as slow and comforting as the brook. "What brings you to my peaceful corner of the world?" Lily showed Tumble the compass and explained her quest. The tortoise nodded sagely. "Sometimes the greatest journeys are those that lead us inward. Perhaps what you seek is understanding." Encouraged by Tumble's words, Lily and her companions ventured further, the compass guiding them to a place where the forest opened up to reveal a hidden grove. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient patterns and its branches reaching toward the sky like welcoming arms. It was here that the compass finally stilled, its needle resting firmly in place. As Lily approached the tree, she felt a sense of peace and belonging. She placed her hand on its trunk, and to her astonishment, the tree began to speak in a gentle, melodic voice. "Welcome, seeker," the tree intoned. "You have traveled far, but the answers you seek lie within you. Trust in your heart, for it holds the wisdom of the ages." Lily sat beneath the tree, her mind and heart open to the lessons it offered. She realized that the journey wasn't about finding a single answer, but about discovering the strength and wisdom she already possessed. Her companions, Pip and Tumble, settled beside her, their presence a comforting reminder of friendship and support. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lily felt a profound sense of contentment. She had embarked on a journey of discovery, not just through the forest, but within herself. And in doing so, she had found not only answers, but also the joy of adventure and the warmth of friendship. With the compass in her pocket, a treasured reminder of her journey, Lily returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of stories and her spirit alight with wonder. Whispering wonders awaited her return, ready to share more secrets and guide other curious souls on their own magical journeys. And so, tucked beneath the gentle blanket of night, the village of Willowbrook slept, cradled by the stars and the promise of dreams yet to come. Story 42. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering lake lived a young girl named Nia. The village was known for its enchanting gardens, where flowers bloomed in colors so vibrant they seemed to sing with the dawn. Nia loved the gardens, especially the hidden nook where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches whispering secrets to those who listened closely. One golden afternoon, as the sun began to cast long, dappled shadows across the garden paths, Nia sat beneath the willow. She loved the way the tree's leaves rustled gently in the breeze, like the softest of lullabies. As she leaned back against the sturdy trunk, Nia noticed something peculiar, a small silver key, half buried in the rich, damp earth. Curiosity piqued. Nia carefully unearthed the key. It glimmered in the warm sunlight, its intricate design hinting at a story long forgotten. Holding the key in her hand, Nia felt a strange, comforting warmth spread through her, as if the key was whispering a secret just for her ears. Where might this lead? She wondered aloud, her voice mingling with the symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves. The next morning, guided by the gentle tug of intuition, Nia followed a narrow path she had never noticed before. It wound through the thickest part of the garden, where sunlight struggled to break through the dense canopy of leaves. The path led her to a small, weathered door set into a stone wall, almost hidden by climbing ivy and fragrant honeysuckle. With a heart full of anticipation, Nia inserted the silver key into the lock. To her delight, the door creaked open, revealing a secret garden bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. The air was fragrant with the scent of jasmine and lavender, and the sound of a bubbling brook danced through the air. In the center of the garden stood a magnificent fountain, its water sparkling like liquid diamonds. Perched on the edge of the fountain was a small creature, unlike anything Nia had ever seen. It had the body of a squirrel, covered in iridescent scales that shimmered with the colors of the rainbow, and wings like those of a dragonfly, delicate and translucent. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light and musical as a wind chime. "I am Fennel, guardian of this secret garden, and who might you be?" "I'm Nia," she replied, her eyes wide with wonder. "I've never seen a place so beautiful, nor a creature as magical as you." Fennel chuckled, a sound that sparkled in the air like the fountain's droplets. "It's a rare thing for someone to find the key in the path. This garden is a place of peace and discovery, open to those with kind hearts and curious spirits." Nia spent the afternoon exploring the garden, each corner offering new wonders. A patch of flowers that glowed softly in the shade, a tree that bore fruit of every flavor imaginable, and small, gentle creatures that emerged from their hiding places, eager to greet her. As the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the garden in hues of amber and rose, Nia felt a deep sense of belonging. She realized that this secret garden was more than just a hidden paradise. It was a reflection of the kindness and imagination she carried within her. "Will I be able to return?" Nia asked as she stood by the door, reluctant to leave. "Of course," Fennel assured her, fluttering up to her shoulder. "This garden will always welcome you back. And remember, the magic you find here is also within you." With a heart full of newfound wonder and friendship, Nia returned to her village. She carried the memory of the secret garden with her, a gentle reminder of the beauty and magic that could be found in the most unexpected places. And so, each evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Nia would sit by the willow tree, the silver key resting against her heart, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the friends she had found. In the gentle embrace of night, she would drift into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft glow of the secret garden and the laughter of her magical friend, Fennel. Thus, in the quiet moments between wakefulness and sleep, Nia learned that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and that the truest magic lay in the friendships and discoveries that enriched her life. And so she slumbered on, wrapped in warmth and wonder, ready to greet each new day with an open heart and an adventurous spirit. Story 43. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, lush forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a cozy stone cottage, adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by a garden that bloomed with wildflowers in every shade imaginable. The village was a serene place where neighbors greeted each other with warm smiles, and the air always carried the scent of fresh earth and blooming lavender. Lila was known for her curious heart and thoughtful nature. She loved exploring the woods near her home, where sunlight trickled through the canopy like liquid gold, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest. On one such afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila stumbled upon something quite remarkable. Nestled amidst the roots of an ancient oak tree lay a seemingly ordinary pocket watch. Its surface was tarnished, yet somehow it beckoned her with an inexplicable allure. As she picked it up, she noticed an inscription around its edge. Time's gentle embrace holds the world in wonder. Cradling the watch delicately in her palm, Lila felt a curious warmth emanating from it, a warmth that seemed to seep into her very being. Intrigued, she decided to return home and unravel the mystery of this enchanting object. As the evening unfurled its star-studded cloak, Lila sat by the flickering hearth in her cottage. The pocket watch lay open before her, its hands ticking rhythmically, though she realized with a start that they did not follow the usual path of time. Instead, they moved with a peculiar grace, sometimes pausing for longer than seemed natural, at other times racing forward with a playful urgency. The next morning, Lila set out to learn more about this magical artifact. She visited the village elder, a wise and gentle man named Elder Finn, who had a reputation for knowing the stories of old. "Elder Finn," Lila began, her voice a soft melody in the tranquil room, "I found this watch in the forest. It feels different, as though it holds a secret." Elder Finn examined the watch with eyes that glinted like the moonlit sea. "Ah, young Lila," he said with a smile that crinkled his eyes, "this is no ordinary timepiece. It is said to be a keeper's watch, gifted to those with the heart to see beyond the veil of time." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It holds the power to glimpse moments of the past and future, to understand the threads that weave the tapestry of life," Elder Finn explained. "But beware, for its magic is gentle and demands respect. It can guide you, but never change what is meant to be." Armed with this newfound knowledge, Lila felt a sense of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. She decided to use the watch to help others, to learn from the echoes of time and aid those in need. Her first encounter came soon after, when she met a young boy named Tomas, who was struggling to mend a friendship that had soured over a misunderstanding. Lila, holding the watch, felt its warmth envelop her once more. She saw fleeting images of Tomas and his friend, moments of laughter and shared secrets, and then the moment of misunderstanding that cast a shadow over their bond. With gentle words and a heart full of kindness, Lila guided Tomas to see the truth of the past and encouraged him to speak from the heart. Through her gentle wisdom, the rift between the friends was mended, and their laughter once again echoed through the village. As the seasons turned, Lila continued her journey of discovery, helping those she encountered with the insights the watch provided. She met many along the way, an elderly woman longing for the courage to pursue her forgotten dreams, a farmer seeking guidance in a time of drought, and a young artist struggling to find her voice. Each time, Lila listened with an open heart and offered the gentle wisdom she gleaned from the watch. Through these experiences, Lila herself transformed. She learned the value of patience, the strength found in vulnerability, and the beauty of the connections that wove her community together. Her journey was not one of grand adventures, but of quiet, meaningful moments that enriched her soul and those of the people she touched. One chilly evening, as autumn leaves danced in the brisk breeze, Lila sat once again by her hearth, the watch cradled in her hands. She realized that she had grown, not just in knowledge, but in understanding the gentle dance of life's moments. The watch had taught her to see the world with eyes wide open, to cherish the present as much as she respected the lessons of the past and the mysteries of the future. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of a peaceful night, Lila felt a deep sense of gratitude. She had discovered that the true magic of the watch was not in the glimpses it offered, but in how it opened her heart to the endless wonder of life's gentle unfolding. With the watch safely tucked away, she drifted into a restful sleep, knowing that her journey of kindness and wisdom would continue, guided by the gentle embrace of time's eternal wonder. And in the quiet of the night, the village was wrapped in a peaceful slumber, the air filled with dreams of hope and harmony. Story 44. In a land where the morning mist danced lightly over dew-kissed fields, there was a small, idyllic village nestled between the emerald folds of a lush valley. This village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where the air always seemed to carry the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soft, melodic backdrop to the villagers' daily lives. At the heart of this village stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching out wide like the welcoming arms of a wise old guardian. Beneath its leafy canopy lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curious eyes, which sparkled like two tiny stars, and her laughter that chimed like the soft tinkling of wind chimes on a breezy day. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila found herself sitting by the brook, her feet dangling in the cool, clear water. She was engrossed in a book of fairy tales, her mind wandering through enchanted forests and magical kingdoms, when she heard a soft rustling in the bushes nearby. Turning her head, Lila saw a small creature emerge from the underbrush. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant shade of russet, with eyes that gleamed like polished amber. But this was no ordinary fox, for it had an ethereal glow about it, a light that seemed to pulse gently like the rhythm of a heartbeat. "Hello there." Lila greeted softly, her voice barely louder than the whispering breeze. She knew that animals often understood more than they let on, and she was not afraid. To her surprise, the fox responded with a nod, and, in a voice that was both musical and soothing, replied, "Good evening, Lila. I am Fern, a guardian of the woods." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "A guardian? What does that mean?" Fern sat back on his haunches, his tail curling neatly around his paws. "I watch over the forest and all its inhabitants, but tonight I have come to seek your help." Intrigued, Lila leaned forward, her book forgotten beside her. "How can I help?" "The heart of the forest is ailing," Fern explained, his eyes dimming with concern. "The whispering willow, a tree as old as time, has fallen silent. Without its song, the balance of the woods is disturbed." Lila felt a stirring of determination within her. She had always felt a deep connection to the forest, as though it were an extension of herself. "What can I do?" Fern stood, his glow intensifying with hope. "We must journey to the heart of the forest and discover what troubles the whispering willow. I believe it has something to do with the missing nightingale." Without hesitation, Lila agreed. Together they set off under the moonlit sky, the path illuminated by the silvery glow of moonbeams filtering through the canopy. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler and the sounds of nocturnal creatures surrounded them, creating a symphony of the night. Lila marveled at the way the forest seemed to come alive after dark, each shadow and rustle a part of a grand, living tapestry. Their path led them to a clearing where the whispering willow stood. Its branches drooped sadly, devoid of the usual rustling song that had always filled the air. Lila could feel the tree's sadness, a heavy weight that tugged at her heart. "We need to find the nightingale," Fern said softly, his ears twitching as he listened for any sign of the elusive bird. Lila closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to wash over her. She listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. And then faintly, she caught the softest hint of a melody, a song so sweet and pure it seemed to float on the very edge of her awareness. "That way," Lila whispered, pointing towards a thicket of brambles. Fern led the way, and they carefully navigated through the undergrowth until they reached a small glade. There, perched on a branch illuminated by a shaft of moonlight, was the nightingale. Its feathers shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and its eyes held a wisdom that seemed ancient and endless. "Why have you ceased your song?" Lila asked gently, stepping forward. The nightingale regarded her with a solemn gaze. "I have lost my voice," it admitted, its tone mournful. "Without my song, the whispering willow cannot sing." Lila thought for a moment, then took a deep breath. "Perhaps your voice is not lost, but merely waiting to be found. Let us listen together." With that, Lila began to hum a soft, simple melody, a lullaby her mother used to sing to her. The nightingale listened, its eyes closing as it absorbed the soothing notes. Gradually, the bird began to sing, its voice rising to weave with Lila's hum, creating a harmony that was both delicate and profound. The song seemed to carry on the breeze, lifting the weight of silence from the forest. As the nightingale's song grew stronger, the whispering willow began to sway, its leaves rustling softly, joining in the symphony. The forest came alive with music, a celebration of life and renewal. Fern watched, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. "You have done it, Lila. The balance is restored." Lila smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. She had learned that sometimes finding one's voice required the gentle prompting of friendship and understanding. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of gold and pink. Lila knew that this night would remain with her always, a reminder of the magic that lay within the world and within herself. With Fern by her side, she returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit at peace, knowing that the forest would continue to sing its timeless song, a melody woven through the very fabric of life, whispering tales of wonder to those who took the time to listen. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Lila drifted into sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle music of the forest and the endless possibilities of friendship and discovery. Story 45. In the heart of a serene, whispering forest, where the trees swayed gently like an old lullaby, there lay a hidden glen bathed in moonlight. This was a place where the leaves seemed to dance in the cool night breeze, and the soft hoots of owls punctuated the stillness like a comforting melody. The air was rich with the scent of pine and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating an enchanting atmosphere that felt both timeless and magical. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective embrace of a mighty oak, lived a young boy named Finn. He had tousled brown hair, eyes that sparkled like dewdrops, and a heart as open and vast as the starry sky above him. Finn lived with his grandmother, a wise and gentle woman who often spoke of the magic that resided in the world around them, if only one took the time to listen and see. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn sat outside his little cottage, cradling a small wooden flute his grandmother had carved for him. As he played a soft, lilting tune, the forest seemed to lean in closer, listening with rapt attention. It was then that Finn noticed a peculiar shimmer among the ferns near the edge of the glen. Curiosity piqued. He set his flute aside and tiptoed over, careful not to disturb the tranquil beauty of the evening. As he parted the fronds, he discovered a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like moonlit water, an ethereal creature known as a luminara, a being of gentle magic known only to those with the keenest eyes and most open hearts. The luminara lay tangled in a thin strand of spider silk, its wings fluttering weakly. Finn's heart swelled with compassion. "Do not worry," he whispered, his voice as soft as the night wind. "I will help you." Gently, he untangled the delicate threads, and the luminara stretched its wings gratefully, their iridescence casting a soft glow in the dim light. "Thank you, kind human," it spoke in a voice like the tinkling of distant chimes. "I am called Lyra. I was drawn to your music, but in my haste I did not see the web." Finn smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. "I'm glad I could help, Lyra. My name is Finn. It's nice to meet you." Lyra hovered in the air, her wings creating a gentle hum. "As a token of my gratitude, I would like to offer you a gift. The forest is full of wonders, some hidden, some forgotten. If you ever find yourself in need or seeking answers, call my name and I will guide you." Grateful and intrigued, Finn nodded, feeling the magic of the moment wrap around him like a cozy blanket. With a graceful bow, Lyra disappeared into the night, leaving a trail of sparkling light in her wake. The days turned to weeks, and Finn often thought of his encounter with Lyra. He continued to play his flute, weaving his melodies into the tapestry of the forest's song. Life was peaceful and filled with simple joys, yet a part of him yearned for something more, a deeper understanding of the world around him. One day, as the first golden leaves of autumn began to tumble from the trees, Finn's grandmother fell ill. She grew weaker with each passing day, and though she smiled and assured him that all was well, Finn could see the weariness in her eyes. He remembered Lyra's promise, and as the stars blinked into view, he played his flute and softly called her name. Lyra appeared, her glow a beacon of hope in the cool night. "Dear Finn," she said, her voice soothing, "do you seek my help?" "Yes," Finn replied, his voice tinged with worry. "My grandmother is unwell, and I fear for her. Is there something in the forest that could help her?" Lyra nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "There is a flower that blooms only under the light of the full moon, deep within the heart of the forest. It is said to carry the essence of life and renewal. But be cautious, for the path is guarded by trials that test one's heart and spirit." With a determined nod, Finn set out into the forest, his heart steady with purpose. The moon hung high, casting its gentle light as a guiding hand. The forest seemed to pulse with life, each step taking him deeper into its mysteries. As he ventured further, Finn encountered the first trial, a bridge made of vines that trembled at the touch. His fear of falling threatened to take hold, but he remembered the warmth of his grandmother's smile and the strength of her love. With steady breaths he crossed, trusting in the forest's embrace. The second trial came in the form of a thicket of thorns, sharp and unyielding. Finn paused, recalling his grandmother's stories of how kindness could create pathways where none seemed possible. With gentle hands, he coaxed the thorns aside, creating a passage through which he could safely pass. Finally, he arrived at a clearing bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. In its center bloomed a single radiant flower, its petals shimmering like stars. Finn approached with reverence, plucking it carefully and feeling a gentle warmth spread through his fingers. Returning home, he brewed a tea from the petals, following his grandmother's teachings. As she sipped the fragrant liquid, color returned to her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. Finn's heart soared with relief and gratitude. That night, as they sat by the fire, Finn shared his journey, and his grandmother listened with pride and wonder. "Remember, my dear," she said, her voice rich with wisdom, "the forest is a reflection of our own hearts. In caring for it, we care for ourselves and those we love." As the fire crackled softly, Finn felt a profound sense of peace. He knew that the magic of the forest was not just in its mysteries, but in the connections it fostered and the lessons it taught. With Lyra's friendship and his grandmother's love, he knew he was never alone. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Finn drifted into a gentle, dream-filled sleep, his heart as content as the forest that cradled him. Story 46. In a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village was a place where every day felt like a page from a storybook, with cobblestone paths lined with flowers that danced in the breeze, and cottages with thatched roofs that seemed to smile under the golden sun. Lila was known for her curiosity and kindness, often seen wandering the village with her loyal companion, a fluffy cat named Nimbus. Together they explored every nook and cranny, always on the lookout for a new adventure. But lately, the village had been experiencing a series of peculiar happenings that puzzled its inhabitants. It began with the village clock, which stood tall in the center square. One morning, its hands were found frozen at midnight, despite being perfectly in tune the night before. Then, the baker's dough, left to rise overnight, turned into a mound of shimmering stardust. And on the path leading to the woods, the footprints of a creature no one had ever seen appeared, glowing faintly under the moonlight. Concerned but intrigued, Lila decided to get to the bottom of these mysteries. She set off with Nimbus by her side, her boots crunching on the dewy grass as she made her way to the clock tower. The villagers nodded as she passed, trusting her to find answers with her gentle determination and clever mind. The clock tower stood silently, its stone walls cool to the touch. Lila climbed the spiral staircase, each step echoing softly in the stillness. At the top, she examined the clock face, tracing the frozen hands with her fingers. As she did, she noticed something odd, a faint trail of silvery dust like the kind that had appeared in the baker's kitchen. She carefully collected a sample in a small glass vial, tucking it safely into her satchel. Next, Lila headed to the bakery. The aroma of fresh bread greeted her warmly as she entered, the shelves lined with golden loaves and sweet pastries. The baker, a jolly man with flour-dusted cheeks, welcomed her with a smile. "Ah, Lila, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" he chuckled, handing her a slice of warm cinnamon bread. Lila thanked him and accepted the treat, her mind already at work. As she nibbled on the bread, she examined the stardust left on the countertop. It twinkled like tiny stars, and when Lila held her vial next to it, the dust seemed to hum softly, as if recognizing its kin. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft meow. Nimbus had wandered over to a patch of sunlight streaming through the window, his eyes fixed on something at the edge of the counter. Lila followed his gaze and spotted a slender feather, unlike any she had seen before. It was a deep midnight blue with a shimmer that caught the light. She picked it up delicately and added it to her collection of clues. With her satchel growing heavier with mysteries, Lila decided to visit the wise old owl who lived at the edge of the woods. The owl was known for his vast knowledge and gentle guidance, often helping the villagers with his wisdom. The path to the owl's hollow was lined with ancient trees that whispered secrets in the wind. Lila felt a comforting presence as she walked, knowing she was on the right path. Nimbus trotted ahead, his tail flicking playfully as he chased falling leaves. At the base of an ancient oak, the owl sat perched, his feathers a patchwork of soft browns and whites. His eyes, wise and knowing, blinked slowly as Lila approached. "Ah, young Lila, what brings you to my humble abode?" he asked in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Lila explained the strange occurrences, showing him the silvery dust, the mysterious feather, and describing the glowing footprints. The owl listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "These are indeed curious happenings," he said, his voice laced with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, the owl spoke again. "I believe the answer lies with the star sprites," he said. "They are playful creatures, born from the night sky, and it seems they have taken a liking to your village." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. She had heard tales of the star sprites, tiny beings made of stardust and dreams, who danced among the stars and sometimes visited the earth to play. But they were rarely seen and known only to those with eyes keen enough to spot their mischief. "The feather belongs to their guardian, the nighthawk," the owl continued. "He watches over the sprites, ensuring they do not stray too far in their games. It seems he may have lost one of his charges, and the sprites have been having fun in your village while he searches for them." Understanding dawned on Lila, and she felt a sense of excitement and purpose. "How can we help them find their way home?" she asked. The owl smiled, a gentle gleam in his eyes. "The sprites are drawn to music, especially the kind that carries the essence of starlight. If you can create such a melody, they will follow it back to their guardian." Thanking the owl for his wisdom, Lila set off back to the village, her mind buzzing with ideas. She knew just who could help her with this task: the village musician, a kind-hearted man named Finn, whose melodies were known to enchant the very air. Finn was sitting by the fountain in the village square, his guitar resting on his knee. Lila quickly explained the situation, and his eyes twinkled with delight. "What a wonderful adventure!" he exclaimed. "Let's create a melody that will guide the sprites home." Together, they composed a tune that danced like moonlight on water, a lullaby that shimmered with the promise of night. As Finn played, Lila scattered the silvery dust into the air, watching as it twirled and sparkled around them. Slowly, the village began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their forms delicate and translucent, their eyes wide with wonder. The star sprites had come, drawn by the melody's call. With gentle hands, Lila and Finn led the sprites back to the edge of the woods, where the nighthawk was waiting. The great bird bowed its head in gratitude, its feathers rustling like silk. The sprites twirled around the nighthawk, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. Lila felt a warm glow of satisfaction, knowing they had helped restore harmony to their village and the magical world beyond. As the sprites and their guardian disappeared into the woods, the village seemed to sigh with relief, the air filled with a newfound tranquility. That night, as Lila lay in bed with Nimbus curled up beside her, she gazed out at the starry sky, her heart full of the magic and wonder of the day's adventure. She knew that, though the mysteries had been solved, the world was still filled with countless stories waiting to be discovered. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft glow of stardust and the gentle melody of the stars. Story 47. In a quaint little valley nestled between emerald hills and misty woods, there lay the village of Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and charming cottages with thatched roofs, each adorned with window boxes brimming with vibrant flowers that seemed to bloom in every hue imaginable. The air was always filled with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of the brook that wound its way through the village added a soothing melody to the tranquil setting. The heart of Willowbrook was the village square, where a grand old oak tree stood proudly, its branches spreading wide like a guardian embracing its charges. Underneath its shade, the villagers would gather, sharing tales of old and new, laughter, and the occasional mystery that sparked their curiosity. One morning, as the sun cast its golden rays over the dew-kissed valley, a peculiar thing happened. As the villagers went about their daily routines, they noticed something strange. The colors of the flowers had begun to fade, and the normally vibrant blooms appeared dull and weary. Even the brook, which usually sang a lively tune, seemed to murmur a song of melancholy. Concerned murmurs rippled through the village, and the wise and gentle Elder Rowan was summoned. Elder Rowan was a kindly soul, known for his deep understanding of the natural world and its many wonders. His long white beard and twinkling eyes gave him an air of timeless wisdom, and the villagers trusted him with matters both ordinary and extraordinary. As Elder Rowan approached the village square, a soft rustling in the branches of the grand oak tree caught his attention. From the tree emerged a tiny, luminescent creature, fluttering on delicate wings that shimmered like spun silver. It was a will-o'-wisp, a rare and magical being known to inhabit the hidden nooks of Willowbrook. "Greetings, Elder Rowan," the will-o'-wisp chimed in a voice as light as a summer breeze. "I sense your concern, and I have come to offer my help. The flowers in the brook speak of a sadness that has settled upon them, and we must find its source." Grateful for the will-o'-wisp's offer, Elder Rowan nodded. "Thank you, dear wisp. Together, we shall uncover this mystery and restore the harmony of our village." They decided to start their quest at the edge of the enchanted woods, where the brook emerged from a small, sparkling spring. As they walked, Elder Rowan listened closely to the gentle whispers of the trees and the murmurs of the brook, while the will-o'-wisp darted ahead, her light illuminating hidden paths and secret glades. As they approached the spring, they noticed a curious sight. The normally clear and bubbling water was disturbed by a pale fog that hovered just above its surface. Elder Rowan knelt beside the spring, cupping his hands to scoop a little water. He noticed it felt cooler than usual, with an unexpected tinge of saltiness. This is indeed unusual," Elder Rowan mused, his brow furrowing in thought. "The brook's source should be pure and joyous, yet something appears to be amiss." The will-o'-wisp hovered closer, her wings casting a gentle glow over the spring. "I sense a presence, a gentle spirit that is troubled. Perhaps it is the source of the sadness you see." With this insight, Elder Rowan closed his eyes, reaching out with his heart and mind to connect with the spirit of the brook. In the depths of his meditation, he heard a soft, sorrowful melody, like a lullaby carrying the weight of unspoken sadness. "Elder Rowan, do you hear it?" the will-o'-wisp asked softly. "I do," Elder Rowan replied, opening his eyes. "It is the song of a water nymph. She must be in distress, and her sorrow seeps into the waters, affecting all it touches." Determined to help, they followed the brook further upstream, where the trees thinned and the sunlight danced upon the water's surface. There, they found a small clearing, and in its center sat a water nymph, her form shimmering like moonlight on the water. Her eyes were downcast, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, merging with the brook. "Dear nymph, Elder Rowan called gently, careful not to startle her. "We have come to aid you in your sorrow. What troubles you so?" The nymph looked up, her eyes reflecting the light of the will-o'-wisp. "I am heartened by your kindness," she spoke, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I guard this spring and its waters, but of late I have been unable to find my sister, who keeps the balance of the waters. Without her, I fear the brook will lose its joy and life." The will-o'-wisp, with her quick mind and keen sense of observation, asked, "Where was she last seen, dear nymph? Perhaps we can discover her whereabouts and bring her back to you." The nymph pointed towards the edge of the clearing, where the forest deepened into a maze of ancient trees and lush undergrowth. She was last seen playing amongst the roots of the great willow, a tree as old as time itself. Elder Rowan, with a reassuring smile, said, "Fear not, we shall find your sister and restore the balance of the waters." With determination in their hearts, Elder Rowan and the will-o'-wisp ventured into the depths of the forest. The path twisted and turned, and the canopy above grew denser, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. They listened intently to the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, and the calls of distant creatures, hoping to catch a clue of the missing nymph's presence. As they neared the great willow, they noticed a peculiar sight. A circle of mushrooms, known as a fairy ring, surrounded the tree's massive trunk. The will-o'-wisp, recognizing the significance, flitted to the center of the ring, where a faint shimmer of magic lingered in the air. "Elder Rowan, there is enchantment here," the will-o'-wisp observed. "Could it be a portal that has drawn the nymph away?" Elder Rowan nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, fairy rings are known to be gateways to other realms. It is possible that the nymph, in her playful spirit, wandered through and became lost." To test their theory, the will-o'-wisp fluttered around the ring, her light tracing the edges until a soft glow began to pulse in response. The air shimmered, and a doorway of light appeared, revealing a glimpse of a world beyond, filled with vibrant colors and a melody that beckoned the heart. "Let us enter," Elder Rowan suggested, "but we must tread carefully and with open hearts, for the realm of the fairies is a place of wonder and mystery." Together they stepped through the portal, finding themselves in a land of breathtaking beauty. The sky was a vivid tapestry of swirling colors, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms. All around them, creatures of light and shadow danced in harmony, their laughter mingling with the music of the winds. In the distance, they spotted a familiar figure, the missing nymph, her laughter ringing like a melody of joy as she danced amongst the fairies. Elder Rowan approached her gently, calling out to her with warmth and care. "Dear nymph, we have come to bring you back. Your sister awaits you, and the brook longs for your return." The nymph paused, her eyes lighting up with recognition. "I have missed my sister dearly," she confessed, "but the beauty of this place held me captive. I did not realize how much time had passed." The fairies, with their gentle smiles, nodded in understanding. "It is easy to lose oneself in the enchantment of our realm," they chimed in unison. "But you are free to return, and we shall guide you safely back." With gratitude in her heart, the nymph bid farewell to the fairies, and together with Elder Rowan and the will-o'-wisp, she stepped back through the portal to the forest of Willowbrook. As they emerged, the fairy ring shimmered one last time before fading into the earth. Reunited with her sister, the nymph embraced her with tears of joy, and the brook once again sparkled with life and laughter. The flowers regained their vibrant hues, and the village of Willowbrook was restored to its serene beauty. Elder Rowan, his heart full of peace, turned to the will-o'-wisp. "Thank you, dear friend, for your guidance and light. Together, we have brought harmony back to our home." The will-o'-wisp fluttered in delight, her light twinkling like stars. "It is the kindness and wisdom of hearts like yours that keep our world whole." As the sun set over the valley, casting a warm golden glow over Willowbrook, the villagers gathered in the square beneath the grand oak tree. They celebrated not only the return of the brook's song, but also the reminder that through friendship and understanding, even the most curious mysteries could be resolved. And so, with hearts lightened and spirits uplifted, the villagers of Willowbrook retired to their cozy cottages, carrying with them the gentle lesson that love and unity could conquer any sadness, no matter how mysterious it might seem. Thus, In the peaceful embrace of night, Willowbrook rested, cradled by the gentle song of the brook and the whispering leaves of the grand old oak. And in their dreams, the villagers found comfort in knowing that their world, with all its wonders, was a place of endless enchantment and boundless love. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between the whispering woods and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was a place where cobblestone paths wound gently between cottages with thatched roofs, and the air was always filled with the gentle hum of bees and the distant echo of children's laughter. Clara was a curious soul, with a heart as open as the blue sky above. She had a particular fondness for collecting peculiar items, especially those that others might overlook. Her room was a treasure trove of oddities, a feather that changed color in sunlight, a stone that always felt warm to the touch, and a tiny bell that sang a different tune each time it was rung. One afternoon, while exploring the edge of the woods, Clara stumbled upon an old wooden box partially buried beneath a blanket of emerald moss. It was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to swirl and dance as the sunlight filtered through the leaves. Curiosity piqued, Clara gently brushed away the moss and opened the box. Inside, she found a small glass orb that glowed faintly with a soft, pulsing light. As she held the orb in her hands, Clara felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the orb were sharing a secret only she could understand. At that moment, a voice as soft as a breeze swept through her mind, whispering of hidden wonders and forgotten stories. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Clara decided to show the orb to her dear friend Oliver, who lived on the far side of the village. Oliver was known for his keen sense of adventure and a mind brimming with tales of enchantment and lore. As Clara approached Oliver's home, she was greeted by the sight of him tending to his garden, where sunflowers stood as tall as sentinels and lavender perfumed the air with its soothing scent. Oliver's eyes lit up with curiosity as Clara recounted her discovery and showed him the orb. "Ah, Clara," Oliver said, his voice rich with excitement. "This is no ordinary find. It's said that such orbs hold the memories of the ancients, accessible only to those with a heart pure and brave enough to seek them." Together, they decided to embark on a journey to uncover the secrets of the orb. As they walked through the village, they were joined by two more companions. Willow, a gentle soul with a gift for understanding the language of nature, and Jasper, a clever fox with eyes that twinkled with mischief and wisdom. The journey led them through the whispering woods where the trees seemed to lean closer, as if eager to share their secrets. As they walked, Clara noticed the orb glowing brighter, casting a soft, comforting light that guided their path even as the sun dipped below the horizon. Their challenge came when they reached the heart of the woods, where an ancient, towering oak stood guard. Its massive roots twisted and curled, forming a natural labyrinth that seemed impossible to navigate. Here, the orb's light dimmed, and Clara felt a moment of doubt. But it was Jasper who spoke first, his voice calm and reassuring. "Sometimes, the way forward isn't the path we see, but the one we feel," he said, nudging Clara gently with his nose. Taking a deep breath, Clara closed her eyes and listened to the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant song of a nightingale, and the steady pulse of the orb in her hand. With her heart as her guide, she began to weave her way through the labyrinth, her friends following closely behind. As they emerged from the roots, they found themselves in a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a stone pedestal, upon which the orb's light now shone as brightly as a star. The voice returned, this time clearer and more vibrant, sharing stories of the land's history, its joys and sorrows, its hopes and dreams. In that moment, Clara understood that the true magic of the orb was the connection it forged between the past and the present, between those who had walked the land before and those who walked it now. It was a reminder of the enduring power of stories and the wisdom they held. With hearts full of wonder and gratitude, Clara, Oliver, Willow, and Jasper returned to their village. The orb, now resting once more in its wooden box, had become a cherished symbol of their journey and the friendship that had guided them through. And so, in the cozy glow of her room, surrounded by her collection of peculiar treasures, Clara found herself content. The orb had not only revealed the stories of the past, but had also enriched the tapestry of her own life, weaving in threads of courage, friendship, and the gentle wisdom that comes from listening with an open heart. As the village settled into the quiet embrace of night, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the enchanting stories of the orb and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in the comforting silence, the orb's light pulsed softly, a gentle reminder that magic is often found in the simplest of things, waiting patiently to be discovered by those who dare to look. Story 49. Once upon a time, nestled in a tranquil valley where the hills rolled gently like waves of emerald, there was a quaint village known as Misty Hollow. The village was cradled by an ancient forest that shimmered with the whispers of old secrets and the soft glow of twilight. The forest was a place of gentle magic, where the air was always sweet with the scent of pine, and the soft murmur of the brook could lull even the busiest minds to rest. In this village lived a young girl named Fern. Fern had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sun. She was known throughout Misty Hollow for her kind heart and curious spirit. Every morning, Fern would wander into the forest, eager to discover its hidden wonders. Her best friend was a little fox named Pippin, who had fur like cinnamon and eyes that sparkled with mischief. One serene morning, as the mist clung to the earth like a soft blanket, Fern and Pippin ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy aroma of moss and the faint, sweet scent of wildflowers. As they walked, the sun filtered through the canopy above, painting the world in dappled gold. Suddenly, they came upon a clearing where the trees stood in a perfect circle. At the center of the circle was a small pond, its surface as still as a mirror. The water was so clear that Fern could see the smooth pebbles at the bottom, and it seemed to hum with a quiet, mysterious energy. Curious, Fern knelt by the water's edge and looked into its depths. To her surprise, she saw not only her own reflection, but the faint outline of a door beneath the surface. It was an intricately carved wooden door, adorned with twisting vines and tiny flowers that seemed to sway as if touched by a gentle breeze. "Pippin, do you see that?" Fern whispered, her voice tinged with wonder. The little fox cocked his head and nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Fern reached out to touch the water. As her fingers brushed the surface, a ripple spread across the pond, and the door slowly began to materialize in front of them, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. Fern and Pippin exchanged excited glances before stepping closer. The door opened with a soft creak, revealing a path bathed in golden light. Without a moment's hesitation, Fern and Pippin stepped through. On the other side, they found themselves in a world that seemed to be spun from dreams. The sky was a deep, endless blue, and the air was filled with the sound of laughter and the sweet melody of birdsong. The grass beneath their feet was as soft as velvet, and flowers of every color imaginable bloomed in abundance, their petals glistening like jewels in the sun. As they wandered through this enchanted land, they met a host of gentle creatures, each more wonderful than the last. There was a wise old owl named Sage, whose feathers were as white as snow and whose eyes held the secrets of the ages. Sage spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby, offering guidance and stories of the forest. There was also a family of rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, who shared tales of their adventures and invited Fern and Pippin to join in their games. And then there was Luna, a graceful deer with a coat that shimmered like moonlight. Luna led them to a grove of trees where the leaves sang with the wind, creating melodies that filled their hearts with joy. As the day wore on, Fern learned that this magical world was a reflection of her own heart, a place where kindness and imagination could create wonders beyond belief. The creatures she met taught her the value of listening, of seeing the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. But as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the land, Fern knew it was time to return to Misty Hollow. She and Pippin bid farewell to their new friends, promising to return whenever the forest called to them. With a heart full of gratitude and eyes wide with wonder, Fern stepped back through the door, which closed softly behind them. They found themselves once more at the pond's edge, the reflection of the door slowly fading into the water's depths. That evening, as Fern and Pippin made their way home through the forest, The stars began to twinkle above, casting their gentle light on the world below. The air was filled with the sound of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that lulled all of Misty Hollow into a peaceful slumber. Fern lay in her cozy bed, listening to the crackling of the fireplace as shadows danced on the walls. She closed her eyes, her mind drifting back to the wonders of the enchanted world and the warmth of newfound friendships. With a contented sigh, Fern knew that no matter where her adventures might lead, she would always carry the magic of the forest within her heart. And so, as the village slept under the watchful gaze of the moon, Fern and Pippin dreamed of endless possibilities, knowing that the gentle magic of Misty Hollow would always guide them home. Story 50. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, verdant forest, there was a small village named Pineglade. The village was known for its towering pine trees that whispered secrets to the wind, and for the gentle brook that sang as it meandered through the mossy undergrowth. Here, life moved to the rhythm of the seasons, and the villagers lived in harmony with the natural world around them. In this tranquil setting, there lived a young boy named Oliver. Oliver had a curious heart and a pair of twinkling eyes that reflected the wonder of the world. He spent his days exploring the forest, listening to the stories the trees told, and collecting smooth stones from the brook, each one a treasure in its own right. But more than anything, Oliver loved the tales of magic and mystery that the village elder, Granny Willow, would tell by the crackling fireplace in the evenings. One cool autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Granny Willow shared a story that piqued Oliver's curiosity. She spoke of a hidden glen deep within the forest, where the air sparkled with magic and the animals spoke in whispered tongues. It was said that in this glen, one could find the enchanted dewdrop, a mystical gem that held the power to reveal one's true potential. That night, as Oliver lay in his cozy bed, he watched the moonlight dance across the wooden beams of his room. He thought of the enchanted dewdrop and the wonders it might hold. Before drifting into sleep, he made a quiet promise to himself. He would find this magical glen. The next morning, Oliver set out with a sense of adventure bubbling within him. The forest was alive with the crispness of autumn, and the path beneath his feet was soft with fallen leaves. The scent of pine and earth filled the air, and birds chirped merrily above. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Oliver met a peculiar creature, a small, fluffy squirrel with fur the color of cinnamon and eyes as bright as the morning sun. The squirrel chittered and hopped, seemingly eager to accompany him on his quest. "Hello there," Oliver greeted warmly. "Would you like to join me on my adventure?" The squirrel nodded enthusiastically, and from that moment on, the two became fast friends. Oliver named the squirrel Nutmeg, and together they journeyed through the forest, guided by the map Granny Willow had drawn in his mind with her words. The further they traveled, the more the forest seemed to transform. The trees grew taller and more majestic, their branches forming a canopy that sparkled with dew like the stars in the night sky. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the forest knew. Finally, after what felt like hours, Oliver and Nutmeg arrived at a clearing unlike any other. The glen was bathed in a gentle, golden light that seemed to emanate from every leaf and blade of grass. In the center of the glen was a small pond, its surface shimmering with an iridescent glow. Oliver approached the pond with Nutmeg perched on his shoulder. As he peered into the water, he saw not only his reflection but something extraordinary, a tiny, radiant droplet suspended just above the surface, glowing with an inner light. It was the enchanted dewdrop. With a sense of awe, Oliver reached out and touched the dewdrop. In an instant, he felt a warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and clarity. It was as if the dewdrop was whispering to him, encouraging him to believe in himself and the potential that lay within. As the warmth faded, Oliver realized that he had found more than just a magical gem. He had discovered a newfound confidence and a deep connection to the world around him. He looked at Nutmeg, who chirped happily, as if to say, "See, I knew you could do it." With a heart full of gratitude, Oliver carefully placed the dewdrop back where it belonged, knowing its magic would always be a part of him. Hand in paw, he and Nutmeg made their way back through the forest. the path now familiar and welcoming. When Oliver returned to Pineglade, he shared his adventure with Granny Willow and the villagers by the warmth of the fire. His tale was met with smiles and nods of understanding, for they knew that the greatest magic of all was not in the dewdrop itself, but in the journey and the friendships formed along the way. As the night wore on and the fire crackled gently, Oliver sat back with a contented sigh. He closed his eyes, listening to the soothing sounds of the forest and the soft breathing of Nutmeg beside him, and drifted into a peaceful sleep, his heart full of dreams and wonder. And so in the heart of the forest, under a sky full of stars, Oliver learned that sometimes the most enchanting discoveries are those we make within ourselves. Story 51. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a hidden world teeming with the secret lives of creatures both great and small. This was a place where sunbeams danced through the dense canopy, casting a mosaic lake of light upon the soft, mossy floor. The forest whispered the tales of old, its stories woven into the rustling leaves and babbling brooks. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm was a wise old tortoise named Bramble. Bramble had lived through countless seasons, each one etching a ring of wisdom upon his shell. His gentle eyes held the deep understanding of the forest's rhythms and the balance that maintained its harmony. He was known throughout the woodland as a sage, whose words were as enduring as the ancient oaks themselves. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the sky blazed with the amber hues of dawn, Bramble set out on his morning amble. His path wound through the forest, a tapestry of sounds enveloping him, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, the distant trill of songbirds, and the gentle murmur of the wind threading through the trees. As Bramble made his way to the edge of a sparkling brook, he was joined by his dear friend, Luna the squirrel. Luna, with her bushy tail and bright, curious eyes, was a spirited creature who loved nothing more than to gather stories as she gathered acorns. "Good morning, Bramble," chirped Luna, her voice as light as the breeze. "The forest feels different today, doesn't it? As if it's holding its breath." Bramble nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, Luna, the forest speaks in its own way. When you've lived as long as I have, you learn to listen." Luna twitched her whiskers, intrigued. "What is it saying today?" Bramble paused, his gaze drifting to the glimmering water that mirrored the vivid tapestry of autumn leaves. "Change is upon us, my friend. The balance of our world is shifting, and with it, the magic that flows through the veins of this forest." Luna pondered this, her tiny paws cradling a plump acorn. "How do we keep the balance, Bramble?" "Through understanding and unity," Bramble replied. "Every creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The forest thrives when we work together, just as the seasons turn in harmony." As the day unfolded, Bramble and Luna visited many of their forest friends, spreading the word of the forest's subtle shift. They spoke with a family of deer grazing in a sun-dappled meadow, their coats blending with the rich autumn hues. They consulted with the wise old owl who watched over the woodland from her perch high in the ancient sycamore, and they shared their concerns with the lively brook trout that darted beneath the water's shimmering surface. Each creature listened intently, understanding the importance of their role in the delicate dance of the seasons. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in a glorious array of purples and pinks, Bramble and Luna found themselves at the foot of the great oak, the oldest tree in the forest. Here, nestled within the gnarled roots, they met with Ember, the forest's guardian spirit. Ember appeared as a soft, glowing light, flickering gently like a candle flame in the cool evening air. Her presence was a comforting warmth, a constant companion through the ages. "Ember," Bramble began, his voice reverent, "the forest is changing. How can we ensure that this change brings harmony rather than discord?" Ember's light pulsed gently, her voice a soft echo like the rustle of leaves. "By cherishing the gifts of each season and respecting the magic they bring. The winter's chill, the spring's renewal, the summer's abundance, and the autumn's harvest, each holds a lesson, a balance to be upheld." Luna, ever inquisitive, asked, "And what is the lesson of autumn?" "Letting go," Ember replied, her light flickering with a gentle wisdom. "Just as the trees release their leaves, so must we release our burdens. In letting go, we make space for new growth. With these words, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and the promise of change. The leaves rustled, whispering their agreement, and Bramble felt a deep peace settle within him. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Bramble and Luna returned to their homes, their hearts light with the knowledge they had shared. They understood that the magic of the forest was not just in the extraordinary, but in the everyday, a harmony that was nurtured through friendship and wisdom. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued in its gentle rhythm. The creatures of the woodland, guided by the timeless wisdom passed down through generations, embraced the change of seasons with open hearts, knowing that harmony and balance would always light their path. As the night deepened, the forest was lulled into a serene slumber by the soft lullaby of the wind, and all was well in the world. Story 52. In a quiet village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden where the flowers seemed to dance to the songs of the wind. Lila had a heart as warm as the sunlit meadows she loved to explore, and she was known in the village for her gentle spirit and curious mind. Every evening, as the sky turned a dreamy shade of lavender, Lila ventured into the nearby forest. The forest was a place of gentle magic, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine, and the ground was soft with moss. The trees, ancient and wise, held secrets in their rustling leaves, and Lila often imagined that if she listened closely enough, she might hear their stories. One particular evening, as the last light of day wove golden threads through the canopy, Lila stumbled upon something truly wondrous. There, nestled in a thicket of ferns, was a tiny, shimmering creature no larger than a hummingbird. Its wings sparkled like dew-kissed spiderwebs, and its body glowed with a soft, ethereal light. "Oh, hello there," Lila whispered, crouching down to get a better look. The creature, startled at first, hovered in the air before settling gently on a nearby leaf. "Hello," it chimed in a voice as delicate as the tinkling of silver bells. "I am Faye, a guardian of the forest." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "A guardian? What do you guard?" "The balance of nature," Faye replied, its eyes like tiny pools of starlight meeting Lila's. "I ensure that the forest thrives and that every creature finds its place." Lila nodded, feeling a deep sense of awe. "Is there something I can do to help?" she asked earnestly, her fingers tracing the edges of a fern. Faye fluttered closer, its tiny wings creating a gentle breeze. "There is a challenge we face, a mystery to unravel. The stream that winds through the heart of the forest is losing its sparkle, and with it the forest's vitality wanes." Lila felt her heart tug with concern. The stream was a lifeline, its waters nourishing the roots of trees and the homes of countless creatures. "I'll help," she declared, determination shining in her eyes. Guided by Faye's light, Lila ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, the world around them began to transform. The gentle rustle of leaves grew into a symphony of whispers, and the air became cool and refreshing, like a sip of water on a warm day. After a while, they reached the stream. It seemed tired, its once clear waters now murky and sluggish. Lila knelt by its banks, her reflection wavering in the dim light. "What happened here?" she pondered aloud, her fingers brushing the surface of the water. Faye hovered nearby, its glow casting soft ripples across the stream. "There is a stone of wisdom," it said, voice tinged with mystery. "It lies upstream, hidden beneath the gaze of the old oak. Its magic has faded, and with it the stream has grown weary." Lila stood, brushing the earth from her hands. "Then we must find it and restore its magic," she said with quiet resolve. Together they followed the stream, its gentle gurgle guiding their path. The forest embraced them, its mysteries unfolding with every step. Lila marveled at the way the moonlight danced through the branches, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Finally they reached the ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens like a guardian watching over the land. Beneath its wide trunk lay the stone, dull and unremarkable. "How do we restore it?" Lila asked, kneeling beside the stone. Faye hovered close, its voice a soft whisper. "It requires a gift from the heart, a token of kindness and love." Lila thought for a moment, then gently removed the ribbon from her hair. It was a simple thing, woven from soft threads of blue and gold, but it held memories of all the sunlit days spent wandering through fields of flowers and the gentle lullabies her mother had sung. She placed the ribbon around the stone, watching as it began to shimmer with a gentle light. The stone glowed brighter, its surface becoming smooth and clear like polished glass. The stream, as if awakened, began to flow with renewed vigor, its waters sparkling like 1,000 diamonds under the moonlight. Faye twirled in the air, its joy a radiant light. "You did it, Lila. The balance is restored." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. "We did it together, Faye." As they made their way back through the forest, the world seemed to hum with quiet contentment. The trees whispered their thanks, and the stars twinkled with newfound brightness. Lila knew she had made a friend in Faye, and that the forest would always welcome her with open arms. Back at the edge of the village, Lila paused, turning to her tiny companion. "Will I see you again?" Faye's wings glimmered in the moonlight. "Of course, dear friend. Whenever the forest whispers your name, I will be there." With a final, gentle nod, Faye drifted into the night, a twinkling star returning to the sky. Lila watched until it disappeared, her heart full of the magic and wonder of the forest. As she returned home, the cottage glowing warmly in the distance, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the magic of the forest, with its unexpected friendships and gentle mysteries, would always be a part of her. And as she drifted into sleep, the soothing lull of the forest sang in her dreams, wrapping her in a cozy, comforting embrace that would last until the dawn's first light. Story 53. Once upon a time, in the peaceful village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of the enchanted woods, there was an air of mystery that lay as softly as the morning mist. The village, with its quaint stone cottages and winding cobblestone paths, was home to kind-hearted folk who lived in harmony with the magical creatures of the forest. Every evening, the gentle sound of the brook would lull the villagers to sleep, its melody mingling with the whispers of the wind through the ancient trees. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the dewy fields, the villagers awoke to an unusual spectacle. All the apples from the trees in the village orchard had vanished overnight, leaving only the rustling leaves and empty branches swaying in the breeze. This was indeed strange, for the orchard was well guarded by the friendly forest sprites who lived in the nearby glen. The villagers, although puzzled, were not alarmed. They knew that in their world, the most peculiar mysteries often had the simplest explanations. As they gathered in the village square, the baker, a jovial man with flower-dusted hair, suggested that perhaps the apples had simply decided to wander off for an adventure of their own. This brought a chuckle to the lips of the villagers, for such things were not entirely unheard of in a land where magic danced in every shadow. Among the crowd was a young girl with bright eyes and an inquisitive spirit. She had a name that meant star, for she was a guiding light whenever a mystery needed unraveling. Known for her sharp mind and warm heart, she approached the village elder, a wise woman with eyes like sparkling sapphires, who sat quietly, knitting on the steps of her ivy-covered cottage. "Grandmother Sage," the girl began, her voice as soft as the leaves rustling in the breeze, "might you have any idea where the apples could have gone?" The elder paused, her needles clicking softly as she thought. "Ah, my dear," she said, her voice a melodic hum, "I suspect the answer lies not far from here. Have you noticed the trail of shimmering dust leading into the woods? Perhaps it is an invitation to seek the truth." The girl nodded, a determined gleam in her eyes. She gathered a small group of her friends, each eager to solve the mystery. There was Finn, the cheerful farmer's son, with an uncanny knack for spotting the unseen, and Lila, the gentle weaver who could weave tales as deftly as she did her tapestries. Together, they followed the trail of shimmering dust that glistened like stardust in the morning light, leading them into the depths of the enchanted woods. The forest was alive with a symphony of sounds, the chirping of birds mingling with the rustle of leaves. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its ancient branches reaching towards the sky. At its base, they found a curious sight, a gathering of forest creatures, all huddled around a pile of apples, each fruit gleaming as though kissed by moonlight. The creatures were in the midst of a gentle dispute, their tiny voices rising and falling like a babbling brook. The forest sprites, with their gossamer wings, hovered above, while the woodland mice and chipmunks scurried to and fro. "Ah, young ones," came a voice as smooth as a summer breeze. It was Elder Oak, the wise old tree who had witnessed the passing of countless seasons. "You have come to solve the mystery of the missing apples, I presume?" The girl stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, Elder Oak, we wish to understand why they were taken." Elder Oak chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "It seems our friend Breezy the Wind has caused a bit of a mix-up. She was playing a game of chase with the sprites and accidentally swept the apples from their branches." A sprite, her wings shimmering like a dragonfly's, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she trilled, her voice light and airy. "We were merely caught up in the joy of the moment." Understanding dawned on the girl's face, and she smiled warmly. "Perhaps we can turn this mix-up into something wonderful," she suggested. "Why not share the apples with the creatures of the forest? We can have a harvest celebration together." The idea was met with enthusiastic agreement, for in Willowbrook, harmony and friendship were cherished above all. The villagers were invited to join, and soon the clearing was alive with laughter and song. The apples were shared, their sweet, crisp taste bringing smiles to all who partook. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the girl and her friends sat beneath the ancient oak, contentment warming their hearts like a cozy blanket. Elder Oak, with a twinkle in his eye, spoke once more. "You have shown wisdom and kindness, my young friends. Remember, the simplest solutions are often the most magical, and when we work together, even the strangest occurrences can lead to the most delightful surprises." With that, the mystery of the missing apples was resolved, leaving the villagers with a newfound appreciation for the wonders of their magical world. As dusk settled over Willowbrook, and the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the brook and the whispering woods. And so the story of the vanishing apples and the joyous harvest celebration became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a reminder of the magic that lay in friendship and understanding, and the beauty that could be found in the simplest of things. Story 54. In the heart of a forest where the trees whispered secrets to the moon, nestled a small village known as Wisteria Hollow. This village, hidden under a canopy of wisteria blooms that shimmered with a soft lavender glow, was a place of gentle magic and kind-hearted folk. The air always carried a sweet fragrance of flowers, and the sound of a nearby bubbling brook played a soothing melody that lulled the village to sleep each night. In this idyllic setting lived a young girl named Lila, who, along with her little fox companion Finn, spent her days exploring the enchanting world around her. Lila had a heart full of curiosity and an eye for details that others might overlook. Together with Finn, whose keen senses were often sharper than any human sight or smell, they made a perfect duo for unraveling the little mysteries that occasionally stirred the stillness of their serene home. One morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, casting golden light through the wisteria vines, Lila noticed something peculiar. The brook, usually crystal clear and lively, had turned a curious shade of shimmering silver. It glittered under the morning light, casting dancing reflections on the leaves overhead. Lila knelt by the water's edge, her fingers gently brushing the surface. The water felt normal, cool and clear, yet the color was undeniably different. "What do you think, Finn?" Lila asked, her voice a soft murmur. Finn tilted his head, his bright eyes observing the brook with a mixture of curiosity and concern. His nose twitched as he sniffed the air, capturing scents that told stories only he could understand. Deciding to investigate further, Lila and Finn followed the brook upstream. The path was a familiar one, lined with vibrant moss and wildflowers that nodded in the gentle breeze. As they walked, the forest seemed to hum with life, the leaves rustling softly, and the distant call of a nightingale echoing through the trees. Their journey led them to the foot of Elderberry Hill, where an ancient tree, known as the Elder Oak, stood sentinel over the land. Its gnarled branches were thick with age and wisdom, and it was said that those who listened closely could hear the tree share stories of the past. Lila approached the elder oak with reverence, placing her hand on its rough bark. "Elder oak," she whispered, "can you help us understand why the brook has turned silver?" The leaves of the elder oak rustled softly, as if considering her question. Then, with a creak that sounded almost like a sigh, the tree began to speak, its voice deep and resonant. Long ago, the brook was protected by the spirit of the silver sprite, a gentle creature who ensured its waters remained pure and sparkling. But the sprite has not been seen for many years. Lila absorbed this information thoughtfully. "What happened to the silver sprite?" she asked. The elder oak's branches swayed, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. "I do not know, dear child, but perhaps if you find the sprite, the mystery of the silver brook will be resolved." Thanking the elder oak, Lila and Finn continued their quest, pondering where a silver sprite might be found. They decided to visit the wise old owl, Orin, who lived in a hollow high above the forest floor. Orin was known for his vast knowledge and sharp wit, and was always willing to help those in need. As they approached Orin's tree, the owl opened his eyes, which gleamed with intelligence and kindness. "Ah, Lila and Finn," he hooted softly, "what brings you to my perch today?" Lila explained the mystery of the silver brook and the tale of the silver sprite. Orin listened intently, nodding his feathery head. "The silver sprite is a rare and elusive creature, but I have heard whispers that its favorite resting place is near the moonlit glade, where the light of the moon dances upon the flowers like a gentle lullaby." With Orin's guidance, Lila and Finn set off towards the moonlit glade, a place where the forest seemed to hold its breath under the silver glow of the moon. The path was lined with night-blooming jasmines, their sweet scent filling the air as twilight descended. The stars began to twinkle above, and the gentle hum of crickets provided a soothing backdrop to their journey. When they arrived at the glade, it was as if they had stepped into a dream. The moon cast a silvery light over everything, making the flowers and grass shimmer like a sea of stars. In the center of this magical scene, they saw a faint, glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty, with wings like gossamer and eyes that sparkled like the surface of the brook. "Greetings, silver sprite," Lila called softly, not wanting to startle the delicate being. The sprite turned towards them, its expression one of gentle curiosity. "Why does the brook run silver, dear sprite?" Lila asked, her voice carrying a note of wonder. The silver sprite smiled, a soft, serene smile that seemed to lighten the entire glade. "I have returned to the brook to ensure its waters remain pure and full of life. The silver hue is a sign of my presence, a promise that the magic of this place will never fade." Understanding now, Lila and Finn thanked the silver sprite for its guardianship. As they turned to leave, the sprite whispered a gentle blessing. "May your heart always guide you, and may kindness be your compass." With the mystery resolved, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. She and Finn made their way back through the forest, the path now lit by the friendly glow of fireflies. As they returned to Wisteria Hollow, the villagers greeted them warmly, their curiosity piqued by the shimmering brook. Lila shared the story of the silver sprite, and the villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the tale of guardianship and nature's magic. As the evening drew to a close, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that their beloved brook would always be watched over. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the gentle rustling of the wisteria, Lila and Finn drifted into dreams filled with silver streams and moonlit glades, their hearts light and their spirits at ease. Story 55. In a forest older than time itself, where the whispers of the ancient trees mingled with the babbling brooks, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of nature's tapestry. This forest, known only by those who listened closely as Elder Grove, was a place where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves cradled the inhabitants into a gentle rhythm of life. At the heart of Elder Grove stood the grand oak, a magnificent tree whose sprawling branches seemed to touch the sky and whose roots ran deep into the earth, drawing wisdom and strength from the ages past. It was under this venerable tree that the creatures of Eldergrove gathered, basking in the serene promise of its shade, the sunlight filtering through its leaves in a dappled dance of gold and green. Among the creatures of Eldergrove was a wise old turtle named Thistle. His shell, etched with the lines and patterns of time, was a map of the stories and secrets he held. Thistle moved with the grace of one who knew that every step was part of a grander journey, and his eyes, bright and knowing, had seen many seasons come and go. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was cool and tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of rain, a gathering was called beneath the grand oak. Creatures of all shapes and sizes assembled, their fur and feathers gleaming with the colors of the season. There were the lively squirrels, their tails bushy and their eyes alight with curiosity, the gentle deer, whose slender limbs moved with a quiet elegance, and the wise old owl, perched high above, observing all with a watchful gaze. The meeting had been called by the forest's guardian, a gentle spirit named Willow, who appeared as a shimmering figure of light and air, her form ever changing with the seasons. Willow's presence was a warm embrace, and as she spoke, her voice was like the rustle of wind through the leaves, calming and profound. "Dear friends," Willow began, her voice carrying the weight of the wind's wisdom, "as the wheel of the year turns, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The balance of our home, Eldergrove, is under threat, and we must come together to restore harmony." The creatures listened intently, their hearts attuned to the urgency in Willow's words. The forest, once a symphony of life and balance, was showing signs of strain. The streams ran slower, the songbirds sang less frequently, and the air felt heavy with a sense of unease. Thistle, with his deep, resonant voice, spoke up. "We have long lived with respect for the natural cycles, taking only what we need and giving back what we can. But now we must learn from each other and find new ways to preserve our home." A young fox named Ember, her fur a brilliant mix of russet and gold, stepped forward, her eyes filled with determination. "We can work together," she suggested, her voice clear and hopeful. "Perhaps if we understand the changes that are happening, we can find a solution." It was decided that each creature would share their stories and knowledge, passing down lessons learned from their families and ancestors. They would listen to the wisdom of the winds, the songs of the rivers, and the teachings of the earth itself, for each held a piece of the puzzle. As the creatures began to share their tales, the gathering became a symphony of voices, each note adding to the harmonious chorus of understanding. The squirrels spoke of the acorns and nuts they gathered, noticing how the trees seemed to produce fewer each year. The deer shared their observations of the grasses and flowers, which bloomed less vibrantly. The owl, with her keen sight, spoke of the stars and the patterns they painted in the night sky, noting how they seemed to shift ever so slightly. Together, they painted a picture of a world in need of care and attention, a world where the natural order was being disrupted. The solution, they realized, lay in their unity and their willingness to adapt and learn from the changes around them. Under Willow's guidance, the creatures of Eldergrove formed a plan. The bees and butterflies would help to pollinate the flowers and plants, ensuring their continued growth and vitality. The squirrels and birds would distribute seeds far and wide, planting new life wherever they went. The deer and rabbits would carefully graze, allowing the land to regenerate and flourish. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the creatures worked tirelessly, their efforts a testament to their love for Eldergrove. They tended to the land with a gentle touch, their actions a dance of harmony and respect. With each passing season, the forest began to heal. The streams flowed swiftly once more, their waters clear and bright. The trees stood tall, their branches laden with leaves and fruits, offering shelter and sustenance. The birds returned, their songs filling the air with joy and vitality. In the heart of Eldergrove, beneath the grand oak, Thistle and Willow watched with quiet satisfaction as the forest thrived, a testament to the power of unity and harmony. The creatures had learned that by working together, by respecting the delicate balance of nature, they could overcome any challenge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, the creatures gathered once more. They celebrated their success with laughter and song, their voices a gentle lullaby carried on the evening breeze. And as night descended upon Eldergrove, the forest whispered its gratitude, a melody of rustling leaves and sighing winds that cradled the creatures into a peaceful slumber. They slept beneath the stars, their dreams filled with the promise of a brighter tomorrow, a future where the wisdom of the past would guide them ever onward. In the heart of Eldergrove, the grand oak stood as a sentinel, its branches reaching ever upward, a symbol of strength, resilience, and the enduring bond between the creatures and the land they called home. And so, Eldergrove thrived, a testament to the magic of nature and the power of friendship, a sanctuary where dreams took root and flourished, nurtured by love and light. Story 56. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and verdant forests of a faraway land, there stood a little cobbled street, lined with old stone cottages that seemed to whisper stories of yore. Among these cottages was one with a thatched roof, where the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread mingled in the air. It was the home of a gentle-hearted young boy named Finn, whose curious eyes sparkled with the light of countless dreams. Finn loved exploring the nooks and crannies of his village, but his favorite place of all was his grandmother's attic. It was a treasure trove of forgotten curiosities, where dust motes danced in the beams of sunlight streaming through the tiny window. Every visit to the attic promised a new discovery, and one chilly autumn afternoon, Finn's life would change forever. As he rummaged through the attic's layers of memories, Finn's fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. Pulling it free from a tangled heap of old quilts, he found himself holding a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate vines and flowers, so lifelike they seemed to sway in the gentle breeze wafting through the room. Finn's heart quickened as he traced the carvings with his fingertips. Intrigued, he gingerly opened the box and was greeted by a soft, ethereal glow. Inside rested a handful of shimmering marbles, each one swirling with colors that defied description. They felt warm in his hand, and as Finn gazed into their depths, he sensed a quiet magic humming within them. His grandmother, a wise and kind woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, appeared at the top of the stairs. Seeing Finn with the marbles, she smiled knowingly. "Ah, you found the marbles of whimsy," she said, settling beside him. "These marbles hold the secrets of the world. They can reveal hidden truths and grant glimpses into realms unseen by ordinary eyes." Finn listened, wide-eyed, as she recounted tales of the marbles' history, of adventurers and dreamers who had once held them. But it was her gentle warning that lingered in his mind. "Remember, Finn, the marbles' magic is not for the idle or the greedy. They reveal their wonders only to those with pure hearts and open minds." That night, as the village lay wrapped in the soft embrace of twilight, Finn held one of the marbles up to the moonlight streaming through his window. To his amazement, the marble began to glow brighter, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across his room. Within its depths, he saw a forest, lush and vibrant, with paths that twisted like the currents of a slow-moving river. Guided by an inexplicable urge, Finn knew he had to visit the forest from his vision. The very next morning, he set off on his journey, with the marble tucked safely in his pocket. The path led him beyond the familiar edges of his village and into the embrace of the great forest, where towering trees whispered secrets only they knew. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Finn encountered a host of delightful characters. First was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were as soft as the whispers of night. Orin perched on a low branch, eyes gleaming with sage wisdom. "What brings you to the heart of the forest, young one?" he hooted softly. Finn explained the magic of the marbles and his desire to understand their mysteries. Orin nodded knowingly, his voice a soothing balm. "Patience and kindness will guide you true. Listen to the forest. It has much to teach." Further along the path, Finn met a sprightly squirrel named Tilly, whose fur was a bright russet hue. Tilly was a bundle of energy, darting from branch to branch, her laughter a symphony of joy. She offered Finn a handful of acorns, her eyes twinkling. "For strength and courage on your journey," she chirped. With Orin's wisdom and Tilly's cheer, Finn felt his heart swell with hope. Yet as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Finn encountered a challenge. Before him lay a great chasm, too wide to cross with a single leap, and too deep to fathom what lay below. Finn paused, pondering the riddle of the chasm. He remembered his grandmother's words about the marbles revealing hidden truths. Taking a deep breath, he he held the marble to his heart and closed his eyes, seeking guidance. In the silence that followed, Finn's senses sharpened. He felt the gentle pulse of the earth beneath his feet, heard the soft rustle of leaves, and smelled the sweet scent of pine. Then, in his mind's eye, he saw the path. The stones beneath the surface, invisible to the naked eye, forming a bridge across the chasm. Trusting his intuition, Finn took a tentative step forward, and then another. With each step, the hidden stones revealed themselves, guiding him safely to the other side. His heart sang with gratitude and wonder at the forest's gentle magic. On the far side of the chasm, Finn found a clearing bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. In its center stood an ancient tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, leaves whispering secrets of time and space. At the base of the tree lay a small pool, its surface mirror smooth, reflecting the sky above. Kneeling beside the pool, Finn gazed into its depths, and the marble in his hand pulsed warmly. Images danced across the water's surface, scenes of kindness and friendship, moments of wisdom and understanding. Finn saw himself, older and wiser, sharing the marble's magic with others, bringing light to those in need. With a heart full of peace, Finn understood the marble's true gift. It was not the power to change the world, but the ability to see and cherish the beauty and wonder already present within it. The journey had taught him that the greatest magic lay not in the marbles themselves, but in the connections forged and the lessons learned along the way. As the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn made his way back home, where his grandmother awaited him with open arms and a warm hearth. The marbles had returned to their quiet glow, resting in the wooden box beside his bed. But their magic, Finn knew, would forever illuminate his heart. And so, under the gentle watch of the moon and stars, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the forest and its timeless wonders, his heart forever touched by the magic of discovery and the warmth of friendship. Story 57. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the sunlight filtered softly through a canopy of ancient oaks, there lay a little village known as Willowglade. This village, nestled amidst emerald green meadows and serene babbling brooks, was home to folks who lived in harmony with the gentle magic of the land. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, winding between cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed out delicate spirals of smoke. Each morning, a blanket of mist curled around the village, and the air carried a scent of fresh pine and wildflowers. It was a place where the rhythm of life was as soothing as the lull of a distant waterfall. In Willowglade, everyone knew that magic lingered in the most unexpected places. It could be found in the way the moonlight danced on the pond, or in the soft rustle of leaves that seemed to whisper secrets from ages long past. Yet, despite the enchantment all around, the villagers lived their lives peacefully, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireside at night. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to drift lazily to the ground, the villagers awoke to an unusual sight. The old stone fountain at the village square, which had long been dry, was suddenly brimming with water. Not just any water, but a shimmering, silvery liquid that glinted in the early morning light like 1,000 tiny stars. Curious and a bit bemused, the villagers gathered around the fountain, their breath fogging in the cool air. Among them was a wise old woman named Matilda, known for her knowledge of the forest and its magical creatures. With twinkling eyes and a shawl wrapped snugly around her shoulders, she leaned on her wooden cane and listened to the murmurs of wonder and speculation. "This is indeed peculiar," Matilda said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "The fountain hasn't sprung forth for many a year. There must be a reason for this sudden change." A young girl named Lila, with curious hazel eyes and a heart full of adventure, stepped forward. "Maybe it's a message from the forest," she suggested, brushing back a stray curl from her face. "Perhaps something needs our help." Matilda nodded thoughtfully. "The forest is wise and sometimes speaks in ways beyond our understanding. We must listen with our hearts." And so it was decided that Lila, with her keen sense of wonder, would explore the forest to uncover the mystery of the fountain's awakening. Matilda gave her a small pouch filled with dried lavender and sage, known for their protective charms, and wished her well on her journey. As Lila ventured into the whispering woods, the air was crisp and invigorating. The path beneath her feet was soft with fallen leaves, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming a gentle archway overhead. She walked with a quiet determination, her senses alert to every sound and scent the forest offered. Soon she came upon a clearing where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center stood a large, ancient oak, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. Perched on one of its lowest branches was a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was a small, delicate being, with wings like a dragonfly that shimmered in hues of blue and green. "Hello," Lila called softly, not wanting to startle the creature. "Are you from the forest?" The creature tilted its head, eyes twinkling with a mischievous yet kind light. "I am called Elwyn," it replied, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "And yes, the forest is my home." Lila smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her. "I seek to understand the mystery of the fountain in our village. Can you help me?" Elwyn fluttered its wings thoughtfully. "The fountain flows because the balance has shifted. The ancient stream that feeds it was blocked by a fallen tree, and now that it is cleared, the waters flow once more. But the forest is concerned, for the balance must be maintained." Lila listened intently, her mind racing with possibilities. "How can we help restore the balance?" Elwyn's eyes glimmered with wisdom. "The fallen tree disturbed a family of woodland sprites. They are gentle, but have been unsettled by the change. You must find them and offer them a new home." With Elwyn's guidance, Lila continued deeper into the woods, where the air was cool and shadows danced playfully. She soon found the sprites, tiny beings with hair like dandelion fluff and eyes as bright as morning dew. They were gathered around the uprooted tree, chattering in their melodic language. Lila crouched down to their level, her heart open and kind. "I come with a message from Elwyn," she said gently. "We wish to help you find a new place to dwell." The sprites paused in their chatter, regarding her with curiosity and hope. After a moment, the smallest sprite stepped forward, its voice as soft as a breeze. "We wish to settle near the stream where the water sings." Lila nodded, understanding their desire for a home as peaceful as their spirits. "I know just the place," she said, recalling a spot near the village where the stream widened into a gentle pool surrounded by willow trees. With her guidance, the sprites followed, their tiny forms flitting like whispers of wind through the trees. As they arrived at the new site, their eyes widened with delight. The pool sparkled under the sun, and the willows swayed as if welcoming them. "Thank you," the smallest sprite said, its voice filled with gratitude. "We will make this place our home." With the sprites settled, Lila returned to Willowglade, where the villagers awaited her news. She shared her adventure, and the villagers listened with wonder and appreciation. Matilda nodded, her eyes shining with pride. "The balance is restored," Matilda said, her voice carrying a soothing certainty. "Thanks to Lila's courage and the forest's wisdom, the fountain will continue to flow, a symbol of our harmony with nature." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a warm, golden glow, the villagers gathered by the fountain. They lit lanterns and sang songs of gratitude and harmony, their voices blending with the gentle murmur of the water. That night, as Lila lay in her bed, the moonlight streaming softly through her window, she felt a deep sense of peace. The mystery had been solved not through force or magic alone, but through understanding, kindness, and the gentle bonds of friendship that tied her to the forest and its inhabitants. And so, in Willowglade, life continued with a renewed sense of wonder and a deeper appreciation for the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stream, and every heart. The village remained a haven of peace and enchantment, and the fountain, with its silvery water, stood as a testament to the power of listening and the strength found in the heart of a young girl who dared to seek the truth. Story 58. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like wise old guardians, their branches whispering secrets to the wind, there lived a small, curious squirrel named Pip. Pip's fur was as soft and gray as the mist that lingered over the forest at dawn, and his eyes sparkled with the amber warmth of a harvest moon. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, Pip would scamper out of his cozy nook in the hollow of a grand oak tree. The forest was his playground, full of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. But today, there was something different in the air. an invisible thread of magic that hummed softly through the leaves. As Pip explored, he came across a patch of wildflowers swaying gently in the morning breeze. The flowers were not ordinary. Their petals shimmered with hues of indigo and silver, and they seemed to sing a soft, melodic tune that only the heart could hear. Entranced, Pip approached cautiously, his tiny nose twitching with curiosity. "Hello there," came a gentle voice, as soft as the rustling leaves. Startled, Pip looked around and spotted a small, glimmering figure perched upon a rock. It was a fairy, no taller than a pine cone, with translucent wings that sparkled like dew in the sunlight. Her name was Sylvie, and her presence was as light as a whisper carried on the wind. "Don't be afraid," Sylvie smiled, her eyes twinkling like starlit skies. "These flowers are enchanted, and they bloom but once every 100 years. Their song is a gift to those who listen with their hearts." Pip's curiosity grew stronger than his initial shyness. "What makes them sing?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sylvie fluttered her wings, causing the air to twinkle around her like a constellation. "They sing of the forest's dreams and the hopes of all who dwell here," she explained. "But there's a secret to their song, a puzzle that only a true friend can solve." Intrigued, Pip decided he wanted to understand this secret. As days turned into weeks, Sylvie and Pip spent their time together, exploring the forest's hidden corners and sharing stories. Pip, with his nimble paws, would climb the tallest trees, while Sylvie would dance upon the breeze, guiding him with her laughter. One day, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with strokes of crimson and gold, Pip noticed something peculiar. The flowers' song was changing, growing softer and more wistful. It was as if they were trying to tell him something important, something he couldn't quite grasp. Sylvie, sensing his puzzlement, perched beside him. "The secret to their song lies not in the mind, but in the heart," she said gently. "What does your heart feel when you listen to them?" Pip closed his eyes and let the gentle melody wash over him. He felt the warmth of the sun, the caress of the wind, the strength of the earth beneath his feet, all the things that made the forest his home. And suddenly he understood. The flowers sang of togetherness, of bonds unbroken by time or distance. They sang of friendship. Opening his eyes, Pip looked at Sylvie with newfound clarity. "The secret is in the connections we share," he said softly. "It's about the friendships that shape us, just like ours." Sylvie beamed, her wings fluttering in joy. "You found the heart of the song, Pip. It's a reminder that we are never truly alone, as long as we carry each other in our hearts." With this understanding, Pip felt a warmth spread through him, like the gentle embrace of sunlight filtering through the trees. He knew that the forest, with all its mysteries and wonders, was a tapestry woven from countless bonds of friendship and love. As night fell, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the lullaby of the stars. Pip curled up in his cozy nook, a contented smile on his face. He knew that he and Sylvie would continue to explore, to learn, and to cherish the magic of their friendship. And so, the ancient forest, with its singing flowers and whispering trees, remained a place of gentle magic and wonder, where unexpected friendships blossomed and grew, nurturing the hearts of all who called it home. With these comforting thoughts, Pip drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, knowing that he was part of something truly beautiful, a melody of friendship that would echo through the forest for all time. Story 59. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley where the hills kissed the sky and rivers sang lullabies to the land, there lay the quaint village of Fern Hollow. The village was a place of timeless tranquility, where cobblestone paths meandered through fields of wildflowers, and every cottage had a garden teeming with colors that danced in the gentle breeze. In this village lived a young woman named Lyra, whose heart was as tender as the petals of the daisies she loved to weave into garlands. Lyra was beloved by all for her kindness and gentle spirit, yet she harbored a secret fear, a fear of change. She cherished the comfort of familiarity, the predictability of each day as the sun rose and set over the same hills she had known all her life. One evening, as the twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lyra wandered to the edge of the enchanted wood, a place whispered about in legends. It was said that this wood held secrets of transformation, where the trees themselves were alive with ancient wisdom. Drawn by an inexplicable yearning, Lyra stepped inside, her heart fluttering with both fear and excitement. The air in the wood was different, thick with the scent of pine and earth, and twinkling with fireflies that danced like tiny stars. As she walked further, she found herself in a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches reaching out as if to embrace the sky. The tree seemed to hum with a gentle energy, and Lyra felt a soothing warmth spread through her chest. Suddenly, a soft voice floated through the air, as calming as the whisper of the wind. It was the voice of the oak, and it spoke in riddles, inviting Lyra to embark on a journey of discovery. To change is to grow, and to grow is to find the magic within, the oak murmured, its leaves rustling like a gentle applause. Lyra hesitated, but the allure of the unknown tugged at her heart. She took a deep breath and whispered her agreement to the ancient oak. At that moment, a gentle breeze swirled around her, lifting her off the ground and into a world woven of dreams and stardust. In this ethereal realm, Lyra found herself surrounded by friends both old and new. There was Finn, the wise fox, with eyes like amber lanterns, who had always been her companion on quiet walks. Beside him sat Willow, the songbird whose melodies brought joy to even the cloudiest days. And there, with a mischievous grin, was Pippin the rabbit, whose laughter was like the bubbling brook that ran through Fern Hollow. Together, they embarked on a journey through this dreamscape, where every step revealed a new wonder. They crossed bridges made of moonbeams, waded through streams of liquid silver, and climbed hills that touched the sky. With each adventure, Lyra felt her fears begin to melt away, replaced by a growing sense of wonder and courage. As they traveled, Finn shared stories of his own transformations, of how he had once feared the dark, but learned to find beauty in the night. Willow sang songs of resilience, of storms weathered and new dawns embraced. Pippin, with his boundless energy, reminded Lyra that laughter was the best companion on any journey. Each story, each song, and each moment of laughter was a gentle lesson, teaching Lyra that change was not something to fear, but a dance to be embraced. She learned to let go of her apprehensions, discovering that within her lay a strength as vast as the sky and as deep as the forest. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a willow tree that shimmered with 1,000 shades of green, Lyra felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips. She looked down to see delicate tendrils of light spiraling from her hands, weaving patterns as intricate as frost on a window pane. It was the magic within her, a reflection of the growth she had embraced. With newfound confidence, Lyra returned to Fern Hollow, her heart aglow with the magic of transformation. She found joy in each new day, in the changing seasons that painted the landscape in ever-shifting hues. She shared her stories with the villagers, who listened with wide eyes and open hearts, inspired by her journey of personal growth. And so, in the gentle embrace of the valley, Lyra flourished, her life a tapestry woven with the threads of change and discovery. The village of Fern Hollow thrived, its people ever more connected to the magic of the enchanted wood and the stories that whispered through its leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Lyra sat by her window watching the stars twinkle in the velvet sky. She felt a sense of peace, knowing that change was not an end, but a beginning, a chance to find the magic within and let it shine. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a restful sleep, cradled in the arms of the night, her dreams a gentle continuation of the journey she had begun. Story 60. In the heart of a tranquil valley nestled between rolling hills lived a young girl named Seraphina. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, cascading down her back in gentle waves, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Seraphina called the village of Willowbrook her home, a place where the air was sweet with the scent of lilacs, and the streams sang soft lullabies as they meandered through the land. Yet despite the serenity around her, Seraphina felt an unease growing within. For as long as she could remember, Seraphina had been content in the rhythm of village life. She cherished the simple joys of tending her small garden and listening to the elders' stories by the hearth. But as the seasons shifted from the vibrant hues of autumn to the frosty breath of winter, an unfamiliar restlessness stirred in Seraphina's heart. It was as if a gentle breeze had whispered secrets of distant lands and unseen wonders, urging her to seek beyond the horizon. One crisp morning, while the world was still wrapped in a blanket of mist and the sky blushed with the dawn, Serafina took a solitary walk to the edge of the village. There, she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens. At its base, she found a peculiar stone, smooth and warm to the touch despite the chill in the air. Intrigued, Serafina slipped the stone into her pocket, feeling a strange sense of comfort as it pressed against her side. As days turned into weeks, Serafina noticed subtle changes within herself. The stone, it seemed, held a quiet magic of its own. It pulsed gently in rhythm with her heartbeat, and with each pulse, Serafina felt a surge of courage and curiosity. Yet, alongside this newfound strength, she grappled with the fear of stepping away from the familiar, the safe cocoon of the village she had always known. It was during one of these twilight musings that she met Eldon, the village woodcarver, whose hands were as skilled with storytelling as they were with shaping wood. Eldon's eyes, a deep and knowing blue, twinkled with the wisdom of someone who had seen many seasons come and go. Sensing Serafina's turmoil, he invited her to sit by the fire in his workshop, where the scent of pine and cedar filled the air, wrapping around them like a comforting shawl. "Eldon," Serafina began, her voice barely above a whisper, "I feel as though I'm being called to change, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond what I know." Eldon nodded, his gaze gentle and understanding. "Change, my dear Serafina, is like the carving of wood. At first, it seems like an act of destruction, cutting away at the rough surface. But with patience and trust in the process, it reveals the beauty that lies within." Encouraged by Eldon's words, Serafina began to embrace the magic of the stone and the changes it wrought. She found herself drawn to the forest beyond the village, where the trees stood tall and the air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and leaves. It was here she met Mira, a mischievous fox with a coat as fiery as the setting sun. Mira became her guide and companion, leading her to hidden glades and sparkling streams, showing her the wonders of the world that lay beyond her doorstep. Through her adventures with Mira, Serafina learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She discovered that the world was filled with stories waiting to be heard, each one a tapestry woven with the threads of joy and sorrow, hope and fear. And slowly, the fear of change that had once gripped her heart began to loosen its hold, replaced by a sense of wonder and anticipation for the journey ahead. One day, as she sat beside a bubbling brook, the stone in her pocket began to glow with a gentle light. As it did, Serafina felt a warmth spreading through her, and in that moment, she understood that the magic of the stone was not in its ability to change her, but in its power to reveal the strength and courage that had always been within her. With this realization came a sense of peace. Serafina knew that while the path ahead was uncertain, she was ready to embrace it with an open heart. She returned to Willowbrook, carrying with her not only the stories of the forest, but also the lessons she had learned about herself. As the village prepared for the coming spring, Serafina shared her tales with the villagers, her voice filled with the warmth of newfound confidence. She spoke of her adventures with Mira, the wisdom of Eldon, and the gentle magic of the stone. Her stories were like seeds, planting in the hearts of her listeners a yearning for discovery and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. In the quiet moments of the evening, as shadows danced on the walls and the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Serafina would touch the stone, now resting in a special place by her bedside. It served as a reminder of her journey and the transformation that had taken root in her soul, a transformation that was neither sudden nor complete, but an ongoing adventure that she would continue to embrace with hope and courage. And so, under the star-speckled sky of Willowbrook, Serafina found her place once more, not as the girl who feared change, but as a young woman who had learned to dance with the rhythm of the world. Her heart open to the magic of endless possibilities. Story 61. In a quaint village nestled between the verdant hills and the whispering woods, there stood a little cottage with ivy creeping up its stone walls. The roof was thatched with golden straw, and the windows glowed warmly, spilling soft light onto the cobblestone path that wound through the village. This was the home of a kind-hearted old woman named Clara, known far and wide for her gentle nature and her knack for soothing troubled hearts with her stories and herbal teas. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Clara sat by her fireplace. The flames crackled softly, casting a dance of shadows on the walls. Her plump tabby cat, Whiskers, purred contentedly in her lap. Just as Clara began to sip her chamomile tea, a soft knock echoed through the cottage. Curious, she set down her cup and opened the door. There stood a small, timid creature, not more than a foot high, with wide, shimmering eyes that reflected the dying light. Its fur was the color of twilight, deep and mysterious, with tiny silver stars speckling its coat. Clara recognized it immediately, a starling, a rare creature said to be born from the night sky itself. "Good evening," Clara said gently, kneeling to meet the starling's gaze. "What brings you to my humble home?" The starling shifted its tiny feet and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I'm lost," it confessed, its voice trembling slightly. "I strayed too far from my constellation, and now I can't find my way back." Clara's heart went out to the little creature. "Fear not, dear starling. You can stay with me tonight, and together we will find a way to guide you home." With that, Clara invited the starling inside, and together they settled by the fire. As the evening wore on, Clara shared stories of the stars and the ancient trees that whispered secrets to the wind. The starling listened intently, its eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. As the night deepened, Clara pondered how they might help the starling find its way back to the sky. She remembered an old folk tale about the wish tree, a magical tree said to dwell in the heart of the forest. The wish tree, it was told, granted wishes to those pure of heart and guided lost souls home. The next morning, with the first light of dawn spilling over the hills, Clara and the starling set off into the forest. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a patchwork of light and shadow on the forest floor. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweetly from above, and the breeze carried the soft murmur of a nearby stream. Clara and the starling walked side by side, their steps in harmony with the natural world. After a time, they reached a clearing where the wish tree stood proud and ancient. Its trunk was wide and twisted, and its branches reached skyward, adorned with countless leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the sunlight. The air around the tree was charged with a subtle magic, a feeling of hope and possibility. Clara approached the tree with reverence, placing a gentle hand on its rough bark. "Great wish tree," she began softly, "we seek your guidance. This starling is lost and wishes to return to its constellation. Can you help us?" There was a moment of stillness, and then the tree's leaves rustled, not with the wind, but with a life of their own. A soft, melodic hum filled the air, wrapping around Clara and the starling like a warm embrace. It was as if the tree was listening, considering their plea. Then from the treetop, a single leaf detached and floated down, spiraling gracefully through the air until it landed gently in Clara's hand. The leaf glowed with a faint silver light, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. Clara understood. The leaf was a token of the wish tree's blessing, a guide for the starling to find its way home. She smiled at the starling, who looked back with gratitude shining in its eyes. As they made their way back through the forest, the starling clutched the glowing leaf, and Clara hummed a gentle tune. The path seemed shorter, the air lighter, as if the forest itself was celebrating their success. When they reached Clara's cottage once more, the sky was painted with the soft hues of dusk. Stars began to twinkle into view, each one a tiny beacon in the vast expanse of night. Clara and the starling stood in the garden, the air cool and fresh. The starling gazed up at the heavens, clutching the leaf tightly. Slowly it began to rise, lifted by an invisible breeze. Clara watched as the starling ascended, its fur blending seamlessly with the starlit sky. "Thank you," the starling called softly, its voice a whisper on the wind. Clara waved, her heart swelling with warmth. "Safe travels, little starling. May you find your way home." With that, the starling vanished into the constellation, becoming one with the night once more. Clara stood for a moment longer, gazing at the stars that shimmered and danced above her. Finally, she turned and retreated into her cozy cottage. The fire still crackled warmly in the hearth, and Whiskers purred from his favorite spot by the chair. Clara settled in with her tea, a contented smile on her face. As she drifted into sleep, she knew that the starling was safe, cradled in the arms of the universe. And in that knowledge, she found peace, knowing that kindness and friendship could light even the darkest paths. Story 62. In a faraway land where the stars twinkled like a million fireflies in the night sky, nestled between rolling hills and a gentle river, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Here, homes were woven from fragrant cedar and wildflower vines, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of lavender and freshly baked bread. The villagers were a harmonious bunch, known for their warm smiles and open hearts. Just beyond the edge of this village, where the forest began to thicken and the canopy hung like a green tapestry, lived a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a fox, but not just any fox. His fur was as golden as the first light of dawn, and his eyes were like pools of deep, understanding amber. Finn had lived in the forest all his life, scampering across the mossy earth, leaping over babbling brooks, and playing hide-and-seek with the shadows. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves whispered secrets to the breeze, Finn found himself at the edge of the forest, peering into Willowbrook. His heart, though wild and free, was drawn to the village by the aroma of something new and intriguing, a scent of spices and mystery. As Finn approached the village, he noticed the villagers preparing for their annual harvest festival, a time of joy and celebration. Among the villagers was a girl named Lila, whose laughter was as bright as the sunflowers she loved to tend. Lila's hair was the color of ripe chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with the green of new leaves. She had lived in Willowbrook all her life, her days filled with tending to her garden and helping her grandmother bake pies that tasted of sunshine and happiness. On this particular day, as Lila carried a basket of freshly picked apples to the village square, her gaze met Finn's across the meadow. At first, she was startled, for she had never seen a fox quite like him. But there was something about Finn's gentle demeanor that eased her fears. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Are you lost?" Finn, though unable to speak in the human tongue, tilted his head and wagged his tail in response, his eyes conveying a friendliness that needed no words. Over the next few days, Finn and Lila found themselves meeting at the meadow's edge, an unspoken bond forming between them. Lila would bring him treats from the festival, a slice of pumpkin bread, a handful of berries, and Finn, in turn, would gift her with the most beautiful feathers and stones he found in the forest. However, not everyone in Willowbrook was as trusting of the forest's creatures. Old Mr. Thistle, with his bushy eyebrows and gruff voice, warned Lila to stay away from the fox. "They're cunning, those forest creatures," he cautioned, shaking his walking stick for emphasis. "You can't trust them." Lila, though respectful of Mr. Thistle's wisdom, felt in her heart that Finn was different. She decided to show the villagers that sometimes what we fear is simply what we do not understand. As the harvest festival approached, a great challenge arose. The river, swollen from the autumn rains, threatened to flood the village. The villagers, concerned and working together, built makeshift barriers, but the waters continued to rise. Seeing the villagers' distress, Finn knew he could help. With Lila by his side, he led the villagers to the forest, where the ancient trees stood tall and sturdy. Together, with Finn's guidance, they gathered fallen branches and wove them into stronger barriers. During this time, misunderstandings began to melt away. The villagers saw how Finn, despite his wild nature, worked tirelessly alongside them, his quick mind devising ways to channel the water safely away from their homes. And Finn, in turn, learned of human kindness and the strength of community. As the river's threat subsided, the bonds between Finn, Lila, and the villagers grew stronger. Mr. Thistle, seeing the fox's bravery and loyalty, approached Finn with a newly baked loaf of bread, a gesture of peace and acceptance. On the night of the harvest festival, as lanterns flickered softly like stars brought down to earth, the villagers gathered in the square. Lila stood with Finn at her side, and together they watched as the village celebrated not just the harvest, but the friendship that had blossomed between them. From that day forward, Finn was not just a fox from the forest, but a cherished friend of Willowbrook. The villagers, having learned that true friendship knows no boundaries, welcomed him as one of their own. And so, in the glow of the harvest moon, surrounded by laughter and the warmth of newfound understanding, Finn and Lila knew they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond woven through shared challenges, mutual respect, and the simple, profound joy of being together. Story 63. In the heart of the Whisperwood Forest, where the trees wore crowns of golden leaves and the air was scented with the sweet fragrance of autumn, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where the gentle murmur of the brook sang lullabies, and the moonlight danced on cobblestone paths, casting silvery patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Willowbrook was cherished for its tranquility, but lately a curious mystery had woven itself into the tapestry of daily life. Each morning, as the first rays of sun kissed the rooftops, the townsfolk would awaken to find their beloved gardens rearranged. Flowers had been plucked from their beds and planted in intricate patterns, and intricate vine designs adorned the fences and gates. No harm was done, but the mystery intrigued and confounded everyone. In the heart of the village lived a young herbalist named Lyra. With hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes like the forest canopy, Lyra was known for her gentle spirit and keen observation. Her cottage was a cozy haven, filled with the warmth of dried herbs hanging from the rafters and the soft glow of candlelight flickering against the stone walls. One crisp morning, Lyra decided to uncover the mystery of the garden rearrangements. As she sipped her herbal tea, its warmth spreading through her like a comforting embrace, she considered who might be responsible. Perhaps it was the wind, playing tricks, or some mischievous forest creature. Determined to find answers, Lyra gathered her shawl and set out into the village, her boots crunching on fallen leaves. She visited her neighbor, Old Man Thistle, whose roses had been arranged into a spiral, and Mrs. Poppy, whose vegetable patch now bore a striking resemblance to a star. Each villager had their own tale of the garden's transformation, yet no one had seen or heard anything unusual. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the village, Lyra returned to her cottage. She sat by the window, the comforting crackle of the fireplace beside her, and pondered the day's discoveries. Her gaze drifted to the edge of the forest, where shadows danced playfully between the trees. Perhaps there was someone or something there who could help. The following evening, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Lyra ventured into Whisperwood Forest. The path was bathed in moonlight, and the owls hooted a gentle melody as she walked. Soon, she came upon a clearing where the air seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. It was here that she found him, a small, wise creature known as a fayfox. The fayfox was a creature of enchantment, with fur that glimmered like stardust and eyes that shone with ancient wisdom. He sat quietly beneath a silver-barked tree, his tail curled around him like a halo of light. "Greetings, kind Lyra," the fayfox spoke, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I sense you have come seeking answers to the mystery of the gardens." Lyra nodded, her heart warmed by his gentle presence. "Yes, dear fayfox, the villagers are puzzled, though no harm seems to be done. I wish to understand who or what is behind these nightly transformations." The fayfox smiled, a twinkle in his eyes. "Ah, the answer lies not in mischief, but in a desire to communicate. Have you noticed the patterns left in the gardens? They are messages, written in the ancient language of nature." Curiosity piqued, Lyra thought back to the spirals and stars, the vines that seemed to dance across fences. But who could be leaving such messages? The fayfox unfurled his tail, revealing a small, luminous orb. In its glow, Lyra saw visions of tiny winged beings flitting through the gardens. Spriglings, the gentle custodians of the forest. "The Spriglings," the fayfox explained, "are caretakers of harmony. They noticed the villagers' gardens were losing their natural balance, and in their own way, they sought to restore it." Lyra's heart swelled with understanding. The Spriglings hadn't meant to confuse or alarm. They were simply trying to help. How can we communicate with them, to thank them, and perhaps find a way to work together? The fayfox chuckled softly. "Ah, you are wise, dear Lyra. Leave a simple offering of honey and wildflowers at the edge of the forest. The Spriglings will understand your gratitude and respond in kind." With a grateful heart, Lyra returned to Willowbrook. The next morning, she shared the fayfox's wisdom with the villagers. Together, they gathered honey and wildflowers, arranging them at the forest's edge. That night, the village slept soundly, knowing their gardens were in caring hands. In the days that followed, the Spriglings continued their delicate work, but now, the villagers understood their intentions. They watched with wonder as their gardens flourished, each plant thriving under the care of these tiny guardians. And so, with the mystery solved and harmony restored, Willowbrook returned to its peaceful rhythm. Lyra, her heart full of warmth and gratitude, often walked to the forest's edge, leaving small tokens of thanks for the Spriglings and her wise friend, the Fay Fox. As the seasons turned and the golden leaves whispered secrets to the wind, the village of Willowbrook thrived under the gentle watch of the forest's magical inhabitants. And every night, as the villagers tucked themselves into bed, they knew that all was well in their cozy corner of the world. Story 64. Once upon a time, in a world where the gentle hush of twilight kissed the edges of two vastly different realms, there was a forest that served as a bridge between the bustling meadows of the valley and the serene whispers of the mountains. In this forest, where the sun filtered through a canopy of leaves like flecks of gold dancing on the forest floor, lived creatures of all kinds. Among them were two beings as different as night and day, a sprightly little mouse named Pip, known for his quick wit and nimble feet, and a grand, wise owl named Ori, whose wings spanned the dusk sky like a shadow of solitude. Pip and Ori had grown up hearing tales of each other's kind, tales spun with threads of misunderstanding and caution. The mice of the valley spoke of owls with a shiver in their voices, while the owls of the mountain viewed mice as nothing more than fleeting shadows in the moonlight. Yet, it was in the heart of this forest, where the boundaries of their worlds began to blur, that Pip and Ori's story began. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled with the whisper of impending change, Pip found himself scurrying through the forest, his tiny heart beating with the rhythm of adventure. He had heard of a rare, glowing mushroom that bloomed only under the first full moon of autumn, a mushroom said to hold the warmth of friendship in its luminescence. Pip, though small, was filled with an insatiable curiosity and a heart that yearned for something more than the confines of his burrow. On that same night, Ori the owl perched high on an ancient oak, his eyes reflecting the silvery glow of the moon. Ori was a creature of the night, used to the quiet contemplation that came with his solitary flights. But even Ori, with all his wisdom, felt a stir of restlessness, a flutter of change in the air that beckoned him to leave his lofty perch and explore the mysteries beneath the forest canopy. Their paths crossed quite unexpectedly. Pip, engrossed in his search, did not notice the great owl descending silently behind him until Ori landed with a soft thud, sending a ripple through the fallen leaves. Pip froze, his whiskers twitching with a mix of fear and curiosity. He had never been so close to an owl before, and the stories of his kin echoed in his mind like a warning bell. But Ori, with eyes that held the glow of ancient stars, merely tilted his head in curiosity. "Little one," he hooted softly, his voice like the gentle rustle of leaves, "what brings you to the forest at this hour when shadows dance and dreams linger?" Pip, though nervous, felt a strange warmth in Ori's voice. He took a cautious step forward, his tiny feet barely making a sound. "I'm searching for the moonlit mushroom," Pip replied, his voice a whisper against the night. "They say it blooms tonight and glows with the warmth of friendship." Ori blinked slowly, intrigued by the mouse's quest. Friendship was something he had observed in the world below, but rarely experienced himself. "Perhaps I can help," Ori offered, more to himself than to Pip, as the idea of companionship was as foreign to him as the daylight. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the unlikely companions began their journey. Pip, with Ori's guidance, learned to navigate the forest not just with speed but with understanding. He discovered paths lit by fireflies and hidden by shadows, paths that Ori had flown over countless times but never truly seen from the ground. Their quest, however, was not without its challenges. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a sudden storm swept through the trees, turning the night into a tempest of wind and rain. Pip clung to Ori, his tiny form shivering as the rain soaked through his fur. Ori, spreading his wings, provided shelter, his feathers a warm cocoon against the storm's fury. In that moment of vulnerability, Pip realized that strength was not measured by size or speed, but by the courage to trust and be trusted. And Ori, feeling the gentle heartbeat of the small creature against him, understood that wisdom lay not just in solitude, but in the bonds of fellowship. When the storm passed and the skies cleared, they found themselves in a part of the forest neither had explored before. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient tree, they found the moonlit mushroom, its glow a soft, welcoming light in the darkness. The mushroom's luminescence was unlike anything they had seen, a gentle reminder of the warmth they had found in each other. As they sat together, basking in the glow, Pip looked up at Ori, his eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with a newfound confidence. "I never would have found this without you." Ori, feeling a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the mushroom's glow, nodded solemnly. "And I would never have learned the beauty of the forest floor without you," he replied, his voice as gentle as the night breeze. From that night on, Pip and Ori became inseparable, their friendship bridging the gap between their worlds. Pip taught Ori the joys of the valley's sunlight and laughter, while Ori shared the wisdom of the stars and the quiet strength of the mountain winds. Together, they discovered that the true meaning of friendship lay not in the differences between them, but in the journey they shared and the understanding they nurtured with every step. And so, under the gentle watch of the moon and stars, in a forest where their worlds met and mingled, Pip and Ori found a home in each other's hearts, a testament to the power of unlikely companions and the enduring light of friendship. Story 65. Once upon a time, in a serene village nestled at the edge of a vast and whispering forest, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village for her kindness and her deep love of nature. Every morning she would wander into the woods to greet the dawn, her footsteps light on the dew-kissed moss that blanketed the forest floor. The village was a peaceful place, its cobblestone streets lined with cottages whose chimneys puffed out the sweet scent of wood smoke. Gardens bloomed with vibrant flowers, and birds sang melodies that danced through the air like ribbons of joy. Yet beyond the village lay the forest, a place full of age-old mysteries and secrets, whispered by the wind through the leaves. Clara's favorite spot in the forest was a small, secluded glen where a crystal-clear stream meandered, its waters gently gurgling over smooth stones. Here, the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the ground. It was a place that seemed to hum with a quiet magic, as if the trees themselves were guardians of ancient tales. One morning, as Clara sat by the stream, she noticed something unusual. A small, delicate creature lay curled up on the bank, its fur shimmering like spun silver. It was unlike any animal she had ever seen, with large, curious eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. Clara's heart swelled with compassion, and she approached the creature with gentle care. "Hello, little one," she whispered softly, kneeling beside it. "Are you lost?" The creature blinked up at her, and to Clara's amazement, it spoke in a voice that was both musical and soothing. "I am Luna, a moon fox," it said. "I have wandered far from my home in the starlit glades, and I fear I have lost my way." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. She had heard tales of moon foxes, elusive creatures that danced in the moonlight and could speak the language of the stars. "Don't worry, Luna," she said warmly. "I will help you find your way back." Luna gazed at Clara with gratitude, and together they set off through the forest. As they walked, Clara asked Luna about its home. "The starlit glades sound magical," she said. "What are they like?" Luna's eyes sparkled as it described its home, a realm of soft, silver light where the air was filled with the gentle music of the night. "The glades are hidden deep within the forest," Luna explained. "They can only be reached by those who have kindness in their hearts and the courage to seek them." As they traveled, Clara and Luna encountered many wonders. They passed through groves where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind, and meadows where wildflowers danced in the breeze. They even met a wise old owl named Sage, who perched high in an oak tree and shared stories of the stars. "To find the starlit glades," Sage hooted, "you must follow the path of the moon's reflection. When the night is at its darkest, the way will be revealed." Clara and Luna thanked Sage and continued on their journey. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they reached a clearing where the moon's silver light spilled across the ground like a shimmering path. "This is it," Luna whispered. "The path of the moon's reflection." Clara felt a thrill of excitement as they stepped onto the path, following it through the forest as night descended around them like a soft velvet cloak. The path glowed softly beneath their feet, guiding them deeper into the woods. Finally, they emerged into a glade bathed in ethereal light. Stars twinkled above, and the air was filled with a gentle, lilting melody that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. Clara gasped in awe, for she knew they had reached the starlit glades. "Thank you, Clara," Luna said, its eyes shining with joy. "You have brought me home." Clara smiled, her heart full. "It was a journey I will never forget," she said, "and I am glad to have made a new friend." As they stood together in the starlit glades, Clara felt a sense of peace and wonder envelop her. She knew that while her adventure with Luna had come to an end, the bond they had formed would last a lifetime. In time, Clara returned to her village, carrying with her the memories of her journey and the magic of the starlit glades. She often returned to the forest, her heart open to the wonders that awaited her there, and she never forgot the lesson she had learned, that true magic lies in friendship and the courage to follow one's heart. And so, as the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, the stars watching over her like kind and silent guardians. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that she was never truly alone. Story 66. In the heart of a secluded, verdant valley nestled between gentle, rolling hills, there lay a small village known as Willowbrook. The village was named for the graceful willow trees that bowed low over the sparkling brook that meandered through the landscape, its waters singing a gentle, timeless lullaby. The people of Willowbrook lived in harmony with the land, cherishing the blessings of each season and treating nature's gifts with utmost respect. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, a soft rustling was heard in the nearby whispering woods. These woods were known to be enchanted, where the trees seemed to speak in hushed tones, sharing secrets of ancient times. The villagers often marveled at the woods, but rarely ventured deep within, respecting the mysteries it held. On this particular evening, a young girl named Lila stood at the edge of the woods, her eyes wide with wonder and curiosity. She had always felt a pull towards the whispering woods, a gentle nudge from the world whispering her name on the breeze. Lila's heart was as tender as the first snowdrop of spring, and she carried a kindness that seemed to glow softly, like a lantern in the night. "Lila," called her grandmother from the porch of their cozy cottage, the warm glow of the hearth visible through the windows. "It's time to come inside, dear. The night air is getting chilly." Lila turned to her grandmother, a smile playing on her lips. "Just a moment, grandmother. I think I heard something in the woods." Her grandmother chuckled softly, wrapping her shawl tighter around her shoulders. "The woods have many stories to tell, but they will wait for another day. Come inside and have some warm cider." Reluctantly, Lila took one last look at the shadowy trees, her heart promising to return. She turned and ran back to the cottage, where the scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread welcomed her like a hug. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the moon casting gentle beams through her window, she couldn't shake the feeling that the woods had something important to share with her. She drifted into a deep sleep, cradled by dreams of whispering leaves and moonlit paths. The next morning, the world was wrapped in a soft blanket of mist, giving everything a dreamlike quality. Lila awoke with a sense of purpose. She knew she had to visit the whispering woods. With her grandmother's blessing and a small basket filled with apples and bread, she set off, her heart filled with anticipation. As she stepped into the woods, the air was cool and fragrant with the scent of earth and fallen leaves. The trees whispered their greetings, their branches swaying gently as if to guide her on her path. Lila followed the winding trail, each step crunching softly on the carpet of autumn leaves. After a while, she reached a small clearing where sunlight streamed through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached, she noticed a small creature perched on a low branch of the oak. It was a squirrel, but not just any squirrel. Its fur shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its eyes held a depth of wisdom that belied its small size. Lila gazed at the squirrel, entranced by its serene presence. "Hello, little one," Lila said softly, offering it an apple from her basket. The squirrel tilted its head, considering her with a curious gaze, before accepting the apple with gentle paws. To Lila's surprise, the squirrel spoke, its voice as soft and rustling as the leaves. "Thank you, kind Lila. I am Sylvan, guardian of these woods." Lila's eyes widened in delight and wonder. "You can speak. I've always felt the woods were special, but I never imagined this." Sylvan nodded, nibbling the apple thoughtfully. "The Whispering Woods are indeed magical, and they hold many secrets. But today they have a message for you." Lila listened intently as Sylvan continued. "The woods sense your kindness and your gentle heart. They wish to share their wisdom with you, to guide you on a journey of discovery and growth." "What must I do?" Lila asked, her voice tinged with excitement. "You must open your heart and listen, truly listen to the world around you," Sylvan replied. "There are mysteries hidden in every rustle of leaves and every whisper of the wind. Let them guide you, and you will find what you seek." With those words, Sylvan leaped gracefully from the branch and disappeared into the dappled shadows. Lila stood alone in the clearing, the weight of the squirrel's words settling in her heart like a gentle promise. Over the coming days, Lila returned to the woods often, each visit uncovering a new layer of the forest's secrets. She learned to read the patterns in the bark, the songs of the birds, and the dance of the shadows. Each discovery was a gift, a piece of the puzzle that was her journey. One afternoon, as Lila wandered deeper into the woods than ever before, she stumbled upon a hidden grove where a clear spring bubbled up from the earth. The air here was filled with a vibrant energy, and the light seemed to dance in a way that felt almost alive. As she knelt by the spring, she noticed her reflection in the water, but it was different. Her eyes held a newfound wisdom, a reflection of the growth she had experienced. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart and mind to the wonders of the world. Feeling a gentle sense of completion, Lila gathered a small bouquet of wildflowers and made her way back to the village. Her grandmother greeted her with a warm embrace, and as they sat together on the porch, Lila shared the stories of her adventures. The sun set in a blaze of colors, and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky. Lila felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the woods would always be there, a place of magic and wonder to return to whenever she needed guidance or solace. As the evening deepened, Lila's grandmother tucked her into bed, her voice a soothing melody as she whispered, "Remember, my dear, the world is full of mysteries waiting to be discovered. Trust in your heart, and you will always find your way." With those words, Lila drifted into sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft whispers of the wind, cradling her in a world of endless possibilities. And as the moon watched over Willowbrook, the village nestled into the embrace of the night, wrapped in the comforting knowledge that kindness and wonder would always light the path ahead. Story 67. In a quaint village nestled in the heart of a timeless forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming marigolds and the gentle hum of bees provided a soothing symphony, there was a mystery unfolding. This village, called Willowbrook, was known for its peaceful charm and the warmth of its people. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and ivy-covered walls, huddled together as if sharing secrets. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, carrying the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas. At the heart of this village stood the grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide like a protective guardian. Beneath this ancient tree, villagers often gathered, sharing stories and laughter that echoed through the leafy boughs. However, lately, whispers of strange happenings had spread through Willowbrook, like a gentle breeze carrying curious rumors. It all began when the villagers noticed that the colors of the flowers in the meadow had started to change overnight. The vibrant reds and yellows had transformed into shades of blue and violet, as if painted by an unseen hand. While this peculiar event was not alarming, It piqued the curiosity of the villagers, who loved their flowers dearly. Among them was a thoughtful young girl named Lila, known for her keen eye and curious nature. Lila had hair as golden as the sunlit fields, and eyes that sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 adventures. She adored the meadow, and spent her afternoons wandering through the tall grasses, weaving daisy chains, and imagining stories about the creatures that might inhabit such a magical place. Determined to uncover the mystery behind the changing flowers, Lila set off one morning, with the sun casting a warm glow over the dew-kissed earth. Her journey began at the edge of the enchanted forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets in the light breeze. As she wandered deeper, she noticed the soft chatter of woodland creatures, their eyes following her with a friendly curiosity. It wasn't long before Lila encountered her first magical friend, a wise old owl named Hootsworth. Perched high on a branch, Hootsworth's feathers were mottled with shades of gray and brown, blending seamlessly with the bark of the tree. "Good day, young Lila," hooted Hootsworth in a voice as smooth as velvet. "What brings you to the forest this fine morning?" Lila looked up, her face alight with excitement. "Good day, Hootsworth. I'm trying to solve the mystery of the changing flowers in the meadow. Have you seen anything unusual?" Hootsworth blinked slowly, his golden eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Ah, the flowers, indeed. I have noticed shadows flitting through the forest at dusk, carrying with them the scent of magic. Perhaps there lies your answer." With a nod of gratitude, Lila thanked Hootsworth and continued on her path, her mind buzzing with possibilities. She followed the winding trails, feeling the soft earth beneath her feet and the gentle caress of ferns brushing against her legs. As she ventured further, Lila stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, she met Fizzle, a playful sprite with wings like a dragonfly's, shimmering in every color of the rainbow. Fizzle was known for his kindness and his knack for mischief, often playing tricks that left the villagers laughing. "Hello, Lila," chirped Fizzle, his voice as lively as a bubbling brook. "What has you wandering so deep into the woods?" With a smile, Lila explained her quest to uncover the mystery of the meadow's flowers. Fizzle fluttered around her, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in his wake. "I did see something curious," Fizzle admitted, a twinkle in his eye. "Last night, as the moon rose high, I spotted a band of gnomes with brushes and pots of paint, working their magic." Lila's eyes widened with surprise. "Gnomes painting flowers? But why would they do such a thing?" Fizzle shrugged with a playful grin. "Perhaps they wished to see the world in a different hue, just for a change. You know how gnomes can be, always seeking to add a splash of color to life." Intrigued by this revelation, Lila thanked Fizzle and decided to seek out the gnomes for herself. As evening approached, she made her way to the meadow, where the twilight cast a silvery glow over the land. The flowers, now a sea of blues and purples, swayed gently as if greeting her with a secret smile. Hiding behind a cluster of tall grasses, Lila watched as the moon climbed higher in the sky. Sure enough, just as Fizzle had said, a group of gnomes emerged from the shadows, carrying tiny pots of paint and brushes. Their laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and they moved with a joyful purpose. Summoning her courage, Lila stepped out into the open. The gnomes paused, their eyes wide with surprise. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze. "I'm Lila, from the village. I was curious about your beautiful work." The gnomes exchanged glances, their initial surprise melting into warm smiles. Their leader, a gnome with a beard as white as snow and eyes as bright as stars, stepped forward. "Greetings, young Lila. I am Thistle, and these are my friends. We mean no harm, only to bring a touch of magic to your meadow." Lila nodded, understanding their intentions. "The flowers are lovely, but the villagers were curious about the change. Perhaps you could share your colors with us, so we might enjoy them together." Thistle's face lit up with delight at Lila's suggestion. "A splendid idea, dear child. We often forget that others might wish to share in our joy." That night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the gnomes and Lila worked side by side, painting the meadow in a tapestry of colors. The flowers glowed like precious jewels, and laughter filled the air, mingling with the songs of nightingales. When the sun rose the next day, the villagers awoke to a meadow transformed, each bloom a testament to the magic of friendship and unity. Together, they celebrated the beauty brought forth by the gnome's art and Lila's kindness. And so the mystery of the changing flowers was solved, not by uncovering a secret, but by embracing the wonder of shared creativity. As the days passed, the meadow continued to bloom in a vibrant dance of colors, a living reminder that sometimes mysteries are best solved by coming together and seeing the world through another's eyes. In Willowbrook, where the grand old oak stood tall, the villagers often spoke of Lila and the gnomes, of how they painted the world with a brush of understanding and a palette of friendship. And as the sun set each evening, casting a golden glow over the village, the air remained sweet with the promise of new adventures and the enduring magic of kindness. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, there was a little cottage with ivy curling around its stone walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly lady named Agnes, known throughout the village for her warm heart and her curious knack for gardening. Her garden was a patchwork of enchanting flowers and curious herbs, where butterflies danced joyously in the soft morning light. Agnes lived alone, but she was never lonely. She had a companion, a gentle, wise old tortoise named Tobias, who had been with her for as long as she could remember. Tobias was no ordinary tortoise. He had a shell that shimmered with an iridescent hue when the sun touched it just right, and a gaze that seemed to hold the secrets of the world. One balmy summer evening, as the sky turned a deep indigo and stars began to blink awake, Agnes sat on her porch, sipping a fragrant cup of chamomile tea. Tobias was by her feet, munching on a crisp lettuce leaf. The air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and the gentle hum of crickets. It was then that a peculiar thing happened. A soft, musical chime floated through the air, a sound neither of them had heard before. Agnes and Tobias exchanged a curious glance. "What do you suppose that is, old friend?" Agnes wondered aloud, her voice a soft whisper in the night. Tobias blinked slowly, as if contemplating the possibilities. The chime seemed to beckon them, weaving a melody that tugged gently at their hearts. With a sense of adventure bubbling within her, Agnes wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, and Tobias tucked his head into his shell, ready for the journey. Together they followed the sound down a winding path that led into the heart of the forest. The forest was alive with nocturnal wonders. Fireflies flickered like tiny lanterns, casting a gentle glow upon the trees. Owls hooted softly from their perches, and the rustle of leaves whispered secrets carried by the wind. As they ventured deeper, the chime grew clearer, leading them to a hidden glade bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center of the glade, beneath an ancient oak tree, stood a mysterious creature unlike any Agnes had ever seen. It was a fae, delicate and ethereal, with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed cobwebs. Its eyes were kind and wise, much like Tobias's, and its presence exuded a gentle magic. "Welcome, Agnes and Tobias," the fae greeted, its voice as soft as the evening breeze. "I am Lila, guardian of this forest. You have been chosen to share in a secret that has long been hidden from the eyes of man." Agnes felt a thrill of wonder stir within her. "What secret, Lila?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. Lila gestured towards a small sparkling pond at the edge of the glade. "This is the Pond of Echoes," it explained. "It holds the reflections of dreams, hopes, and the purest desires of the heart. Those who gaze into its waters with an open heart may glimpse the path that leads to their greatest fulfillment." Agnes and Tobias approached the pond, its surface glistening like a mirror beneath the moonlight. As Agnes peered into its depths, she saw not her own reflection, but a vision of her garden filled with children laughing and playing, their joy as vibrant as the flowers that surrounded them. Tobias, too, gazed into the pond, and he saw himself journeying through the forest, sharing stories and wisdom with creatures great and small, his shell gleaming with pride. A gentle understanding dawned upon them. Agnes had always tended to her garden with love, but she realized now that she wished to share its beauty and wonder with others, to create a sanctuary where laughter and life could flourish. Tobias understood that while he cherished his quiet life with Agnes, he also yearned to explore and share the wisdom he had gathered over his many years. Lirael watched them with a knowing smile. "The pond shows what lies within your hearts. It is up to you to bring these dreams to life." With newfound purpose, Agnes and Tobias returned to the village. Agnes began to invite the children to her garden, teaching them about the wonders of nature and the magic of growing things with love. The garden became a haven of laughter and learning, a place where young and old alike found peace and joy. Tobias, on the other hand, embarked on gentle excursions through the forest, sharing his stories with the creatures he met. He returned each evening, his shell gleaming with the knowledge and friendships he had gathered like treasures. Their lives blossomed with the beauty of fulfilled dreams, woven together by the gentle magic of the forest and the kindness of their hearts. And each evening, as Agnes sipped her tea and Tobias enjoyed his lettuce, they would listen for the musical chime, knowing that it was the melody of their own happiness, resonating through the night. And so, beneath a sky studded with stars, in a garden filled with laughter and stories, they lived happily ever after, wrapped in the warm embrace of friendship and fulfillment. The end. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village was a place of gentle whispers carried by the wind, where each morning birds serenaded the rising sun, and every evening the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky. Finn had a heart as warm as a summer breeze and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Finn loved spending his days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees stood tall like guardians of time, their leaves rustling with secrets of old. He often imagined what magic might lie beyond the familiar paths, where the light danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, and small creatures scurried about their mysterious business. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn stumbled upon something peculiar at the base of a grand oak tree. It was a small silver acorn, unlike any he had ever seen. The acorn shimmered as though it had captured a piece of the moonlight itself. Intrigued, Finn picked it up and felt a gentle warmth spread through his fingers. As Finn examined the acorn, a soft voice floated on the breeze, calming and melodic. "Thank you for finding my acorn," it said. Startled, Finn looked around, his eyes finally resting on a tiny creature perched on a nearby branch. It was a fairy, no taller than his hand, with wings that glistened like morning dew. "I didn't mean to take it," Finn said, his voice barely above a whisper, entranced by the fairy's presence. The fairy smiled, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "It's quite all right. My name is Lila, and that acorn is special. It holds a piece of magic from the heart of the forest." Finn returned the acorn to Lila, who held it delicately. "What does it do?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "It helps heal and protect," Lila explained, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "But its magic only works when given with kindness." Intrigued by Lyra's words, Finn spent the afternoon with her, learning about the hidden wonders of the forest. Lila showed him how the trees communicated through whispers in the wind and how the streams sang to the stones to keep them smooth and round. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Finn felt a sense of belonging, as if the woods knew him and welcomed him home. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a gentle twilight glow. Finn realized it was time to return to the village, but he hesitated, not wanting to leave this newfound friend and the magic of the forest. Sensing his reluctance, Lila hovered closer, her wings shimmering in the dim light. "You can visit any time," she assured him. "And remember, the magic of the acorn is within you too. Always be kind and gentle, and you'll find that magic everywhere." Finn nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart that had nothing to do with the acorn. He bid farewell to Lila and made his way back home, the path through the forest now familiar and welcoming. As he lay in bed that night, Finn thought of his adventure and the friendship he'd found. The forest was no longer just a place of mystery, but a living tapestry of life and magic, where kindness and wonder thrived. From that day on, Finn often visited the forest, sharing stories and laughter with Lila and other woodland creatures. With each visit, he learned more about the world around him and the gentle magic that flowed through it all. And so, in the heart of the Emerald Hills, Finn discovered that true magic lay not just in the enchanted acorn, but in the kindness and friendships that connected all living things. As he drifted into a peaceful sleep, Finn knew that the world was a place of endless wonder, waiting to be explored with a kind heart and an open mind. And if you ever find yourself wandering through an ancient forest, listen closely to the whispers in the wind and the songs of the streams. You might just find a silver acorn and a friend like Lila waiting to share their magic with you. The end. Story 70. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint little village surrounded by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle young woman named Lila. Lila had a heart as warm as a summer breeze and eyes that sparkled like the first morning dew. She spent her days tending to the vibrant garden behind her cozy cottage, where flowers of every imaginable color danced in the gentle wind. One soft autumn morning, Lila was meandering through the village market when she stumbled upon a peculiar stall. It was tucked away in the corner and brimming with curiosities from far-off lands. Among these wonders, a small, unassuming brass key caught her eye. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the sun's golden rays. Intrigued, Lila picked it up, feeling an inexplicable warmth spread through her fingertips. The stall's owner, an elderly woman with a knowing smile and kind eyes, noticed Lila's interest. "Ah, you've found the key of whispers," she murmured, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "It holds secrets of forgotten tales and hidden doors. But remember, it will only unlock what your heart truly seeks." Lila felt a gentle tug of curiosity pull at her heart. With a nod and a few coins, she tucked the key into her satchel and continued her day, the brass key glinting with promise. As days turned into weeks, Lila's thoughts often wandered back to the key. One crisp evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, she decided to explore its mystery. Nestled in her favorite armchair by the fireplace, Lila held the key in her palm and closed her eyes, letting her heart guide her wishes. In that quiet moment, the key began to hum, a soft, lilting melody that resonated in the room. As if guided by an invisible hand, Lila rose and followed the song to her garden. There, beneath the moon's gentle glow, she found a small, ornate door hidden amongst the sprawling ivy that clung to her cottage's weathered stones. This was a door she had never noticed before, despite tending to the garden for years. With a trembling hand, Lila inserted the brass key into the lock. The door opened with a soft click, revealing a pathway that shimmered with the faintest hint of silver light. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through, feeling a sense of wonder envelop her like a warm embrace. The path led her into the heart of an enchanted forest, where the trees whispered secrets of ancient times, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. Lila marveled at the forest's beauty, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging she had never felt before. As she wandered deeper, she met a wise old owl named Orin, perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were as white as freshly fallen snow, and his eyes gleamed with the wisdom of 1,000 stars. "Greetings, traveler," he hooted softly. "What brings you to the Forest of Whispers?" Lila shared her tale, her voice as gentle as the breeze that played through the leaves. Orin listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "The path you walk is one of discovery," he said. "But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it leads you on." With Orin as her guide, Lila continued her journey, meeting other creatures of the forest. There was Bramble, the mischievous squirrel with a penchant for storytelling, and Marigold, the gentle deer whose kindness knew no bounds. Each shared their wisdom and friendship, teaching Lila lessons of courage, kindness, and the importance of listening to one's heart. As the days passed, Lila faced a challenge that tested her newfound wisdom. Deep within the forest lay a grove shrouded in shadows, where an ancient tree stood, its branches tangled and its leaves wilted. The tree whispered of forgotten sorrows, its voice a mournful melody that tugged at Lila's heart. With her friends by her side, Lila approached the tree, sensing that it held a secret, yearning to be understood. She closed her eyes and listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. Slowly, she began to hear the tree's story, a tale of loss and loneliness, of a time when it once stood tall and proud. Moved by compassion, Lila knelt beside the tree and whispered words of comfort, promising to help it find its light once more. Her genuine care and the warmth of her words began to weave a tapestry of healing around the tree, and slowly its leaves unfurled vibrant and green. The The forest, once shrouded in shadows, now glimmered with light, and the air was filled with a chorus of joyful whispers. Lila had discovered the true power of the Key of Whispers, not in unlocking doors, but in opening hearts. With her journey complete, Lila returned to her village, her heart full of gratitude and her spirit forever changed. The enchanted forest, with its myriad of wonders and friends, would always be a part of her, a gentle reminder of the magic that lies in kindness and understanding. And so, each evening as the stars appeared in the velvet sky, Lila would hold the brass key close, a treasured symbol of her journey. In her dreams, she would wander once more through the forest of whispers, guided by the gentle light of friendship and the timeless melody of her heart. And thus, the story ends with a comforting truth, that the greatest journeys are not of the feet, but of the heart, where every whisper holds the promise of a new beginning. In the heart of a tranquil valley, where the gentle hum of crickets played a lullaby in the night air, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. This village was cradled by lush emerald hills that rose and fell like the softest waves, and it was embraced by a whispering forest that seemed to hold secrets older than time itself. On the edge of Willowbrook, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof that glistened in the moonlight, lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her kind heart and her curious spirit, always eager to explore the wonders of the world around her. Every evening, she would sit by her window, overlooking the silvery stream that wound its way through the village, dreaming of adventures yet to be had. One particular evening, as the sun melted into a pool of gold and pink on the horizon, Lyra noticed something unusual. Among the tall reeds by the riverbank, a soft glow flickered like a tiny lantern. Intrigued, she slipped on her cloak, its fabric as warm as a mother's embrace, and ventured into the cool, balmy night. As Lyra approached the riverbank, the glow revealed itself to be a small, shimmering creature, no larger than a field mouse. It was a firefly, but unlike any she had seen before. Its wings sparkled with hues of sapphire and emerald, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the water's surface. "Hello," Lyra whispered, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. She crouched down to examine the extraordinary firefly, whose light seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. To her astonishment, the firefly spoke, its voice a soft, musical hum. "Greetings, kind Lyra. I am Finn, a firefly from the enchanted glade. I find myself lost, far from my home." Lyra's eyes widened in wonder. "Oh, dear Finn, I would be more than happy to help you find your way back. The enchanted glade must be a magical place indeed." Finn fluttered his wings, sending a trail of stardust into the air. "It is a place where dreams and reality dance together, and where the trees whisper ancient tales. But it is hidden by the veil of night and guarded by the mysteries of the forest." Determined to assist her newfound friend, Lyra and Finn set off into the depths of the forest, where the path was lit by the moon's silvery touch. The trees stood tall and silent, their leaves rustling softly like the pages of a well-loved book. As they journeyed deeper, they encountered a wise old owl perched atop a gnarled oak. His feathers were as white as fresh snow, and his eyes gleamed with the wisdom of ages. Who travels through the woods at this hour?" the owl hooted, his voice resonant and kind. Lyra smiled, feeling a warmth in her heart. "We are looking for the enchanted glade. Can you guide us, dear owl?" The owl regarded them with a thoughtful gaze. "The path to the enchanted glade is not an easy one, but if you follow the path of kindness and trust your heart, you will surely find your way." With the owl's words echoing in their minds, Lyra and Finn continued their journey. The forest seemed to awaken around them, as if their presence had stirred it from a deep slumber. Fireflies danced in the air, and the scent of wildflowers filled the night with sweetness. After what felt like hours, they reached a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the clearing was a shimmering pool, its waters as clear as crystal. Lyra knew at once that this must be the entrance to the enchanted glade. Finn fluttered with joy, his light twinkling brighter than ever. "We have found it!" he exclaimed, his tiny voice bubbling with delight. But as they approached the pool, Lyra felt a tug at her heart. Though she longed to see the glade, she realized her journey had already brought her something precious, an unexpected friendship and a deeper understanding of the world's quiet wonders. Finn turned to her, his eyes reflecting the stars above. "You have shown me such kindness, Lyra. Though you cannot enter the glade, your spirit will always be welcome there." Lyra knelt by the pool, feeling the cool water lap at her fingertips. "I have learned so much tonight, dear Finn. Perhaps one day our paths will cross again." With a final thankful glow, Finn dipped into the pool, disappearing into the mystical realm beyond. Lyra watched until the last ripple faded, leaving the clearing in serene silence. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, the forest seemed to hum with a gentle song, a melody only she could hear. She felt the warmth of the owl's wisdom and the light of Finn's friendship guiding her home. When Lyra finally returned to her cottage, the night was deep and peaceful. She climbed into bed, her heart full and her spirit light, knowing that magic and wonder were all around her, waiting to be discovered. And as she drifted into a dreamless sleep, the forest whispered its secrets to the night, cradling the village of Willowbrook in its ancient, loving arms. Story 72. In the heart of a lush and whispering forest, where the silver moonlight danced upon the leaves, there was a small, hidden glade that only those with true curiosity could find. In this enchanted nook of the world, a gentle breeze always carried the scent of blooming jasmine, and the soft murmur of a babbling brook sang a lullaby to all who listened. In this magical place lived a little fawn named Thistle. Thistle had wide, chestnut eyes filled with wonder and tiny, nimble hooves that barely made a sound as he trotted through the underbrush. His coat was a patchwork of soft browns and creams, blending perfectly with the dappled shadows of the glade. Though Thistle was shy, he was also fiercely curious, always eager to explore the mysteries of the forest. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its gentle descent, painting the skies with hues of amber and rose, Thistle stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, was a tiny creature he had never seen before. It was a hedgehog, but unlike any other. This little hedgehog had quills that shimmered like the finest silver, catching the fading sunlight in a dazzling display. "Hello," Thistle whispered softly, not wanting to startle the intriguing newcomer. The hedgehog lifted its head, its eyes as bright as polished onyx. "Hello," it replied, its voice tinged with a gentle warmth. "I'm Thistle," the fawn introduced himself. "What brings you to our forest?" "I am Lyra," the hedgehog said with a little nod. "I have traveled from far away, guided by the stars to seek the hidden grove where the elderfrost blooms." Thistle's eyes widened in surprise. "The elderfrost? But that's just a legend. They say it only blooms once in a lifetime, and its petals hold the wisdom of the ages." Lyra nodded knowingly. "Yes, and I must find it before the next moonrise. Will you help me, Thistle?" Thistle considered the hedgehog's request. Though he was timid, the thought of embarking on such a quest filled him with excitement. "I will help you," he agreed, "but we must tread carefully. The forest holds many secrets." Together, Thistle and Lyra set off through the forest, the twilight weaving shadows around them like a comforting cloak. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine mingled with the crispness of the evening. They came upon a babbling brook, its waters shimmering under the silvery light of the moon. As they paused to drink and rest, Thistle noticed a flickering glow among the reeds. It was a firefly, its light steady and bright. "Can you help us?" Thistle asked the firefly, explaining their quest. The firefly blinked thoughtfully, then bobbed in the air as if nodding. "Follow me," it chimed, its voice like the faintest tinkle of bells. The firefly led them through a hidden path, where the trees arched overhead like a cathedral of nature. The air grew still, and a sense of ancient magic seemed to hum beneath their feet. As they walked, Thistle and Lyra shared stories, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the call of night owls. At last they arrived at a secluded glen, bathed in the light of the full moon. In the center, a single elderfrost bush stood, its petals aglow with an ethereal light, each one a delicate shade of blue that seemed to hold the secrets of the stars. Lyra approached the bush with reverence, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank you, Thistle," she whispered. "With these petals, my journey is complete." Thistle felt a warmth spread through his chest, a deep sense of fulfillment and joy from helping his new friend. "I am glad I could help," he replied softly. As they prepared to part ways, Lyra turned to Thistle. "You have shown great courage and kindness, Thistle. Remember, the magic of friendship is the greatest treasure of all. With that, Lyra gathered a few petals, tucking them safely beneath her glowing quills. She gave Thistle a gentle nuzzle, and with a final nod of farewell, she disappeared into the night, her silver quills twinkling like a constellation in motion. Thistle watched her go, feeling a sense of peace and wonder settle around him. He knew that he would always remember this night, the night when he learned that the mysteries of the forest were not just in the plants and stars, but in the hearts of those who dared to seek them. As Thistle made his way back to his cozy nook in the glade, he felt the whispers of the breeze cocooning him like a soft blanket. The forest, with all its secrets and wonders, was his home, and he knew that wherever his hooves might lead him, he would always carry the magic of this friendship within his heart. With the moon shining brightly overhead, Thistle drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the unending mysteries of the world around him. And so, with the forest sighing a gentle lullaby, the night held all its creatures in the tender embrace of dreams and possibilities. Story 73. In the quaint village of Wisteria Hollow, nestled between lush, rolling hills and encircled by murmuring brooks, there lay a small, unassuming cottage at the edge of the woods. This cottage was home to a gentle-hearted boy named Finn, who spent his days exploring the whispering forest and the meadows that danced with wildflowers. Finn was a dreamer, his imagination as boundless as the blue skies above him. One golden afternoon, as the sun dappled through the canopy, Finn stumbled upon something curious. Half buried beneath a carpet of fallen leaves was an old, tarnished key. It glinted in the sunlight, beckoning to Finn with an allure he couldn't resist. The key was unlike any he had ever seen, with intricate carvings of vines and stars that seemed to twinkle as he held it. Intrigued, Finn decided to visit old Matilda, the village's wise and gentle historian, who lived in a cozy cottage filled with dusty tomes and the scent of cinnamon and lavender. Matilda was known for her knowledge of the village's history and her warm, comforting presence. As Finn entered her home, he was greeted by the soft crackle of a fire and the gentle mew of her cat Nimbus. "Ah, young Finn," Matilda said with a twinkle in her eye, "what brings you to my humble abode on such a fine day?" Finn showed her the key, and Matilda's eyes widened with a spark of recognition. "This, my dear, is no ordinary key. It is said to unlock the door to the enchanted glade, a place where the ordinary becomes extraordinary." Finn's curiosity grew. "How do I find this enchanted glade?" With a soft chuckle, Matilda leaned closer. "The path is not marked by signs, but by the heart's true desire. Trust in yourself, and the way will reveal itself." Thanking Matilda, Finn set off on his journey, carrying the key with him like a talisman. As he wandered deeper into the forest, the air grew sweet with the smell of pine and earth. The birds sang a melodious tune that seemed to guide his steps, and the leaves whispered secrets only the trees knew. Along his journey, Finn met an array of delightful companions. First was Pippa, a spirited squirrel who delighted in acrobatics, leaping from branch to branch with ease. She offered her keen eyes and nimble movements to help Finn navigate the dense forest. Next was Thistle, a wise old owl whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight. Thistle spoke with a calming voice, offering riddles and stories that challenged Finn to think deeply and see beyond the surface of things. As day turned to dusk, Finn and his new friends arrived at a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching for the stars. Beneath the oak, obscured by ivy and time, was a weathered door. Finn's heart quickened as he approached. The key felt warm in his hand, and as he inserted it into the lock, a gentle click resonated through the clearing. The door creaked open, revealing the enchanted glade in all its wonder. Inside the glade was a realm of magic and serenity. Streams of light cascaded down like liquid gold, and flowers of every hue carpeted the ground. Creatures of myth and legend frolicked in the meadows, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Finn marveled at the beauty around him, but soon he faced a gentle challenge. At the heart of the glade stood a great stone pedestal, atop which rested an ancient tome. It was said that this book contained the wisdom of the ages, but it could only be opened by one who understood the true meaning of kindness and courage. Finn pondered the pedestal's challenge, recalling the lessons he had learned from Matilda, Pippa, and Thistle. He realized that true strength lay not in might, but in the heart's ability to embrace compassion and friendship. With this understanding, he placed his hand upon the tome. The book opened, revealing pages filled with wondrous tales and wisdom that shimmered like stars. As Finn read, he felt a warmth envelop him, a connection to the world and its mysteries deeper than he had ever known. With newfound knowledge and a heart full of wonder, Finn returned to Wisteria Hollow, the key still tucked safely in his pocket. He shared his tales with Matilda and his friends, who listened with eyes wide and hearts open. In the days that followed, Finn's journey inspired others to seek their own paths of discovery and understanding. The village of Wisteria Hollow thrived with the spirit of adventure and the gentle reminder that even the smallest key can unlock the greatest of wonders. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, with the soft hum of the forest as a lullaby, the village slept, dreaming of new adventures and the magic that lay in the heart of the ordinary. Story 74. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Clara. Clara was known in the village for her curiosity and kindness. She spent her days helping her neighbors, tending to the colorful blooms in her garden, and exploring the meandering paths of the nearby woods. One crisp autumn morning, as a soft breeze carried the scent of fallen leaves and earthy mushrooms, Clara set out on her usual walk through the forest. The sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground, and squirrels chattered in the trees. Her footsteps crunched on the leaf-strewn path, and she hummed a cheerful tune as she went. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Clara stumbled upon something peculiar. Nestled among the roots of a towering oak tree was an intricately carved wooden box, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. The box was unlike anything Clara had ever seen, with delicate patterns of stars and swirling vines etched into its surface. With a mixture of excitement and caution, Clara knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, she found a simple silver pendant on a slender chain. The pendant was shaped like a tiny, radiant star, and as Clara held it in her palm, it began to glow softly, casting a warm, gentle light. Intrigued, Clara fastened the pendant around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt a tingling sensation, like a gentle breeze brushing against her skin, and the world around her seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and subtle melodies. The pendant, it seemed, held a magical ability. It allowed her to understand the whispers of nature itself. With the forest now teeming with voices she could hear, Clara embarked on a wondrous journey of discovery. She learned that the babbling brook had tales to tell of its journey from the mountains, that the rustling leaves shared secrets of the changing seasons, and that even the rocks had long memories of the earth's history. As she wandered, Clara encountered a variety of helper characters, each with their own unique personalities. There was Oliver, the wise old owl who perched solemnly above her, offering guidance and sharing wisdom gathered over countless nights. Then there was Lila, the playful fox who darted in and out of the underbrush, teaching Clara the joy of living in the moment. One day, as Clara continued her exploration, she came upon a forlorn willow tree, its branches drooping and its leaves withering. The tree, named Willow, had once been the heart of the forest, sheltering countless creatures beneath its boughs. But now it was in distress, and the forest was growing quieter as its heart faded. Clara felt a deep sense of compassion and resolve. She spoke to Willow, listening to its sorrowful whispers and learning that the tree longed for the return of a lost songbird, whose melodies had brought it joy and life. The songbird had flown away, seeking a new home, and without its music, Willow's spirit had grown weary. Determined to help, Clara set out to find the songbird. With the pendant's magic guiding her steps, she wandered further than she ever had before, across sunlit meadows and over moss-covered stones. Along the way, she encountered a variety of creatures, each offering their own insights and encouragement. At last, Clara found the songbird, a bright and beautiful creature with feathers that shimmered like the dawn. The bird, named Lyra, had settled in a distant grove, unaware of Willow's plight. Clara explained the situation, and with a flutter of gratitude, Lyra agreed to return. Together, they journeyed back to the forest, where Willow awaited them with hopeful anticipation. As Lyra perched on one of Willow's branches and began to sing, a melody so sweet and pure filled the air. The forest seemed to awaken with renewed vitality. Willow's branches lifted, and its leaves regained their vibrant hue, as if nourished by the song's magic. Clara watched with joy as the forest thrived once more, and she realized that the pendant's true magic lay not just in its ability to hear nature's whispers, but in the power of connection and understanding. She had learned that wisdom and kindness could mend what was broken and bring harmony to the world around her. With her heart full and the pendant glowing softly against her chest, Clara returned to her village, forever changed by her journey. She continued to wear the pendant, its gentle magic reminding her of the wonders that lay just beneath the surface of everyday life, waiting to be discovered by those who knew how to listen. And so, in the quiet of the night, with the stars twinkling above and the forest murmuring its lullaby, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of a world filled with magic and possibility. Story 75. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like graceful dancers to the melody of the breeze, there was a small village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its cobblestone paths, lined with glowing lanterns, quaint cottages with thatched roofs, and the gentle chiming of wind charms that hung from every porch. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the distant laughter of the brook that wound its way through the village. Among the villagers was a young girl named Anwen, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and a kindness as deep as the forest itself. Anwen lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who knew every plant and creature that called the woods their home. Grandmother often spoke of the ancient magic that flowed through the forest, a magic that was as gentle and nurturing as the village itself. One misty autumn morning, as the sun cast its golden rays through the trees, Anwen noticed something peculiar. The morning dew that usually clung to the grass like tiny diamonds was missing. Instead, the village was filled with a hushed whisper, as if the forest was speaking a secret language. Birds flitted about with an unusual urgency, and the brook's laughter had turned into a soft murmur. Intrigued, Anwen decided to investigate. She donned her warmest cloak and set off down the winding path that led deeper into the forest. As she walked, the leaves crunched softly under her feet like the pages of an old, beloved book. Her heart was light, buoyed by the excitement of discovery. As she ventured further, she came across a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where she found the wise old owl named Oliver perched upon an ancient oak. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes were as deep and knowing as the night sky. "Good morning, Oliver," Anwen called up to him. "Have you noticed anything unusual happening in the woods today?" Oliver blinked slowly, considering her question. "Ah, young Anwen," he hooted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The forest has indeed been whispering of changes, but it is not a bad thing. Sometimes the world needs to speak in soft voices to be truly heard." Anwen pondered his words, nodding thoughtfully. "Do you think it has something to do with the missing dew?" she asked. Oliver cocked his head, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Perhaps the dew has found a new purpose, a new place to belong. You must follow the whispers, Anwen, and listen closely to what they tell you." Thanking Oliver, Anwen continued her journey. The path led her deeper into the woods, where the shadows danced playfully, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthiness of fallen leaves. As she walked, she hummed a little tune that her grandmother often sang, a melody that seemed to blend with the forest's whispers. Eventually, she reached the banks of the brook. Its waters were clear, reflecting the colorful tapestry of the trees above. As Anwen knelt to listen to the brook's song, she noticed something shimmering beneath the surface. A tiny, luminescent creature was flitting about, its wings glistening like liquid moonlight. It was Luna, the brook sprite, known for her playful nature and helpful spirit. Luna emerged from the water, droplets clinging to her like a sparkling gown. "Hello, Anwen," she chimed, her voice as bright as the tinkling of bells. "What brings you to the brook today?" Anwen smiled warmly. "I'm trying to solve the mystery of the missing dew," she explained. "The forest seems different, and I want to understand why." Luna giggled, her laughter rippling through the water. "The dew hasn't gone far," she assured Anwen. "It has joined the dance of the brook, helping to weave a new song. It's a secret gift for the forest, a way to spread joy and life." Anwen watched as Luna twirled through the water, her movements as fluid as the brook's flow. "But why change the song?" Anwen asked, her curiosity piqued. Luna paused, hovering above the water. "Sometimes a new song is needed to awaken the dreams asleep in the heart of the forest. It's a way to remind us all of the magic that resides in every leaf, every drop, and every breath." With Luna's words echoing in her mind, Anwen felt a warmth spread through her. It was a comforting knowledge, a reminder that change could be beautiful and necessary. Thanking Luna, Anwen made her way back home, her heart light with understanding. As she walked, the forest seemed to hum a gentle lullaby, wrapping her in its embrace. When she returned to the village, she found her grandmother waiting on the porch, knitting a scarf of the softest wool. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" her grandmother asked, her eyes twinkling with love. Anwen nodded, sitting beside her grandmother. "I did. The dew hasn't vanished. It's simply found a new way to share its magic with the world." Her grandmother smiled, patting her hand. "Ah! The forest is wise, just like you, Anwen. It's important to listen to its whispers and trust in the gentle dance of life." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Anwen curled up beside her grandmother, wrapped in the warmth of her love and the knowledge she had gained. The village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the whispers of the forest and the soft, comforting song of the brook. And so, the mystery of the missing dew became a cherished tale, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer to the heart of the world around us. As Anwen drifted into dreams, the soothing sound of the brook carried her into a night of restful peace, where the forest's magic wove its stories into the stars above. Story 76. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed in a gentle ballet to the tunes of the wind, lived a squirrel named Nutmeg. Nutmeg was no ordinary squirrel. She was known for her shimmering fur that glistened like morning dew under the sunlight. Her days were filled with bustling around the forest, gathering acorns and spreading cheer. Yet she often felt a yearning for something beyond her familiar treetops. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like tiny parachutes, Nutmeg decided to venture further than she ever had before. As she scampered through the rustling leaves, she heard a curious sound, a sort of melodic hum, unlike anything she had ever encountered. Her heart raced with excitement as she followed the tune, leading her to the edge of the forest where the land met the sea. There, perched upon a sun-kissed rock, was a creature Nutmeg had only heard of in tales whispered by the elder squirrels, a seagull named Gulliver. With feathers as white as the foam that danced upon the waves, Gulliver had bright, inquisitive eyes that scanned the horizon. He was a traveler, a wanderer of the skies, and the ocean was his endless playground. Nutmeg approached cautiously, her tiny paws barely making a sound on the rocky shore. Gulliver noticed her and tilted his head in curiosity. "Hello there," he called out, his voice as smooth as the sea breeze. "Hello," Nutmeg replied, her voice a mix of excitement and trepidation. "I'm Nutmeg. I've never been to the sea before. It's breathtaking." "And I am Gulliver," he replied, flapping his wings with a gentle grace. "I've seen many places, but there's always something magical about discovering a new friend." Nutmeg smiled, her heart warming at his words. Yet, despite their friendly exchange, there was an underlying tension. Nutmeg was accustomed to the security of her forest, whereas Gulliver was a creature of the open skies. Their worlds were as different as night and day. As they chatted, a misunderstanding arose. Gulliver, in his eagerness to show Nutmeg the wonders of the sea, suggested they search for shiny treasures along the shore. To Nutmeg, treasures meant acorns, and she began to gather them with great enthusiasm. Gulliver, however, was thinking of seashells and glistening pebbles. When he saw Nutmeg's collection of acorns, he couldn't help but chuckle. Nutmeg frowned, feeling as though her cherished acorns were being ridiculed. "Why are you laughing?" she asked, her voice touched with hurt. Gulliver realized his mistake and immediately softened his tone. "Oh, Nutmeg, I wasn't laughing at your acorns. I just thought about how different our treasures are. You see beauty in the forest, and I find it in the sea. But perhaps, together, we could find beauty in both. Nutmeg's eyes brightened. I'd like that, she said, her voice more confident now. Deciding to learn from each other, they embarked on a shared adventure. Gulliver took Nutmeg on his back, soaring above the forest, showing her a perspective she'd never dreamed of. The world below stretched out in a patchwork quilt of greens and browns, while the horizon was a watercolor blend of blues and golds. In return, Nutmeg led Gulliver to the heart of the forest, where the air was fragrant with pine, and the soft earth was carpeted with moss. She showed him the hidden nooks where the sunlight danced through the leaves, creating dapples of warmth on the ground. As days turned into weeks, Nutmeg and Gulliver faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship. One stormy afternoon, a fierce wind whipped through the forest, tearing at the branches and sending Nutmeg's treasured acorns scattering in every direction. Panicked, she darted about, trying to gather them before they were lost. Seeing her distress, Gulliver swooped down, using his beak and wings to help collect the acorns. Despite the howling wind, he worked tirelessly alongside Nutmeg, and together they secured her precious hoard. In that moment, Nutmeg realized that while they came from different worlds, Gulliver cared deeply for her and her world. Later, as they sat side by side under the shelter of a great oak, Nutmeg turned to Gulliver and said, "Thank you. I don't think I could have done it without you." Gulliver nodded, a gentle smile playing on his beak. "We're friends, Nutmeg. We help each other, no matter how different our worlds might be." Their bond only deepened with each passing day. They learned to appreciate their differences, understanding that each brought something unique and valuable to their friendship. Nutmeg taught Gulliver the art of patience and the joy of simple, quiet moments. Gulliver, in turn, showed Nutmeg the wonders of exploration and the thrill of adventure. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, painting the sky with hues of warmth, Nutmeg and Gulliver sat on their favorite rock by the sea. They watched as the waves gently lapped at the shore, the rhythmic sound soothing their spirits. "Do you think we'll always be friends?" Nutmeg asked, her voice a soft whisper carried away by the breeze. Gulliver nodded, his eyes reflecting the dying light. "Yes, Nutmeg. No matter where our journeys take us, we'll carry this friendship in our hearts. Because true friendship is not bound by distance or differences. It's about understanding and caring for one another." As the stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, Nutmeg nestled closer to Gulliver, feeling a profound sense of peace and belonging. She realized that she had found more than just a friend in Gulliver. She had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended their worlds, bringing them both joy and comfort. And so, in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods and the endless song of the sea, Nutmeg and Gulliver's friendship blossomed, a testament to the beauty of unlikely companions, discovering the true essence of connection and understanding. Story 77. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof that looked as though it had been woven from golden sunshine. On chilly evenings, the warm glow from the fireplace created dancing shadows that flickered across the room, filling it with a sense of peace and harmony. Lila was known throughout the village for her curious nature and her love for stories. Every evening she would sit by the hearth, listening to her grandmother's tales of enchanted forests and hidden treasures. Each story ignited a spark of wonder in Lila's heart, making her yearn for an adventure of her own. One brisk autumn morning, as the leaves crunched beneath her feet, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, Lila decided to wander deeper into the woods that bordered her village. She had always been enchanted by the forest's gentle whispers and the way sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting the ground with patches of light and shadow. As she ventured further than she ever had before, Lila stumbled upon a peculiar clearing. At its center stood an old, gnarled oak tree, its branches stretching skyward like ancient arms. Nestled among its roots, partially hidden by a blanket of fallen leaves, was a small, ornate box. Its surface was adorned with intricate carvings of swirling vines and tiny creatures dancing amidst them. Feeling a tingle of excitement, Lyra carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a delicate silver necklace, its pendant shaped like a tiny compass. The moment she touched it, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips and up her arm, as if the necklace itself was alive with magic. Without warning, the compass needle began to spin wildly before settling in a direction that seemed to point deeper into the forest. Lyra's heart fluttered with a mix of apprehension and excitement. She knew that this was the start of her adventure, a journey guided by the magical compass she had discovered. As she followed the compass, Lyra soon encountered a peculiar creature with soft, fluffy fur and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. It was a fox, but not like any she had seen before. This fox wore a small, elegant vest and a knowing smile. "Greetings," the fox said with a gentle bow. "I am Finn, the forest's guide. It seems you have found the compass of whispers. It will lead you to where you need to be, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together, Lyra and Finn traversed the forest, the compass leading them through paths lined with ancient trees and across streams that sang as they bubbled over smooth stones. Along the way, they met other forest dwellers, a wise old owl named Alder, who shared stories from the past, and a playful squirrel called Pippin, whose laughter was contagious and whose antics lightened their hearts. As they traveled, Lyra's understanding of the forest deepened. She learned to see the subtle beauty in the patterns of the leaves, to appreciate the symphony of sounds that filled the air, and to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. Eventually, the compass led them to a serene glade where the sunlight poured down like liquid gold. In the center of the glade stood a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. Beside the pool sat a gentle, elderly tortoise named Sage. "Welcome, young one," Sage spoke in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "You have journeyed far, and the compass has brought you here for a reason." Lyra looked at the tortoise, her heart filled with questions. "What is the purpose of this journey?" Sage smiled knowingly. "The compass led you here not to find something tangible, but to discover the strength and wisdom within yourself. Each step you took has taught you something new, about the world and about yourself." Lyra pondered Sage's words, realization dawning upon her like the soft light of dawn. She had learned patience from Alder's stories, joy from Pippin's laughter, courage from Finn's guidance, and wisdom from Sage's gentle presence. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked her new friends and turned to leave the glade. As she walked back through the forest, she noticed how everything seemed more vibrant, more alive. The compass no longer needed to guide her. She had found her own path. When Lyra returned to her village, she carried with her not just a magical necklace, but a newfound understanding of herself and the world around her. She shared her tale with her grandmother, who listened with eyes twinkling with pride. And so, in the warmth of the hearth, with the crackling fire casting its gentle glow, Lyra realized that her adventure had just begun. For in every leaf, every whisper of the wind, and every star in the night sky, she could hear the echoes of the forest's wisdom, guiding her on her journey through life. And with that, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the beauty of the world she had only just begun to explore. Story 78. In a tranquil village, nestled between rolling hills and the whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lavender and the sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars, lived a kind-hearted girl named Lily. She had hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Her days were spent tending to her mother's flower garden, and her heart was as open and gentle as the fields that surrounded her home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lily noticed something unusual. A soft glow emanated from the depths of the forest, a place where the villagers rarely ventured after dusk. The light pulsed gently, like the rhythm of a beating heart, casting an enchanting halo among the ancient trees. Curiosity tugged at her, and with a quiet resolve, she decided to follow the light. She wrapped herself in a woolen shawl, its warmth a familiar comfort, and stepped quietly into the cool embrace of the forest. The path was dappled with shadows, the leaves whispering secrets to one another as if urging her onward. As Lily ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with subtle magic. The air was filled with the fragrance of pine and earth, while the soft hoot of an owl punctuated the gentle rustling of leaves. The light grew brighter, guiding her like a beacon until she reached a small clearing, bathed in its ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent ancient oak tree, unlike any Lily had ever seen. Its bark was silvered with age, and its branches reached out like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled amongst the roots, was the source of the light, a tiny luminescent creature, no larger than a robin, with wings of gossamer that shimmered like moonlight on water. "Hello," Lily greeted softly, her voice a gentle murmur in the stillness of the night. The creature turned, its eyes a deep, warm amber, and though it did not speak, Lily felt an understanding blossom between them. She knelt beside it, sensing an unspoken invitation to stay. As they sat together, a soft breeze stirred, carrying with it a story as old as time. The creature, she realized, was a guardian of the forest, tasked with keeping its secrets and nurturing its growth. But it was weary and needed the help of a friend to continue its duty. Lily, moved by the creature's plight and her own sense of wonder, offered her aid. Though she was but a simple girl from the village, she knew the language of plants and the rhythms of nature. Her heart swelled with a warmth that matched the glow of the creature, and she promised to visit each night, bringing tales of the world beyond the woods and tending to the needs of the forest. With each passing evening, Lily and the creature forged a bond of unexpected friendship. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night creatures. In return, the forest thrived under her care, its magic deepening and spreading like the roots of the great oak. One night, as the full moon bathed the clearing in silver light, the creature's glow began to wane. It was time for the guardian to rest, its purpose fulfilled. Yet, before it faded, it imparted a gift to Lily, a single, shimmering seed from the ancient oak, imbued with the spirit of the forest. "Plant it where your heart feels most at home," the creature conveyed, its voice a gentle echo in her mind. With tears of gratitude and joy, Lily cradled the seed and watched as the creature dissolved into the night, its light becoming one with the stars. Returning to her village, Lily planted the seed in her garden, where it sprouted and grew into a young tree, a symbol of her friendship and the magic of the forest. It was a place where she could sit and remember her dear companion, its leaves whispering stories of the woods and beyond. Years passed, and the tree flourished, its branches reaching out to the sky, a beacon of light and life. The villagers often found solace beneath its shade, feeling the gentle magic that lingered in the air, a testament to Lily's kindness and the bond she had formed with the guardian of the forest. And so, in that quiet village nestled between the hills and woods, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lily continued to share her stories and tend to her beloved garden, her heart forever entwined with the mysteries of the natural world, a gentle reminder that friendship and wisdom can light even the darkest paths. As the night deepened and the village lay wrapped in dreams, the guardian's light continued to glow softly, a promise of peace and wonder, guiding all who believed in the magic of the world around them to a place of comfort and rest. Story 79. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest where the trees seemed to sway in time with the stars above, there was a small village known as Willowbrook. The village was nestled between a gentle river that sang as it flowed and rolling hills that cradled the sky with their soft emerald curves. Here in this peaceful enclave lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as warm as the summer sun. Lila was known throughout Willowbrook for her curiosity and kindness. Her days were spent exploring the glades and groves, always searching for new wonders hidden within the folds of the forest. She had a knack for discovering the most unusual things, like a rock shaped like a turtle, or a tree that seemed to hum a tune only she could hear. Her best friend in these adventures was a small, wise tortoise named Finn, who had a shell that glimmered with colors like the sunset. One warm, golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the world in shades of honey and amber, Lila and Finn found themselves wandering deeper into the woods than ever before. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a melody that beckoned them onward. As they walked, they stumbled upon a clearing they had never seen. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Nestled among its roots was a small, shimmering pool, its surface mirroring the sky with perfect clarity. The water seemed to hold a magical glow, a soft, inviting light that danced with the rhythm of the forest. "Look, Finn," Lila whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Finn peered closely, his little eyes twinkling with curiosity. "No, Lila, this is truly special. It feels like it holds secrets." Drawn by an unspoken promise, Lila knelt beside the pool, its waters cool and refreshing to the touch. As she gazed into it, the surface began to ripple, revealing images that seemed to flow from the depths of her own heart. Dreams of flying through the starlit sky, of talking with animals in their own language, and of finding a place where every creature lived in harmony. Suddenly, a soft voice, like a breeze passing through leaves, spoke from the shimmering depths. "Welcome, kind-hearted Lila, and wise Finn. You have found the pool of possibilities, where dreams and reality intertwine." Finn's eyes widened with awe. "The pool of possibilities? I thought it was just a legend." The voice chuckled gently, as if amused by their astonishment. "Legends often hide truths waiting to be discovered. Here you can glimpse what might be and learn from what is." Lila felt a warm glow spread through her, a mixture of excitement and a gentle peace. "What should we do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Listen to your heart," the voice replied. "And remember, the greatest magic lies in kindness and courage." With those words, the images in the pool shifted, showing a place where the forest was not as harmonious, where creatures argued and the trees seemed to droop with sadness. Lila's heart ached at the sight. She turned to Finn, determination lighting her eyes. "We have to help," she said firmly. "We can't leave things like this." Finn nodded, his small head bobbing with agreement. "Yes, Lila. Together we can bring change." Guided by the pool's gentle glow, Lila and Finn set off on their quest. As they journeyed through the forest, they encountered many creatures. A family of sparrows, fretting over their nest, a fox with a thorn in its paw, and a squirrel hoarding more than it could ever eat. With each encounter, Lila's kindness and Finn's wisdom worked wonders. She soothed worries, removed the thorn with gentle hands, and shared tales of sharing and friendship. In time, the forest began to change. The air grew lighter, and the trees stood taller, their leaves rustling with newfound joy. The creatures that once bickered now played and worked together, their laughter echoing through the glades. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of oranges and pinks, Lila and Finn returned to the pool of possibilities. As they gazed into its depths, they saw the forest as it now was, vibrant, harmonious, and filled with life. A sense of fulfillment and peace wrapped around them like a warm blanket. The voice from the pool spoke once more, its tone filled with warmth. "You have shown that true magic lies in the bonds we create and the kindness we share. The forest thanks you, Lila and Finn." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with happiness. "We couldn't have done it without each other." Finn nodded, his eyes sparkling like the stars beginning to twinkle above. Friendship is the greatest magic of all. As the gentle night embraced Willowbrook, Lila and Finn made their way home, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. They knew that the forest would always hold mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and they would always have each other to share in those wonders. And so, with the forest at peace and their dreams shimmering like stars in the night sky, Lila and Finn drifted into a restful sleep, ready for whatever gentle adventures tomorrow might bring. Story 80. In a quaint village, nestled within the embrace of a lush, verdant valley, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her home was a charming stone cottage, fringed with ivy and surrounded by a garden that bloomed with flowers of every hue. The garden was more than just a collection of plants. It was a tapestry of color and fragrance, a place where Leora spent countless hours tending to each blossom and leaf with tender care. Despite the beauty that surrounded her, Leora felt an unsettling restlessness within. She had always been content with the predictable rhythm of her days, the comfort of familiar routines. But lately, she yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite grasp or understand. The feeling was like a whisper carried on the wind, elusive and persistent. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of coral and lavender, Leora wandered into the heart of her garden. She paused by the ancient oak tree that stood like a guardian over her home, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. Beneath the tree, nestled among its roots, was a mysterious, shimmering pool that mirrored the twilight sky. This pool was no ordinary water. It was said to hold magical properties, reflecting not just the world above, but the world within. Leora knelt beside it, peering into its depths. The surface glimmered with a silvery light, and as she gazed, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, a sense that the answers she sought lay just beyond her reach. As if sensing her need, the pool began to ripple, and from its depths emerged a soft, glowing light. The light took the form of a small, ethereal figure, a woodland sprite named Sylvie. With hair like spun silver and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, Sylvie was a creature of the forest, wise and whimsical. "Greetings, dear Leora." Sylvie's voice was as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over you and felt the stirrings of your heart. Change is afoot, and with it, the promise of transformation." Leora's eyes widened with wonder and a touch of apprehension. "But I don't know what to do, Sylvie. I feel as though I'm standing at the edge of something vast and unknown." Sylvie smiled kindly. "Change often feels daunting, yet it is through change that we grow. Trust in the journey and know that you are not alone." With a wave of her delicate hand, Sylvie conjured a vision within the water, a vision of Leora's garden in full, radiant bloom, more vibrant and alive than she had ever seen it. "Your garden is a reflection of your heart, Leora," Sylvie continued. "As you tend to it, so too will your spirit blossom. Embrace the magic within you and let it guide you." With these words, Sylvie drifted back into the shimmering depths, while leaving Leora to ponder the wisdom she had shared. The garden seemed to hum with energy, the flowers nodding gently as if in agreement. In the days that followed, Leora took Sylvie's words to heart. She spent time with her friends in the village, warm-hearted folk like old Ben, the wise baker whose laughter was as hearty as his loaves, and Mira, the kind-hearted herbalist who knew the secret language of every plant. They shared stories and laughter, offering Leora the comfort of companionship and the wisdom of their experiences. One breezy afternoon, as Leora worked in her garden, she noticed a patch of earth where nothing seemed to grow. Determined to bring life to this barren spot, she planted seeds and nurtured them with care and patience. Day by day, she watched as tender shoots broke through the soil, reaching eagerly for the sun. The process was slow, and at times she doubted her efforts, but she remembered Sylvie's words and persevered. As the garden flourished, so too did Leora. She discovered a newfound resilience within herself, a quiet strength that had been there all along, waiting to be unearthed. She learned to embrace change, not as an adversary, but as a gentle companion on her journey of self-discovery. One evening, as Leora sat beneath the oak tree, her gaze drifted to the pool. Its surface shimmered with the light of the stars, and she felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. The restlessness that had once troubled her heart had transformed into a sense of wonder and anticipation for the journey ahead. With the garden thriving and her spirit renewed, Leora understood that the magic she had sought was not outside herself, but within. She had learned to trust in the flow of life, to find beauty in every moment of transformation. As the moon rose high, casting a gentle glow over the garden, Leora whispered a thank you to the night sky, to Sylvie, and to the wise friends who had guided her. She knew that whatever changes lay ahead, she would face them with an open heart, surrounded by the beauty and magic that had always been hers to claim. And so, in the quiet of the night, with the whisper of the wind through the trees and the soft rustle of leaves, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of gardens yet to be tended, and the endless possibilities of growth and transformation. Story 81. In a quaint village nestled on the edge of the whispering woods, where the golden leaves seemed to dance in the gentle breeze, there lived a young woman named Lila. The village was a place where stories of enchantment and wonder floated on the air like dandelion seeds. It was known for its lush landscapes, where the trees stood tall and wise, and the streams sang soft lullabies as they wound their way through the countryside. Lila had always been a part of this village, her life intertwined with the quiet rhythms of nature and community. Yet she felt a restlessness that gnawed at her heart, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. Change was afoot, and though she could feel it tugging at her spirit, she was hesitant to embrace it. The life she knew was familiar, and venturing beyond its boundaries filled her with trepidation. Her days were spent weaving delicate tapestries with vibrant threads, each piece telling a story of its own. But lately, the colors seemed to fade in her eyes, as if the vibrant hues of her imagination were slipping away. Lila yearned for something more, though she knew not what. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and lavender, Lila decided to take a walk in the whispering woods. Wrapped in a soft woolen shawl, she ventured along the well-worn path, the leaves crunching softly beneath her feet. The woods were alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl, creating a symphony that soothed her restless mind. As she walked deeper into the woods, she came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like welcoming arms. Beneath the tree's boughs, she noticed a curious sight, a small stone statue of a fox, its eyes twinkling as though lit from within. Drawn to the statue, Lila knelt beside it, tracing its features with her fingers. To her surprise, the fox's eyes blinked, and with a shimmer of moonlight, the stone melted away, revealing a living, breathing creature. The fox stretched luxuriously, its fur a brilliant russet that seemed to glow in the night. "Do not be afraid," the fox said, its voice as smooth as the babbling brook. "I am Phelan, the guardian of these woods. You have awakened me, seeker of change." Lina's heart fluttered with a mix of wonder and apprehension. "I seek something," she confessed, "but I do not know what." Phelan chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling in the breeze. "The change you seek is within you, Lila. The woods have seen your struggle, and they have sent me to guide you." With a flick of his tail, Phelan beckoned Lila to follow. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine, and the ground was a tapestry of shadows and moonlight. They walked in silence, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves. As they walked, Lila noticed subtle changes in her surroundings. The trees seemed to whisper secrets, their leaves shimmering with an inner light. The path beneath her feet felt softer, more welcoming, as if urging her onward. Eventually, they reached a glade where the air shimmered like the surface of a tranquil pond. At its center, a ring of mushrooms glowed faintly, casting a warm, inviting light. Phelan stopped at the edge of the circle, his eyes filled with gentle wisdom. "This is a place of transformation," Phelan explained. "Step inside, and let the magic of the woods help you find what you seek." Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped into the circle. As she did, a warm sensation enveloped her, like a cozy blanket on a chilly night. The air hummed with energy, and Lila felt a stirring deep within her soul, a flicker of light, a bud waiting to bloom. In that moment, she realized that the change she feared was not something to avoid, but something to embrace. It was a part of her, a journey of personal discovery and growth. The forest, with all its ancient magic, had shown her the way. With each passing moment, Lila felt herself transform. Her fears and doubts melted away, replaced by a sense of peace and purpose. She understood that the tapestry of her life was woven with the threads of change, each new color adding depth and beauty to the whole. When she stepped out of the circle, Lila felt lighter, as if the weight of her uncertainties had been lifted. Phelan watched her with approval, his eyes twinkling like stars. "You have found your path, dear Lila," he said. "Remember, change is the breath of life. Embrace it, and you will find the beauty in each new moment." With a grateful heart, Lila thanked Phelan and made her way back to the village. The woods seemed to glow with newfound warmth, a reflection of the light she felt within. From that day on, Lila embraced change with open arms. She wove tapestries that sang with the colors of her journey, each piece a testament to the beauty of transformation. And though the path of life would always hold uncertainties, she knew she was never alone, for the magic of the whispering woods was always with her, guiding her along the way. As Lila settled into her cozy cottage that night, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, she felt a comforting sense of belonging. She was at peace with the ebb and flow of life, and as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of the enchanting woods and the wise fox who had shown her the way. Story 82. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the sunlight dappled the ground in golden patterns, lay the quaint village of Willoughby. Willoughby was a place where magic lingered in the air like the scent of fresh pine, and where the villagers lived in harmony with nature and its wondrous creatures. Each morning, the gentle hum of the forest awakened the villagers, who went about their days with smiles and songs. But recently, a peculiar mystery had cast a soft shadow over the village. Every night, without fail, the delicate bell-shaped flowers that lined the cobblestone paths would gently close their petals, only to be found open again by the first light of dawn. This strange occurrence puzzled the villagers, for the flowers usually remained closed until the sun's warmth coaxed them awake. Intrigued by this gentle riddle, young Marin, a bright-eyed girl with a heart full of curiosity, decided to discover the secret behind the flowers' nightly dance. Marin was known in the village for her keen observation skills and her ability to see the world with a touch of wonder. With the help of her small, loyal companion, a fluffy, blue-furred creature named Thistle, who had wings as delicate as gossamer, she set out to solve the mystery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm, dusky glow, Marin and Thistle made their way to the flower-lined path. They settled in for the night, cozy beneath a patchwork quilt, their eyes wide with anticipation. The forest around them was alive with the gentle rustlings of night creatures and the soft lullaby of a nearby brook. "Thistle," Marin whispered, her voice as soft as the evening breeze, "I have a feeling that there's magic at play here. We must watch closely and see what we can learn." Thistle nodded, his tiny eyes twinkling like stars. He fluttered to perch on Marin's shoulder, a comforting weight against her cheek. As the night deepened, the moon rose high, casting a silvery light over the village. Marin and Thistle watched as a gentle mist began to weave its way through the flowers, swirling in patterns that seemed to dance to a melody only the night could hear. To their astonishment, the mist appeared to whisper secrets to the flowers, coaxing them open with a touch as soft as a lullaby. "Do you see that, Thistle?" Marin breathed, her voice filled with wonder. "It's as if the mist is alive, guiding the flowers with its gentle song." Thistle chirped softly, a melodic sound that harmonized with the night. Together they watched as the mist continued its mysterious dance, moving with a grace that only magic could bestow. Determined to understand the source of the mist, Marin decided to seek the wisdom of the village's oldest and wisest resident, Elder Fern. The next morning, she and Thistle made their way to the elder's cozy cottage, nestled beneath the boughs of an ancient oak tree. The air was filled with the comforting aroma of elderflower tea, and the sound of crackling logs in the fireplace greeted them as they entered. "Elder Fern," Marin began, her voice respectful and earnest, "we've witnessed something extraordinary, a mist that sings to the flowers, and they respond by opening their petals at night. Do you know what might cause such a phenomenon?" Elder Fern, her eyes sparkling with the wisdom of countless seasons, nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the moonlit mist," she murmured, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "It is said to be a gift from the moonflower sprites who dwell in the heart of the forest. They use their magic to ensure the flowers bloom under the moonlight, creating a symphony of nature that only those who truly listen can hear." "But why now?" Marin asked, her curiosity unabated. "Why have they chosen this time to reveal themselves?" Elder Fern smiled, her expression serene. "Perhaps they sensed a need for their beauty and magic. Sometimes, even the smallest changes can remind us of the wonder that surrounds us." Inspired by Elder Fern's words, Marin and Thistle decided to visit the heart of the forest, where the moonflower sprites were said to dwell. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to whisper encouragement, their leaves rustling in agreement. When they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight, they found a circle of luminous flowers, their petals shimmering like silver in the night. And there, amidst the blooms, were the moonflower sprites. Tiny, ethereal beings with wings that glimmered like stardust. The sprites welcomed Marin and Thistle with joyful laughter, their voices a chorus of tinkling bells. "We are the guardians of the moonlit bloom," they chimed, their words weaving through the air like a song. "We have come to share our magic with the world, to remind all of the beauty that thrives in darkness." Marin and Thistle listened, their hearts filled with gratitude. "Thank you," Marin said softly. for sharing your gift with us. You have brought joy to our village and a renewed sense of wonder." The sprites nodded, their eyes twinkling with kindness. "And you, dear children, have brought us joy by witnessing our dance. Remember always, the world is full of mysteries waiting to be discovered." With that, the moonflower sprites twirled once more, their wings weaving a tapestry of light that enveloped the clearing in a warm, comforting glow. As Marin and Thistle made their way back to Willoughby, their hearts were light, their minds at peace. They had solved the mystery, but more importantly, they had discovered the magic that lay in the simple act of observing and appreciating the world around them. From that night on, the villagers of Willoughby would gather to watch the flowers open beneath the moonlight, a nightly reminder of the beauty and magic that life held. And Marin, with Thistle always by her side, continued to explore the world with eyes full of wonder, knowing that every shadow held the promise of a new, gentle mystery to unfold. And so the village of Willoughby thrived, embraced by the enchanting embrace of the forest, where magic and nature danced together beneath the stars, whispering secrets known only to those who took the time to listen. Story 83. In the heart of a verdant valley, nestled between lush, rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, lay the quaint village of Willowwood. This village was unlike any other, for it was cloaked in an enchanting aura, where magical creatures lived in harmony with the villagers, and the air was always scented with the sweet aroma of blooming flowers and honey. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers gathered around the grand old oak tree in the center of the village. Beneath its sprawling branches, they shared stories and laughter, warmed by the gentle glow of fireflies dancing in the twilight. One such evening, as the villagers settled into their usual spots, a curious phenomenon began to unfold. The fireflies, usually luminous and lively, seemed to dim and flicker as though a gentle breeze were sweeping their light away. Murmurs of concern rippled through the crowd, for the fireflies were not just a source of light, but also considered guardians of the village, their presence a sign of peace and prosperity. Among the villagers sat a wise old storyteller named Eldrin, known for his gentle demeanor and a twinkle in his eyes that hinted at the many tales he held within. Sensing the unease that had crept into the gathering, he rose slowly, brushing the dust from his robes, and addressed the crowd with a calm, soothing voice. "Do not fret, dear friends," Eldrin began, his voice as smooth and warm as the golden honey they harvested each summer. "There is a reason for everything in our magical world. Let us uncover the mystery together." The villagers nodded, their faith in Eldrin's wisdom as steadfast as the roots of the old oak. Among them was a young girl named Leora, whose curious nature and keen eyes often led her to notice things others might miss. She stepped forward, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and a little apprehension. "Eldrin, may I help?" Leora asked, her voice steady yet filled with the innocence of youth. Eldrin smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling like the pages of a well-loved book. "Indeed, Leora," he replied, "your sharp eyes and open heart will serve us well." With a gentle nod from Eldrin, Leora set off through the village, her senses attuned to the world around her. The cobblestone streets beneath her feet were cool, a reminder of the day's waning warmth. She passed by familiar sights: the bakery with its comforting aroma of fresh bread, the tinkling chimes of the apothecary's shop, and the soft melody of a flute drifting from a distant window. Leora's first stop was the home of Thistle, a wise old owl who often perched in the high branches of the oak tree. Thistle was known for his vast knowledge of the natural world, and his eyes, as keen as moonlight on water, missed nothing. "Thistle," Leora called softly as she approached the tree, "have you noticed anything unusual about the fireflies?" The owl opened his eyes slowly, blinking down at her with a serene, knowing gaze. "Ah, young Leora," Thistle hooted gently, his voice deep and resonant. "The firefly's glow is indeed fading, but not from any danger or ill will. Look to the river, where the willow trees whisper secrets to the stars." Thanking Thistle for his wisdom, Leora made her way to the riverbank, where the willow trees stood like graceful sentinels, their long branches trailing in the water. Here the river sang its eternal song, a melody of ripples and currents, as ancient as the earth itself. Leora paused, listening intently. The rustling leaves seemed to speak to her, and she realized that the strange occurrences might be connected to the river's flow. She followed the gentle bends of the river, where the moonlight painted silvery paths upon the water's surface. As she walked, she noticed something peculiar. Along the riverbank, patches of moonflowers, which usually bloomed only under the moon's gentle light, were wilting. Their soft petals drooped like tired wings, and Leora sensed that this was unusual. Kneeling to examine the flowers, she spotted a small, shimmering creature nestled among the leaves. It was a river sprite, a tiny being of water and light whose presence was as rare as it was enchanting. The sprite looked up at Leora with wide, luminous eyes, its expression a blend of curiosity and concern. "Why are the flowers wilting?" Leora asked softly, careful not to startle the delicate creature. "The river's song has changed." The sprite replied in a voice that was like the tinkling of crystal bells. "Something has disrupted its flow, and the fireflies and flowers suffer as a result." Puzzled but determined, Leora thanked the sprite and continued her exploration upstream. As she ventured further, she discovered a cluster of fallen branches and debris blocking a narrow channel of the river. The obstruction was causing the water to pool and stagnate, disrupting the natural harmony of the river's song. Understanding the problem, Leora set to work, carefully clearing the branches with her small, nimble hands. As she worked, the river sprite fluttered nearby, guiding her with gentle whispers and gestures. Together, they restored the river's flow, and as the water began to move freely once more, the moonflowers perked up, their petals unfurling in thanks. With the river's song restored, Leora returned to the village, where Eldrin and the villagers awaited her news. She recounted her journey and discoveries, her words painting vivid pictures of the river, the sprite, and the moonflowers. Eldrin listened with a proud smile, his heart warmed by Leora's courage and kindness. "You see, dear friends," he said, addressing the villagers, "sometimes the answers we seek are found in the quiet whispers of nature and the gentle guidance of those who share our world." As the night deepened and the stars shimmered above, the fireflies returned to their vibrant dance, casting a warm, reassuring glow over Willowwood. The villagers, their hearts eased and spirits lifted, thanked Leora for her bravery and wisdom. Leora, feeling content and at peace, returned to her family, the gentle hum of the village lulling her into a restful sleep. And as she drifted off, she knew that the world was a little brighter, a little more harmonious, thanks to the magic of understanding and the simple act of listening to the world around her. And so, in the enchanted village of Willowwood, another day ended with the comforting promise of friendship, harmony, and the enduring light of the fireflies, guiding all who called it home into a new dawn. Story 84. In the heart of a quaint village named Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wove through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood a little shop that seemed to hum with mystery. Its sign, delicately painted with curling letters, read "Curiosities and Wonders." The shop was nestled between a bakery that always smelled of fresh bread and a tailor's filled with vibrant fabrics. But it was the shop's window that truly beckoned passers-by, displaying an ever-changing array of peculiar objects: a clock that ran backwards, a teapot shaped like a dragon, and a feather that shimmered with the colors of the sunrise. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced merrily along the path, a gentle young woman named Clara found herself drawn to the shop. Clara was known in the village for her kind heart and her curiosity about the world beyond Willowbrook. Her days were filled with tending to her grandmother's garden and teaching the village children to read. Yet, she often dreamed of adventures and the secrets the world might hold. On this particular morning, the shop's window displayed something unusual: a small, intricately carved wooden box. It caught the light in such a way that it seemed to glow with its own inner warmth. Entranced, Clara stepped inside, the bell above the door chiming softly as she entered. The shopkeeper, a sprightly old man named Mr. Percival, greeted Clara with a twinkle in his eye. "Ah, Clara, just the person I was hoping to see," he said with a voice that crackled like the pages of a well-loved book. "I've something that might pique your interest." Mr. Percival reached beneath the counter and brought out the wooden box. It was smooth and warm to the touch, and Clara felt a peculiar tingle in her fingertips as she held it. "This," he said, "is the Whispering Box. It chooses its owner, and I believe it has chosen you." Clara raised an eyebrow. "Whispering box?" "Indeed," Mr. Percival nodded. "It holds the stories of old, secrets of the heart, and whispers of wisdom, but it will only reveal its mysteries to those who truly listen." Curiosity piqued, Clara thanked Mr. Percival and carried the box home, cradling it as if it were a delicate bird. That evening she sat by the fireside, the flames casting a gentle light across the room, and carefully opened the box. To her surprise, a soft, melodic hum filled the air, and an ethereal voice began to speak. "To find the heart of the forest, where dreams and reality entwine, you must seek the Tree of Echoes," the voice whispered, its words weaving a tapestry of wonder in Clara's mind. Intrigued and filled with a sense of purpose, Clara decided to follow the guidance of the whispering box. The next morning, she set off into the woods that bordered Willowbrook, the air crisp and invigorating, carrying with her a small satchel of provisions and the wooden box tucked safely inside. As Clara ventured deeper into the forest, she marveled at the towering trees, their leaves a kaleidoscope of autumn hues. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves, and the scent of pine lingered in the air. It was a place where time seemed to pause, where every step brought new wonders. Along the way, Clara encountered her first helper, a fox with a coat as red as the setting sun and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The fox, whom Clara named Rusty, seemed to understand her quest and trotted alongside her, his presence a comforting companionship. "To find the Tree of Echoes," Rusty said in a voice as smooth as velvet, "you must listen to the whispers of the wind and follow the path less traveled." They journeyed together through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. As they walked, Clara listened carefully, her heart open to the forest's secrets. The second helper they met was a wise old owl named Oliver, perched on a branch of a gnarled oak. Oliver's feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and he regarded Clara and Rusty with a solemn gaze. "The Tree of Echoes will not reveal itself to those who seek with their eyes alone," Oliver hooted softly. "You must seek with your heart, for it is the heart that truly sees." Clara pondered Oliver's words as they continued their journey. She realized that the forest was not merely a collection of trees and paths, but a living tapestry woven with stories and dreams. She began to notice the subtle changes in the air, the gentle sway of the branches, and the songs of the birds that seemed to guide her steps. As dusk began to settle over the forest, Clara and her companions found themselves standing before a mighty oak, its branches reaching towards the heavens. There was an aura of ancient wisdom about the tree, and Clara knew in her heart that this was the Tree of Echoes. She approached the tree with reverence, placing her hand upon its rough bark. The whispering box hummed gently in her satchel, and Clara closed her eyes, listening with her heart. In that quiet moment, the tree began to speak, its voice a blend of rustling leaves and sighing winds. It spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of the power of kindness and understanding, and of the strength found in friendship and love. Clara felt a warmth blossom within her, a realization that the journey was not just about discovering the magical secrets of the forest, but also about discovering the magic within herself. She understood that wisdom was not about knowing all the answers, but about being open to learning and growing. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara thanked the Tree of Echoes and her companions, Rusty and Oliver, for their guidance. As she turned to leave, the tree gifted her a single leaf, golden and shimmering with an inner light, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained. Clara returned to Willowbrook with the whispering box and the golden leaf, her spirit enriched by the journey. She shared her newfound wisdom with the villagers, teaching them to listen with their hearts and to cherish the wonders of the world around them. And so, the whispering box found its place on her shelf, a reminder of the journey that had changed her life. Each night, as she sat by the fireside, she would open it and listen to its gentle hum, knowing that it would always guide her to the truths she needed to hear. In the village of Willowbrook, the air seemed a little brighter, the days a little warmer, and the nights a little cozier, for the magic of the whispering box had touched the hearts of all who heard its tales. And in the comfort of her home, Clara found not only the secrets of the world, but also the boundless magic within herself. Story 85. In the heart of the verdant vale, a lush valley cradled by soft rolling hills and shimmering streams, there was a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. This village was nestled between the towering whispering woods to the north and the gentle songbird river to the south. The villagers were a peaceful folk, thriving in harmony with the magical wonders that graced their everyday lives. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced in the cool breeze and the sky blushed with the hues of sunset, the villagers gathered by the large oak tree in the village square for their customary evening stories. Tonight, however, there was a sense of hushed excitement, for something mysterious had been happening in Willowbrook. For the past few nights, strange sounds echoed through the village at midnight, a soft, melodious hum unlike anything anyone had heard before. It was a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once, casting a spell of gentle curiosity over the villagers. The mystery was a perfect puzzle for young Finn, a bright and inquisitive boy with eyes that twinkled like stars. Finn loved solving puzzles, and often spent his days exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, accompanied by his best friend, a wise old tortoise named Tilly. Finn's grandmother, Grandma Maze, was the village storyteller and a fount of wisdom. Her stories were woven with the threads of ancient magic, and she was known for her warm heart and gentle laughter. That evening, as the villagers settled around her, Finn whispered to Tilly, "I think it's time we solve the mystery of the midnight music." Tilly nodded sagely, her shell glistening in the fading light. "A fine idea, dear Finn. But remember, mysteries are like the river. Sometimes they flow quietly beneath the surface." After the evening gathering, Finn and Tilly set off on their quest. The moon hung high in the velvet sky, casting a silver glow over the village. They decided to visit the Whispering Woods, a place filled with ancient magic and secrets waiting to be discovered. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air was thick with the scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves. Finn paused to listen, his ears straining for the melody that had captivated the village. It wasn't long before they heard it, a sweet, harmonious tune that seemed to float on the breeze. Following the music, they found themselves in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching towards the stars. Around its base, tiny lights flickered and danced, willow-wisps, the gentle guardians of the forest. The willow-wisps glowed warmly, their light casting playful shadows on the ground. One of them, a particularly bright wisp named Lumi, floated towards Finn and Tilly, her light pulsing with gentle curiosity. "Good evening, Lumi," Finn greeted with a smile. "We've come to solve the mystery of the midnight music." Lumi twinkled with amusement. "Ah, the music of the forest. It's not a mystery, dear Finn, but a symphony, a gift from the heart of the woods to the world." Finn and Tilly exchanged a curious glance. "But why now?" Tilly asked, her voice a soft whisper. Lumi's glow softened. The forest has been listening, and it heard the wishes of the villagers. Wishes for peace, for joy, for connection. The music is the forest's way of answering those wishes, a gentle reminder that we are all part of something greater. Finn pondered this, his heart swelling with understanding. "Then it's not just a mystery to solve, but a message to share," he said thoughtfully. "Indeed," Lumi agreed, her light shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars. "Share the story of the music. Let it bring warmth to the hearts of your village." With their hearts lightened by this newfound wisdom, Finn and Tilly thanked Lumi and the willow-wisps before making their way back to Willowbrook. As they walked, the melody seemed to follow them, wrapping them in its soothing embrace. The next evening, as the villagers gathered once more under the great oak tree, Finn stood up to share what he had learned. With Tilly by his side, he spoke of the forest's gift, the music that was a bridge between dreams and reality, a gentle reminder of the magic that flowed through their lives. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by the story. As the night deepened, they sat in quiet reflection, feeling the music within them, a harmony of life that connected them to one another and the world around them. And so, the mystery of the midnight music was not just solved, but embraced, becoming a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore. A reminder that sometimes the most profound answers come not from unraveling mysteries, but from opening our hearts to the wonders of the world. As the last embers of the evening fire crackled and the villagers made their way home, there was a sense of peace and contentment in the air. Finn and Tilly watched the stars twinkle above, their hearts warm with the knowledge that they had helped bring a little more light into the world. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where magic was as common as the morning dew, the villagers slept soundly, cradled by the gentle music of the night and the whispers of the forest, a lullaby of dreams that promised new adventures with the dawn. Story 86. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy, there was a hidden glade known only to those who listened with their hearts. The glade was a place of gentle magic, where the air shimmered with the songs of unseen creatures and the earth hummed with ancient secrets. It was here that the story of a most unexpected friendship began, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars. A young fox named Finn lived at the edge of the whispering woods. His fur was a warm auburn, and his eyes sparkled like morning dew. Finn was known for his curiosity, always drawn to the mysteries that the forest held. Despite his adventurous spirit, he often felt a longing for companionship, a friend who would share in his explorations and discoveries. One cool autumn evening, as the leaves whispered stories of the changing seasons, Finn ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. As he trotted along, his paws rustling through the fallen leaves, he heard a soft, melodic hum. It was unlike anything he had ever heard, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the earth. Guided by the mysterious melody, Finn found himself at the entrance of the hidden glade. The place was bathed in a gentle glow, as if the moon had chosen this spot to spill its light. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a small creature that Finn had never encountered before. It was a tiny sprite, her wings shimmering with colors that danced like sunlight on water. Her name was Lyra, and she was a guardian of the forest's magic. Lyra had chosen this glade as her home, where she could listen to the songs of the trees and protect the wonders that lay hidden within the woods. Seeing Finn approach, Lyra's wings fluttered in greeting, scattering a fine mist of sparkling dust into the air. "Welcome, young fox," she chimed, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "What brings you to this enchanted place?" Finn, mesmerized by her gentle presence, replied, "I followed the music. It led me here, and now I find myself in this wondrous glade. I've never met anyone like you before." Lyra smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "The forest holds many secrets, and its magic calls to those who are open to its wonders. Perhaps you are meant to be here, to learn and to share in its mysteries." As the night deepened and the stars spun their stories across the sky, Finn and Lyra exchanged tales of their worlds. Finn spoke of his adventures, of the hidden paths and sparkling streams he had discovered. Lyra, in turn, shared the secrets of the forest, of the ancient magic that flowed like a river through the land. Their friendship blossomed under the moon's gentle gaze, each finding in the other a kindred spirit. Together, they explored the wonders of the whispering woods, uncovering its mysteries and learning from its wisdom. Finn discovered the power of quiet reflection, while Lyra found joy in the simple pleasures of companionship. One evening, as they rested beneath the old oak tree, Lyra noticed a change in the forest's song. The melody was tinged with a note of sadness, a gentle lament that tugged at her heart. "Something is amiss," she said softly, her brow furrowed with concern. Finn listened intently, his ears perked to catch the subtle shift. "What could it be?" he asked, sensing the weight of the forest's sorrow. Lyra closed her eyes and let the music guide her. "There is a creature in need, lost and afraid. Its song calls for help, but it is fading." Without hesitation, Finn leapt to his feet, his resolve firm. "We must find it, Lyra. We cannot let a friend in need go unheard." Guided by the song, Finn and Lyra ventured through the forest, their hearts united in purpose. They followed the melody through winding paths and shadowed groves, until they came upon a small clearing where a young deer lay trapped, caught in a tangle of vines. The deer's eyes were wide with fear, its delicate legs trembling. Finn approached slowly, his voice soothing and calm. "Do not be afraid," he whispered. "We are here to help you." Lyra fluttered beside him, her wings casting a gentle light over the scene. "We will free you," she promised, her voice a balm to the deer's troubled spirit. Together, they worked to untangle the vines, Finn using his nimble paws and sharp teeth, while Lyra's magic coaxed the stubborn plants to release their hold. With care and patience, they freed the deer, who stood shakily, gratitude shining in its eyes. "Thank you," the deer murmured, its voice soft as the rustle of grass. "I was lost, and the forest song led me to you." Finn and Lyra watched as the deer bounded away, its spirit lifted by the kindness of new friends. As they returned to the glade, a sense of peace enveloped them, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had made a difference. In the days that followed, the bond between Finn and Lyra grew ever stronger. They continued to explore the forest, sharing in its joys and protecting its magic. Through their friendship, Finn learned the value of listening, not just to the world around him, but to the quiet voice within. Lyra, in turn, discovered the beauty of vulnerability and the strength that comes from opening one's heart. As the seasons turned and the forest donned its winter cloak, the glade remained a sanctuary of warmth and light. Under the watchful eyes of the stars, Finn and Lyra sat beneath the ancient oak, their hearts aglow with the magic of their shared journey. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy, a young fox and a tiny sprite found a friendship that bridged the worlds of magic and nature. Their story, like the glade itself, was a gentle reminder of the wonders that await those who are open to the mysteries of the world and the power of unexpected friendships. As the night deepened and the forest whispered its secrets, Finn and Lyra knew that they were part of something greater than themselves. A world where kindness and courage could light the darkest paths, and where the bonds of friendship could weave a tapestry of wonder and hope. And so their tale continued, a melody that sang of love and adventure, echoing through the whispering woods, a lullaby for the heart and a beacon for all who dared to dream. Story 87. In a secluded glen where the emerald canopy of the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a small and curious fox named Finn. His coat was the color of autumn leaves, and his bright eyes sparkled with the golden light of adventure. Finn was known in the woodland for his quick wit and kind heart, traits often tested by his insatiable curiosity. Not far from Finn's home, across the babbling brook that sparkled under the sun like a string of diamonds, stood a mighty oak tree. In its sturdy branches, a wise old owl named Oliver made his nest. Oliver's feathers were a patchwork of soft browns and creams, and his eyes, wide and knowing, held the wisdom of the ages. He was a creature of habit, content with the tranquility of night and the quiet study of the stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest in hues of amber and gold, Finn decided to explore beyond the brook. He had heard tales of the mysterious owl who lived in the old oak and was eager to learn more about this enigmatic creature. As Finn approached, he heard a soft hoot from above. Startled, he looked up to see Oliver peering down at him with a gaze that seemed to penetrate his very thoughts. Finn, never one to shy away, called out in his most polite voice, "Hello up there. I am Finn, from the forest below. I've come to learn about the stars." Oliver, who had long watched the antics of the young fox from afar, was both amused and intrigued by Finn's boldness. "Greetings, young Finn," he replied, his voice deep and resonant like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "The stars are my friends, and I would be pleased to share their stories with you." Thus began an unlikely friendship, rooted in curiosity and the desire to understand the world. Finn visited Oliver each evening, and under the twinkling canopy of the night sky, the owl shared tales of distant constellations and the ancient myths that accompanied them. However, their different ways of life sometimes led to misunderstandings. Finn, with his boundless energy, often interrupted Oliver's quiet nights with his excited chatter and endless questions. And Oliver, in his meticulous and measured way, sometimes grew frustrated with Finn's impulsiveness and lack of patience. One evening, as a silvery mist settled over the forest, Finn bounded into the glen with news of a mysterious light he had seen flickering deep within the woods. His words tumbled over one another in a rush of excitement. "Oliver, you must come now! There's something magical, a light dancing in the trees." Oliver, who had been in the midst of charting the stars, was reluctant to leave his post. He sighed. Finn, not every flicker is magic. Sometimes it is best to wait and observe. Finn, feeling dismissed, turned away with a flick of his tail. Fine, he muttered. I'll go see it myself. The forest was a different world at night, shadows stretching long and dark across the path, and the cool air carrying unfamiliar scents. As Finn ventured deeper, his initial bravado waned, replaced by a creeping sense of unease. Meanwhile, Oliver watched from his perch, his heart tugged by a sense of worry for the young fox. The stars, who had always been his guides, seemed to whisper of danger. With a decisive flap of his wings, Oliver took to the sky, following the path his friend had taken. In the heart of the woods, Finn found the source of the light, a circle of fireflies weaving a luminous dance above a small, forgotten pond. Their glow was indeed magical, casting reflections that shimmered like liquid stars. Spellbound, Finn stepped closer, losing himself in the beauty of the moment. But in his enchantment, he did not notice the slick, muddy bank beneath his paws. With a startled yelp, he slipped, tumbling into the chilly water. The shock of the cold took his breath away, and panic surged through him as he struggled to find his footing. Just as his strength began to wane, a shadow swooped down from above, talons outstretched. Oliver, with great effort, grasped Finn by the scruff, lifting him just enough to help him scramble back to the safety of the bank. Finn lay there, panting and shivering, his heart racing. "Thank you, Oliver," Finn gasped, his voice laced with gratitude and a touch of embarrassment. "I should have listened to you." Oliver perched beside him, his feathers ruffled from the exertion. "We all make mistakes, dear Finn. What matters is that we learn from them and support each other when we do." From that night on, their friendship deepened, forged in the warmth of understanding and the strength of shared challenges. Finn learned to temper his impulsiveness with patience, often taking a moment to listen to Oliver's thoughtful advice. In turn, Oliver came to appreciate the joy and spontaneity that Finn brought into his life, teaching him to embrace the unexpected. Together, they explored the mysteries of the forest, each adventure bringing new lessons and laughter. And as the seasons turned, their bond grew stronger, a testament to the true meaning of friendship, accepting each other's differences, learning from one another, and always being there, a comforting presence in times of need. As the years passed, the glen became a place of stories not just of the stars, but of friendship and the gentle wisdom it imparts. And every night, beneath the vast, twinkling sky, Finn and Oliver would sit side by side, sharing their tales, their laughter, and the warm glow of companionship that would light their hearts forever. Story 88. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the whispering woods where the trees sang softly to the wind, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. Willowbrook was unlike any other village, for it was gently cradled by the arms of magic. The roofs of the cottages were covered in moss, so soft it felt like velvet underfoot, and the cobblestone paths glimmered with the faintest traces of stardust. Every night, as twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the villagers gathered around the great oak in the village square. It was a tree as ancient as the hills, with branches that reached out like a grandmother's welcoming arms. The villagers would sit on pillows of plump moss, sipping on honeyed tea and sharing stories until the stars twinkled in the vast, dark canvas above. One such evening, a peculiar thing happened. As the villagers were exchanging tales of the day, a soft, silvery mist began to roll in from the forest, curling around their feet like a playful kitten. At first, they paid it no mind, for mists were common in Willowbrook. But this mist was different. It shimmered like moonbeams and whispered sweet, unintelligible secrets to those who listened closely. The children giggled and reached out to touch it, only for it to slip through their fingers like silk. But as the mist grew thicker, the villagers noticed something else. The sound of faint, melodic chimes wafting through the air, as though someone was playing a gentle tune on tiny bells. It was at this moment that the village's wise mentor, an elderly woman named Mara, stood up, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Mara was known for her vast knowledge of the magical world, her wisdom as deep as the roots of the great oak itself. Her long cloak, embroidered with constellations, trailed behind her as she walked toward the source of the sound. The villagers followed Mara, their hearts both curious and a tad anxious. As they ventured deeper into the mist, they found themselves at the edge of Willowbrook, where the forest's dense canopy gave way to a small, hidden glade bathed in moonlight. It was here they discovered the source of the melody, a circle of delicate, luminous flowers, each one ringing gently as the breeze passed by. "These are moon bells," Mara explained softly, kneeling to examine the flowers. "They bloom only once in a generation, marking the arrival of something new and wondrous." "But why have they appeared now?" asked a young boy named Theo, his eyes wide with wonder. Mara smiled, her face creasing into kind lines. "That, my dear, is the mystery we must solve." The villagers pondered, each sharing their thoughts and ideas. Some believed it was a sign of good fortune, others thought it might be a warning. But Mara, ever observant, noticed something peculiar. The flowers seemed to lean toward the north, as if drawn by an unseen force. "Let us follow their lead," she suggested, her voice calm and reassuring. Together, the villagers ventured northward, guided by the gentle incline of the moonbells. As they walked, they spoke softly, their words weaving into the night air like a comforting blanket. At the edge of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal rolling hills, they saw a sight that took their breath away. A river, which had always wound its way lazily through the valley, now shimmered with an iridescent glow. It danced with colors, like a rainbow caught in its waters. Mara approached the river's edge, her fingers tracing the surface. "It's the river of reflection," she said, her voice filled with awe. "It appears only when the balance of the world is shifting." The villagers watched as their reflections in the water seemed to smile back, more vibrant and alive than they had ever seen themselves before. In the reflection, each person saw not just their image, but a glimpse of their true selves, their hearts and dreams shimmering alongside their likenesses. As they gazed, the answer to the mystery unfolded before them. The moonbells in the river of reflection were a reminder, a gentle nudge from the magic of the world, encouraging them to look within, to see the beauty and potential that lay in each of their hearts. With newfound understanding, the villagers returned to Willowbrook, the mist slowly dissipating as dawn began to break. They carried with them the warmth of the revelation, their hearts lighter and fuller. The moonbells continued to chime softly through the nights, and the river of reflection flowed with its vibrant glow for many weeks. The villagers, having learned to listen and see more deeply, found joy and wisdom in the everyday magic around them. And so the mystery of the moonbells and the shimmering river was solved, not by grand gestures or mighty deeds, but through quiet observation, gentle reflection, and the warm embrace of friendship. As the stars began to twinkle once more, the villagers gathered around the great oak, their stories now enriched with the magic of what they had discovered. And in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the wise Mara, the village thrived in its gentle, magical rhythm, ever grateful for the mysteries that brought them closer together.